2. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Ready?
No.
Ready?
Never.
Rise and shine, my sinners. When Father Evil starts his day, he gets a little deadly. Deadly Grounds coffee has the richest, smoothest flavor you'll find anywhere. It's sinfully delicious. Once you go deadly, you never go back. Order yours at getdeadly.com. Coffee's so good, it's scary.
The Dorkening and all affiliated shows are not intended for anyone under the age of 18. The following may contain discussions or scenes that have adult situations, graphic violence, nudity, strong sexual content, and graphic language. This show is intended for mature audiences only. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hey everybody, welcome to our freaking 24-hour broadcast.
We're live.
We're live.
It's alive.
I'm reserving my, excitement to spread it out over the whole 24 hours, but I'm very happy.
I gotta get myself hyped. Gotta get myself awake. I set my alarm. I forgot about time zones. I'm an hour behind everything.
There's only one time zone, and that's Raz Standard Time.
Yeah, So yeah, we've been doing a lot of shit to get everything ready for this. And sorry if some wires got crossed, because it is really hard to do this. Well, maybe for other people it's not, but for us, we're trying to get organized, and it is. And by the way, if you talk to somebody and book a date with somebody in Australia, remember that they're in the future, and remember to remind them that they're in the future, because when you say you're doing it this day, for them it's sometimes the next day.
It is, yep.
Yeah. So, little things. So yeah, how's it? Oh, hey Tom Dog, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Feel free to come and join us anytime you want. Tom Dog is awesome. He was shouting out for us last night on his show. Catch him over on Brill Pro with some Channel X and stuff over on YouTube. Great guy. Just does a lot of comparisons. Does some wrestling stuff. Does some just commentary and shit. He talked about the Sonic new peanut butter bacon cheeseburger and shake that they have, and I happen to be a fan of peanut butter burgers, and I had it like right after I watched his giving it a good rating, and it is pretty damn good. But he can tell you more. Sorry, I'm Del. I'm hyped. What's going on, Raz?
I'm Del. I'm hyped.
My Uber driver loves me.
Not much,
I got that.
Now watch, he'll be watching and go, I did that.
I just got 4 iced coffees and some Coke Zeros dropped off. So yeah.
Nice.
I just like your Uber driver as a friend, I'm afraid.
I'm gonna mute myself for a second here so I can stir my coffee.
Yeah, I mean, not much here. Just scrambling to get a lot done last minute. Didn't get as much done as the last couple days as I wanted to, but there was still stuff to be done.
Hi, Jody.
Hi, Jody.
Hello, Jody.
Some of you might remember Jody specifically from a certain episode of Legends by Night we did when she actually hopped in and discussed Bigfoot with us. That was a lot of fun. We're doing Urban Legends later for our Legends by Night for this stream, Jody. So if you got some experiences, let us know. Maybe we'll grab you back inside.
If she's awake.
Yeah,
we have a living mascot.
Yes.
Yes. Of course, as soon as we start the show, that's when she wants her daddy cuddles. But here we are, and she's part black screen. She's part, she kind of disappeared against the backdrop here, like the invisible cat, and eating wet for the camera.
Oh.
Right? You want to say hi to everybody?
I'm so adorable. You must pet me.
Look at that thing. Look at that face. Perfect.
Oh.
Look at
I
that.
believe I speak for everyone here when I say
I saw that on a bumper sticker. Tell your cat I said. Pss, 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 pss. So, Jenny, how are you doing? Lady?
I am good. I am here. I have scheduled 1.5 million things, and I am excited to hear everything from what we do tonight. And even Jody sent us in a video.
Sweet.
Ooh.
Jody loves kitties.
Well, she's
Yes,
very
she
easy to
just had
love.
to-
I saw this
I-
meme earlier today. It was an illustration. It was a cat reading a book that said "How to Be Annoying and Cute." I think Ori read that book. Did you read that
Yes.
book?
Yeah, I generally don't trust anybody who doesn't like kitties.
Yep.
I'm trying to do this the right way. Like, so James, how are you doing?
Doing okay. Just watching the movies we're going to be talking about here in a bit, and doing some writing. And earlier, I had to take my mom into Fremont for a couple of things, but yeah.
Gone? Ron, you've got Kitty. How are you doing?
I think Pyle's still over there trying to finish the movie that we're going to be talking about.
Dude, I
Yeah,
am
Pyle.
multitasking right now. I am listening with you guys, and I am doing this, and I'm up to the point. I don't want to spoil it, but it just looks like he went through like warp speed.
I did watch. I guess we can save it for two of the terrible, but yes, so many comments, so little time. It was a movie that I watched. That's yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting discussion because it may be one movie, but it sounds like several people have seen a different iteration of it. So
Everybody's
Yeah.
gonna have a different experience of this movie viewing, and it'll be interesting to see the differences.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have seen the full, huge, extra long length one that
giggity.
you can. Well, you got it for me
Big, huge,
years ago.
uncut.
Yes.
Wait, isn't
Wow.
it a South Park movie, big, huge, and uncut?
Bigger, longer, and uncut.
How are you doing, Pyle? Besides watching the movie that we're talking
Um,
about in 20 minutes.
Dealing with a sinus thing, so I'm glad that we're all together, but yet all separate.
I am good with not getting your sinuses. 'Cause
And I might, and I might have a few things, and I got a new toy and this and that, and yeah. Friday, don't spoil.
Didn't
So-
plan on it.
So, guys, we got some giveaways that are going to be.
Try saying that. 10
Sorry,
times fast.
what?
Say that again.
We got
think-
some giveaways that are going to be going on. I think.
Somebody control alt delete Dell here.
Here, have
Restart
some
me.
more.
I
Have
got
another
to be
drink.
plugged in and ready to go. Oh, I've got all caffeinated beverages going right now.
This is
'cause I'm-
Monster. It's got caffeine in it. I think. I mean,
Something.
among other things,
If you're new to us, this is about how things usually go. We scroll out a lot. We bullshit. We have a good time. We do normal shows, and we will be doing pretty much the majority of all our network shows that we do on our network are going to be here. And just a reminder and shout out, as always, love to the Dorkening. We are part of the Dorkening network as well. We love everyone there. Hopefully, we'll con some of them to jump on at random times if they're able. Also, shout out to, I guess, our biggest sponsor, which is our biggest two sponsors, really, which is Hell's Dungeon, Haunted Attraction, Dayton, Ohio, and Chainer's Field of Screams. In
and don't
Boston,
forget
Ohio.
Deadly Grounds. They are
Yeah,
sponsors.
well, yeah, Deadly Grounds
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
without saying. We played their video already. But thanks to Hell's Dungeon and Field of Screams, we're doing every hour on the hour giveaways thanks to these two haunts. You will have to be near the Dayton, Ohio area or be willing to travel to make use of these particular every hour prizes. But there will be plenty of other prizes for everyone, no matter where you live. Things we can send to you, email to you, stuff like that. So it's going to be a lot happening.
And as someone who has actually been to Hell's Dungeon, it's worth checking out. I highly recommend it. Very cool haunt. They're very young, but they have done so much in the short time that they've been around. I can't wait to go back. I especially want to act there, and one of these days I will. And
if only you
also,
knew the acting manager, like you should. That guy's an asshole.
Yeah, I should get in with that guy. I should get in touch with him and see about maybe coming down. Yeah, I wonder how I would do that.
Yeah, we'd love to have you though, for real, man. I get Pyle at our special events, and I absolutely love that. And I get to hang out with Pyle again for our Valentine's Day show coming up on the 13th.
You got me and 7 others.
On the 10th, rather, not the 13th. I cannot math today.
Well, he brings a pile of people.
Yeah, he does. Pyle brings a pile of people.
Well, I bought the creeper van just for that reason. To bring all the creepers.
Another thing we want to point out, we have the link, the PayPal link. We have a donation link and QR code, I think. So we are accepting donations during this 24-hour stream. Basically, every penny is going to go to keeping our lights on. It's what allows us to get awesome prize packets to give away. More on that actually coming soon as well. It helps us do a lot of things. Subscription services that we have to pay for to run the show. Every penny goes to that. So anything we raise tonight is going right back into the show immediately. And also, if you don't want to just donate for nothing, we have the Owl Light All Night T-shirts that we're going to be selling for $20 a piece plus shipping and handling. And yeah, we're also giving away 3 of these awesome shirts at different times throughout the stream.
Put me down for one.
Nice.
Remind me later, sir.
Okay.
Remind me 24 hours. Actually, no.
Right.
Maybe like 36 hours from now when I'll be awake again.
I'll remind you in 2 weeks when I get paid again.
I have got 2 separate giveaway tools going on right now. One of them is just for the haunt packages that you were told about. So if you are or going to be in the Ohio area around Valentine's Day, just type #haunt in the comments. You'll need to do it once, and it'll record it, and it'll keep doing it. It'll keep it up. It'll keep it saved. If you type it over and over, you're just typing it over and over and wasting your time. It'll also be collecting every comments for the other giveaways that we're giving. So I'll be putting those up, and yeah. And the QR code up there, if you need to scan that, that'll give you a link straight to our PayPal where you can order t-shirts and such, or just give a donation if you feel like it. And all of that, like I said, goes back into the show so that we can provide you with better quality content. And we will keep everything as transparent as possible and show you this is going for this and this is going for this. And we're buying more prizes with this so that, we can give you cooler stuff.
Yeah. A little history. Dell and I have been wanting to do a 24-hour stream for a year now. We were with another network. It didn't kind of work out. We went off on our own, got it all set up. And there were so many moving pieces. And it's also a big throwback for me for a couple of reasons. One, if you guys remember the PBS 24-hour marathons they used to have back in the day, I was the actual cameraman for the last 3 that they ever did. The last one they ever did, they actually mentioned my real name, which I'm not going to go into, on camera and everything. It was a lot of fun. And then I kind of brought that into the last network that I co-owned with my buddy Jason, also Mariah, a couple other people that have been on the show before. Oh, that's kind of where the 24-hour podcasting stream came in. And originally it was literally just me and Jason and Mariah staying up for 24 hours and trying to find things to do and talk about. So this is a lot different from any of the stuff I've done before. And getting to do this with my family means the whole fucking world to me.
Funny you should mention wanting a Mothman from Pyle there, Jody. Because, you want to hold that up real quick? What we got going on here?
So Monty.
Are we talking about a little Monty?
Yes. They're going to be, are those for the stream or are those for the Lovers Sleep Lottery?
Those are for the stream.
Okay. So there will be 5 of those that will be given out
We
during
got 5 of them.
Yep.
5.
Yep.
So you can get a Mothman.
But you're not getting my Monty.
Didn't you send me a link
You don't
about
get the
Monty
full
being on
Monty.
sale with the
I did. Monty
about that.
officially went on sale by the people that make it for me at Wicked FX. So Monty is actually officially on sale. Big Monty is $45 and Little Monty is only $5.
Link
Nice.
posted on Owlight's the Facebook page.
Very cool.
Yeah, he just sent me that, and I was like, "That's amazing." And he said, "Yep." So if anybody wants to go and get a little Mothman that they don't win on here, be more than happy to go to my friends at FX or Wicked FX, and that's how you can purchase your own if you don't win one.
So, Pyle, whose idea was the Mothman? Is that something you came up with, or is it something that they had made first? You came
was
up with
mine.
it?
It was
That's
mine.
a-
We were talking about cryptids and this and that, and he showed me a couple of things that he could work on, and it just turned out to be that. And he wanted to make sure the very first one came to me because I am the reason that they got the machine that can do the multi-material the way it does.
Oh yeah.
That's a great merchandising idea, man. That's awesome how that worked out.
And you know what? We're working on a frogman that's actually in a aquarium that looks like he's trapped and kind of aggravated and all pissed off.
That is so cool, man. That is so cool.
Oh yeah,
I love them guys over there.
You and Raz are going to that Frogman Festival in Loveland, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Tell us about that. What's up with that?
You know more about it than I do, man.
I don't.
I'm talking about Pyle knows more about it than I do.
So
I just started Frogman Festival and I was in.
So this,
of course,
this is a second year for it, and it's only held on one day. And I would have to pull up the information about it a little more, but I do believe it's in March. And I told Raz if he's not busy that day, and he told me yes, I am, and things just went a little different.
Yep, life changing.
Ah.
And
Well, we have our
honestly
very
not
own
that far from
cryptid
me.
just entered the studio.
It's like it's March 2nd from 9:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. in Loveland, Ohio.
Right. And
Speak of the
I
Frogman.
want to
there
go
he
over there. I want to go over there. You got to buy tickets for it, but you know what? I'm going to be nice. I'm going to buy me and Raz's, and we're
thank
going to
you,
go
man.
over there. Dude, I got you. I got
I wasn't
you.
expecting you to do that.
Oh, I know you don't. It just happens.
We'll do some videos for you guys too. Like we'll do some really cool videos, and it'll be really cool.
Yeah, that'd be something good to show on Legends by Night, Raz. If you
Yeah,
get some videos
exactly. That's
Yeah,
what I was
and-
thinking.
They also have a festival, I do believe, in Indiana for the beast, which is a giant turtle.
Mhm.
And
Apparently, they're going to show the Frogman movie there.
ooh,
I didn't know there was a Frogman movie.
you know what?
There's all kinds of stuff going on. With it.
There's a lot of stuff around this cryptid stuff.
Yeah.
So, Del, this is supposed to be an introduction to the shows that we're doing on our live stream. You want to give us a little more information about the shows?
If only someone had a schedule in their background.
People just joining in that are new to Owlight Network, they might not know what we're about. They want to know, okay, I see these shows. What are they about? Why would I want to watch it?
Okay, well, first off, after we get done with our little introduction here, in like 5 minutes, we are going to be doing an episode of Tomb of the Terrible. This is a movie where we watch B movies, mostly horror, and we watch them so you don't have to. We talk about them, discuss them, tell you whether it's worth watching or not. You know, if it's like just really bad or like fun bad, stuff like that. After that, we will have the Owlite Society, which is an ongoing tradition of Raz and I's that is kind of a campfire show. Everybody sits around, we get storytellers together, and we tell stories. They can be stories that we've written, stories in the public domain, anything that's allowable for us, or just randomly like how you'd sit around a campfire and tell a story from your life or a spooky story. After that, I'm going to be giving you guys a bedtime story. I'm going to read you the entirety of Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and I will be giving out a copy of the green leather-bound Canterbury collection for that.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah. After that, we're going to go into letting Raz talk about the next block because it is all about him. It's Matt's Monsters, Legend by Night, and the Raztopia special.
Yeah, so Matt's and Monsters is a show that me and my son-in-law Matt, aka Propz the Clown from Hell's Dungeon, we were big wrestling fans, so we just we did 3 episodes kind of as a trial of this last season of shows. We're bringing it back with a lot of big things and new surprises we'll be talking about during that hour block or hour and a half block, whatever we set up for it. Legends by Night is a show that me and Jenny wanted to get started. We got Pyle in on it. Other people pop in from time to time. It's if you're familiar with the old AM radio show, Coast to Coast, which is also a podcast. It's sort of our love letter to that, where each week we pick different subjects, we research a little bit about them, we talk about them. So far, episode 1 was all about cryptids. Episode 2 was glitches in the Matrix and the Mandela Effect. That was a fun one. And coming up tonight, we're going to do a big focus on urban legends, because that's a pretty fun and popular one. For the Raztopia special, we are going to be doing a riffing, which is making fun of in live time. You'll like this if you're fans of like Mystery Science Theater and riff tracks of a movie I did called The Mime that I wrote, played the main bad guy in, and did a lot of other things for. We're super excited about this one. Did I leave? Did I poof for a minute there?
Nope, you're here.
Oh, wow. My computer just did some weird. So, yeah, we're going to be talking about that. It's also a movie that's somewhat based on the Silence's Crimson book series that I'm writing. So, a lot of fun. And we'll end with the Raztopia special with the newest episode, it's been a while, of Owlite Radio. So, that's super exciting and lots of fun. And we're looking forward to that. And then I think we're going to do a padded cell after that to kind of breathe and, see who's still awake.
Sync time back up together.
Yeah.
See how far we've drifted.
And Padded Cell, for those of you that don't know, is our fuck around show where we just talk a lot about absolutely nothing and enjoy it.
It's a show about nothing where we talk about everything.
Yes.
Going on after that, we are going to have a clutch with Grant Hinton, who is from the future. He lives in Australia. He's an author we've wanted to have on for a while. Raz and I have known him for a couple of years. He's great. He's got a bunch of stuff out right now. And there's going to be giveaways of he's giving away a link thing he has for some e-copies for all of his books. So be sure you tune in then, because it's a big package of books. And Grant is just amazing. He's a British expatriate in Perth, Australia, running an Irish pub and also writing. And we're just super excited to have him on. After that, we're going to have an Unprinted Pages and a Corpse Garden Chronicles. And Jenny, those are your shows. Tell us about who we've got coming on and how those work. Oh, and Joshua's behind the...
Jeremy Brundage is fixing to have a book come out, and we are going to have him on the show. Amber Holt has many books out, and I've been waiting for a year to get her or one of her for either of her pen names on the show. JD Astra, she has books under that name as well. She is a great author. I have not yet the joy to read Jeremy Brundage's, but I am looking forward to seeing the map he's sending and finding about the new fandom I'm jumping into. And then in Corpse Garden Chronicles, we are going to read some Serena Mossgrave's books. We are not books, but stories, short stories. And then we are going to do Pip and A Pup is Brave, I think is the second book. Pip the Pup, Dante's favorite series of books. And we are also going to do Lincoln's Halloween Adventure as well, because we are going to have an Illuminated Owlite Society / Corpse Garden Chronicles, so we can get the 2 kids' books and a couple more of the Serena Mossgrave stories that we love. And then I have no idea what we are going to talk about in Ask Dr. Slasher, but I figure
that would be me.
Dr. Slasher. We'll have to change his name from Dr. Claw to Slasher at some point.
Yeah. I keep forgetting that's on there still. I got my D&D stuff up last night. So Ask Dr. Slasher, it's supposed to be Ask Raz, but I changed it because, I'm working on my doctorate here soon. So, and I'm jumping the gun a little bit. Back in the day, Ren and Stimpy used to do this awesome thing, especially in their comics, called Ask Dr. Stupid, where you could ask Stimpy, as his scientist doctor character, literally any question in the world you wanted, and he would answer it in the oddest way possible. I've been doing it at Ask Raz on and off for like 7 or 8 years now, and it's a lot of fun. So if you're awake around that time and you want to know all the secrets and mysteries of the universe, the world around you, or any normal questions, just ask me and I will answer you immediately. There will be no preparation time between questions. You will ask and I will just immediately answer it. So that should be a lot of fun.
You can send questions ahead if you would like, and we will try to get them ready for you.
Yes.
Quick disclaimer.
I'm submitting so many.
This is where Raz does his impersonation of the Magic 8 Ball.
Yes.
Yes. Neither the Owlite nor the Dorkening are held responsible if you try to actually use any of the advice that Raz gives you.
There's our liability disclaimer.
It's not advice.
Or answers. We do not try this at home, children.
Yes.
It's yeah. Well, I guess you have to try it from home because we're streaming. You could go to McDonald's and do it or something. I don't know.
I'll be careful.
The more you know.
All right, and
I'm still a man child.
and welcome, by the way.
There's that awkward sound
Yes.
effect.
Yes, welcome, Tom.
Wait,
How's it going?
Wait,
Hi,
Yes.
did you ask for the
Oh,
awkward
I'm
sound?
doing
Yeah. There we go.
And I will be playing around with more buttons on my board later on because I still don't know what they'll do.
In other words, Raz will be pushing buttons today.
Yes, random
All I hear is, ooh, what does this button do?
the red, shiny, candy-like history eraser button. Can Stimpy hold out?
Tell us more about the Owlite picture show.
The late night.
Tell us more about the
Owlite
Owlite picture
show.
yes, that is something new.
Yeah, that is an
Yes.
all-new show we're doing. Set up similar to the Clutch of Personalities, aka the Clutch, which you did not explain earlier. So typically, what OLPS is going to be and what Clutch is an interview show. But unlike the Clutch, which is geared towards like storytellers, comic books, and like books, this is going to be geared towards all levels of television and film. For this first episode, our episode 0. We're going to talk a lot about what film and like, TV, like what it means to us, how it has affected us kind of growing up and what it means. And we're working on guests for that show right now. So if you're a filmmaker or someone that works in television or someone that just, wants something mentioned from those things and wants to talk about it with us, let us know. You can send that information in. But yeah, all new, brand new show you'll see for the first time here.
Nice.
So what you're saying is it's like the padded cells. Once you're in, you can't leave. You have to stay for all of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we're not a cult.
And sorry if I keep going off. I'm trying to organize other things that we need to get while this is all going on. Did you want me to explain the Clutch again? Or
Yeah. Please do that. 'Cause that's the only one we didn't actually explain what it was.
okay, what the Clutch of Personalities is we grabbed all these wonderful authors and storytellers into a nest full of eggs, and they are all our golden eggs. And I, as the crow, swoop down and I get to get the golden egg. And so I get on my authors or my storytellers of whatever sort that we have, sit down, interview them, talk about what they have going on, talk about what they've done in the past, and promote the hell out of them and give you guys free stuff. So that's it. You get free stuff from authors and you get to talk to them, ask them any questions that you might have. And really that's it. That's what we got going on. So
That sounds fun.
yeah. And we got Grant from Australia, who's 16 hours away from us.
I want to say how excited I am to have Grant, though. Like, you and I have actually each read our story in the collective we've done with him. It was the arcade.
Arcade, yeah.
Yeah, we did an arcade collective with him and some of other friends of ours. So, like, I'm actually in a book with him that was about a collective about a town called Serenity Falls. The sequel to it, which got put out into a book, I actually did a story in there with Grant. So I love that man. I haven't talked to him in a bit, so I cannot be more excited to get a chance when I'm mostly asleep to.
And He's got a great voice too. We always be like, we had a different campfire show on a Discord server that we were on. Be like, Grant, are you reading tonight? Is Grant reading? Yeah.
It was me, Grant, and Ben were the big requests because Ben sounds a lot like Casey Kasem, like a stupid amount like Casey Kasem.
Well, and Mob.
Oh yeah.
This is a long distance dedication.
You know, we're only 2 people away from the Brady Bunch. I'm just gonna go ahead and throw that out there.
Oh,
I know, right?
We'll do Hollywood Squares here.
So who's going to
will
be
tell
Ambi
you,
Davis?
Hollywood Squares.
Okay,
Casey
so
Kasem was the original voice for Shaggy.
Yeah.
Okay, so-
Gotta meet him.
I'm Casey Kasem.
Boys and girls, guess what time it is?
It's about that time.
So here we go.
here we go.
Oh,
No. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bang.
Over to you.
Wow. Hello, everybody.
I have a question.
And now it's
I have a
time for the
question.
Tomb of the Terrible.
I have a question.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The intro says if we have to watch
yes.
them, so do you. But our whole point is we watch them so you don't have to. Isn't that kind of countermanded?
No, because they're still having to hear about them, whether they wanted to or not. Because
Yeah, but they don't have to watch them.
They watch us talk about them, and then sometimes they see clips or photos. So with these kind of movies, just hearing someone talk about them sometimes is bad enough.
Yeah, I
Yes.
heard Dell got some screenshots, but they were so graphic that the streaming app blacked them out. They censored them. So
Yeah.
that's
you
how bad
guys-
this movie is.
And if you just joined us,
Ron,
don't
your
forget to
timing is
put in-
impeccable.
Don't forget to put hashtag haunt if you're willing to travel to Dayton, Ohio, or living nearby to win your every pair of tickets on the hour and a special prize from Fill the Screams. We will be doing the first one in 23 minutes. Over to
So
you.
first off, I do want to say
Or Pyle.
I
Okay.
finally got it finished.
So,
All right. Uncle Necro, give us an
Are
intro.
we
Tell us
ready?
what you want to say. Yes, get this show rolling. We're all a little giddy.
Tomb of the Terrible.
so-
Tomb of the Terrible. We're watching a movie. Do we have all of our questions out and answered now? Okay.
Probably not, but
All
this is
right.
a 24-hour stream, so it's going to
Everything's
happen.
watched. Everything's good. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, tonight's movie is Death Machine. Tonight's movie is Death Machine. It's a movie that stars Dell's boyfriend and came out in 1994. And I'm going to read from the back of the VHS box copy of it because that's much more awesome than what we found online here. The year is 2003. Shank Industries, ruthless world leaders in future weapons technology, hires a chief executive, Hayden Cale. Excuse me for a minute. I just got... God, dang it.
Technical difficulties.
Well, this is going
Please stand
well.
by.
It's going fantastic.
Cale soon uncovers a secret and unethical weapons project the company is involved in. Her first order of business is to shut it down. Her troubles just begin as she also tries to fire the company technical mastermind, Jack Dante, a childlike psychotic with a dark genius for exotic weapons design. Dante retaliates by unleashing into the corporate headquarters the Death Machine, the ultimate killing unit, a weapon that tracks its target by sensing fear and has the power to rip through walls with its hard steel strength and razor teeth. Joined by two unlikely allies, Cale must wage a desperate, bloody battle with the terrifying force that has no mercy, no pity, and no fear. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a movie that It's like if Ridley Scott, James Cameron, and Paul Verhoeven got drunk and high one night and then made a movie.
And
That is
considering
my
that one of the
my
characters'
my
name
brief
is
assessment.
I would agree with that after watching it just now.
Yes.
Okay,
Did you
so
finish
So
the
it's all
movie,
fresh
Pyle?
in your.
I did. I just finished it.
So I would like to point out that this movie has been banned in, depending upon where you look, somewhere between 4 and 9 different countries. There are at least 4 different versions of the movie. There's an 111-minute version, which is the director's cut, a 128-minute version, 2 different 85 one version of 85 minutes and 199. And I believe the only, when I was looking through different things, and it's interesting because in some movies you'll cut out little things. There's one of them has an extra 15 minutes of really not necessary stuff in the beginning. There are huge plot points that are completely removed if you don't get certain versions of the movie. And I think that, Ron, you got probably the best version of the movie.
I got a 2 hour and 2 minute version, but I'm still looking for the Snyder cut that has all 4 hours of it, that completely uncensored.
Yeah, it's sad because I've seen 3 different versions of this now, and I was like watching through, and I found the longest one I could, and I was like, oh, shit, it's not bad. And I was surprised at some of the things they cut out because it isn't all the stuff that it was banned for. This is a movie about Brad Dourif having a really good time running around being a complete and utter fucking maniac, and everybody else just trying to keep up.
Now, just a point of clarification: is this the same Brad Dourif that was in the movie Blade with Wesley Snipes, played the head of the vampires?
No, that's Steven Dorff.
Steven
No.
Dorff. Okay.
Brad Dourif, his first film credit was as Billy in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He was also,
Okay.
what was his part in Lord of the Rings?
Chucky.
Oh, crap.
He's Chucky.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, he's the voice of Chucky. Yeah, if that helps. Charles Lee Ray. He's everywhere. He's done a lot of stuff.
Everywhere. He's everywhere.
Did you know
Everywhere. I
Chucky
mean,
texts me? He sends me texts randomly because when they did the TV show, they came out with a whole show and everything. They have a thing where you can sign up, and he will randomly cuss you out and send you a picture of his middle finger in texts. And it's been going on for months, and it's still happening. I still randomly get texts from Chucky. It's awesome.
Nice.
Wow.
So, as Ron was saying, there was I took screenshots, lots of screenshots, and apparently the service I was watching it on does not allow you to take screenshots. So I got all these screenshots, like 20 some of them. I was going to show them all, but I was trying to get like different angles, and compile them. Not happening. They were all blacked out. But this right here is Brad Dourif in his lair. He plays Jack Dante, this evil scientist who's been mad scientist, engineer kind of thing, hacker extraordinaire, who we find out when they're looking up his psychiatric history and his company profile. He has been put on counts of homicide, sexual assault, all sorts of different things. He's rated as a dangerous psychotic. They recommend him for immediate promotion. This is the way that Shank Industries works. And also,
typical job.
Yeah. And because it's so hard to see throughout the movie, I figured I'd show you this. This is what
There you go.
the War Beast actually looks like.
Ooh.
Sometimes
That's
some
cool.
blades, sometimes some blades come spinning out of him, but this thing is huge, and it is made of like vibranium or something.
Vibranium.
Because
Bulletproof, explosion proof.
it shoots out fire. It lives through anything, man. And
Yeah.
And
that thing was like the old school Nokia phones. You couldn't destroy them.
Yep.
Oh, it's a little like a
But
90s
I think
Nokia.
Considering
I
that
think-
the Nokia phones
I
probably
think-
weren't even around when this movie was out.
So anyway, I think that during this movie, the way that they used the footage of the war beast itself was rather effective, because it was more of a minimalist thing, like Ridley Scott kind of did with the first Alien movie, because you didn't really
Yeah.
see all of them; you just saw parts of them.
And I thought it was
Okay.
when you say aliens, it reminded me of a cross between an alien and a cat. When you could see it, it would like do these kind of weird little things with its long fingers and get right in the face of people.
Battle Cat, man. It's literally
Right.
a xenomorph battle cat. I mean,
There you go.
Yeah. And I just want to show that the two that actually live, these are our eco-terrorists. And there's one other guy, I couldn't get a picture of him, but they just crack me up, guys.
I'm pretty sure those die.
What?
I'm pretty sure those two die.
Yeah.
You said those two lived?
No, the
Oh,
guy
well,
with
who
the red
did-
on his face,
They totally
he
died.
but the other one lived.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other one died. The first one died right off the bat. He started off playing guitar, and you know what happens to guitar players.
Excuse me?
Well, yeah.
Wait, now what?
No, he was the first one to die.
No,
I couldn't find one with it. I had pictures of him, but I couldn't find one when I was going through this just now.
I'm
James.
pretty sure that the guy in the mecha suit. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
But the guy in
yeah.
the mecha suit does. Yeah, the Californian. Let's just say the surfer dude. But at the end, he fights, but then he's knocked down and he doesn't get up. I was under the impression that he actually dies. And at the end, spoilers, she does that badass thing where she gets up and just leaves.
Yeah, it's just
That's different than the version that I watched, because in the 2-hour version that I watched,
Okay.
he's there at the end with her. It's
Mhm.
the
Yeah.
one with the red on his face that has
Okay.
the whole Japanese motif thing going on. He actually dies. He
That's
basically
Yeah.
different versions that we're
sacrifices
watching
himself.
too, though. Yeah.
Yutani, and who has the best freaking this is one of the best lines ever. This is the gal that he's helping right before
She
they
did.
get ready to launch into the war beast. Sure you can. And they just go nuts on him. So these are the kind of weapons that they're like carrying around freaking rail guns,
And
and
Yutani
does
is-
nothing.
that's also an Aliens reference. Yutani.
Yep. Let's see. What do we have? There's
Alien Yutani.
Jack, Scott Ridley, John Carpenter, Yutani from Sam Raimi.
Mhm.
Raimi was the leader of the.
These are the characters' names, by the way.
Yeah.
Named
Yeah.
after obviously famous people, if you don't know.
And what was the other one? Yutani. He was the one with the red on his face.
Yeah, yeah.
You've got red on you.
Now, I'm told there is a dream sequence that my version didn't have.
It involves
Yes.
this.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Okay.
I found
Could
the
you
clitoris.
expound on that?
Yes. Okay. So
Sorry.
Wow.
there are a couple of different, like I said, there's
And
a
it's
couple of different
named Hal.
sequences. And Eli Poget's character, Hayden Kale, what we miss from her, if you don't have it, it's a whole separate storyline going through where as they're being chased through they have implants, by the way, that lets people know where they are in the building, the people who work there. So once all this stuff starts going on and the terrorists break in, and people are just getting killed right and left, and Jack's just running around being Brad Dourif and having fun and killing people. And he can track them, and so he's like popping up screens, and he starts talking to them in the different rooms they're in. And he's like, oh, there's like, was this, we're going to have an Oprah show. Is this how you felt when your husband left you because of what you did? And towards the very probably first 20 minutes, when she's at home, she's having a dream, and Ron, you got to see it most freshly. So
Yes, the story. I'm not sure if everybody got this part, but the story is that well, first off, he brings some incriminating evidence against her that she was in a nudie magazine. First off, I don't know if what that has anything to do with it, other than the fact that it basically sets up Dante's need to want to have relations with her. I think is how he put it.
yes, interface.
Interface, yes. He wanted to interface with her. She had a child. She was bathing her child in the sink, as you do, I guess. I don't know, you know. And for whatever reason, the child turned on the garbage disposal and got its arm caught in the garbage disposal in the drain, and the child lost its arm. And there's a whole sequence where it shows in her dream that the teddy bear is falling down the drain. And I'm thinking, this must be a big ass drain, garbage disposal, one to fit a freaking teddy bear down it. But I mean, normally kitchen sink garbage disposals, I mean, they're not that big, right? So I don't know how a child's arm could fit down it, but hey, what do I know?
It's the prequel to the Garbage Pail Kids.
I guess so.
It's a dream sequence. So
yeah, I mean, it's a dream sequence. So it could just be symbolic of her losing her child in that way. They did not actually say whether or not the child lives or dies, just that it lost an arm.
And the child dies.
Yeah. And he's basically holding this information against her, kind of like sort of a blackmail to get her to sleep with him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him because, I mean, let's face it, he's psychotic. He looks kind of greasy. Probably hadn't showered in a while. He's been in his lab for God knows how long, which is basically underground. So, yeah, motivations.
Yeah.
And go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that most people don't really realize, especially when they're born past the point that in the early to mid 90s, garbage disposals didn't mess around. They were like portals to different dimensions. It happened all the time. So yeah, it's very possible that a teddy bear or a small child can fit into one of those.
Like Jenny says, did we choose the right dimension? I mean, if you saw the picture of the garbage disposal that Dale just popped up, man, it does look like a portal.
Oh, that was supposed to be the garbage disposal.
Yeah, it's kind of a garbage disposal combination womb attempt sort of thing. So it's.
So my comment was right on.
There's a bit where there's a lot of dialogue that's left out because if you don't have that scene in, there's no reason for him to bring up her husband leaving her. There's a scene later on where they're talking about it, and it backs back and forth between at the very beginning, because Trank Corporations was found to be doing all these illegal experimentations and stuff, where they're chanting child killer, child killer, child killer at her as she's walking inside, and somebody actually punches her in the face. And so it splices those two things together. And then he gets really creepy in some of the dialogue with her, and he's just like, "I'll be your baby," and stuff. And so that's left out of some of them, and some of those part of the dialogue is left in, but you don't know what he's referencing. It's just kind of like, "Wow, you're just really creepy." So, and speaking of creepy, this is Scott Ridley. AKA Richard Brake, who he doesn't really have a great part in this movie, unfortunately.
He gets fairly early, spoiler alert.
Yeah. He does kind of okay, but otherwise
they probably ran out of budget for him, and that's probably
otherwise
why.
Yeah.
Were you guys aware that Porkins was in this movie?
Porkins?
The guy from Star Wars that was battling in the Death Star.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The guy.
Oh, John Carpenter? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have a picture of him, but I can't find one.
Oh, what Ho Ho? What was his? What do they call him?
Oh, yeah.
That's,
Hold on. Oh, hold on. I got a great one of him. I'll get
Debbie.
it up here in a second.
Yeah, that was Porkins.
Nice.
What,
All right.
What do they call him, Pyle? What did he say? Ho Ho something?
Yeah, he calls him
Oh,
Hobo.
dude.
Waiting.
I can't remember now. I went through the entire movie as quick as I could.
Better a
and
ho-ho than a ding-dong.
anytime you were going down a hallway, I would skip it 10 seconds.
Okay,
Still
I've got to
going down that same hallway. Skip.
And we're walking, just like in Wonderland.
And you know what? The one thing I will say, my favorite thing was the Rock'em Sock'em robot scene.
That's my favorite picture of him.
There
There
we
we
go.
go.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So that's how
Ho-Ho.
the thing kills people. They're in an elevator.
Oh, yeah.
And we have officially, with all of our pictures for this, hit 100 pictures on our brand. So I have to start
Yay.
taking these down. Not yay. I've put out a room.
Yeah, we haven't cleaned that up in a bit. I did clean some of it up the other day, but I think it was like a bunch of extraneous videos that I had on there that I pulled off.
Yeah. So
Jenny,
those are-
Tom, we haven't heard from you on what your thoughts on the movie.
Honestly, I have not seen this movie. I tried looking all over for it, but then I Googled it just now and where I can watch it, and I didn't get the opportunity to watch it.
It's all good, man.
it's okay because
I'm-
you're finding out which one to
That's okay.
watch.
I'm a bad person.
Yes, you
I
are.
was a bad
but we can help
person
you.
until-
I'm co- But look at it this way.
Yeah.
I can be educated
actually
about this
squeaked
movie, and then I can watch it for myself, and then I can tell you guys what I thought about the movie in the in the chat.
Yeah,
There
definitely.
you go.
Jenny and Josh.
Jenny and
Yeah,
Josh?
you got it.
You
What'd you
start.
think?
For when it was made, it wasn't bad. It wasn't that bad. It looks like it was the main reason why it ain't as well known of a movie is for the fact there was a lot of different movies that came out around that time that overshadowed it.
That's true.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I totally agree. The
No, go ahead, man.
Jenny.
Jenny?
Speak
Jenny?
your mind, Jenny.
Jenny.
Okay.
It's Friday, Jenny.
Friday.
Done.
That was okay. I think so far I didn't hate the movie. I enjoyed parts of it, and some of it.
I did.
That's like
I want to go on. I want to go
I
on record to
played-
say I did not hate it.
well.
I think I should definitely.
But I did
rewatch
not
it later.
like it.
I missed parts of it because I was trying to schedule things.
It sounds like. Actually, I think a lot of us miss part of it just by watching different versions of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
From what I'm
I found out
understanding.
parts I don't have.
So
I mean, having a portal that is a garbage disposal. I mean, the only time I've ever seen somebody teleported from a garbage disposal is straight to the ER.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
the version we had
But,
was the hour and a half one.
Okay, quick round. How many people got to see?
but
Yeah, I think James is on a little bit of a lag too, so it's kind of hard for him to break in. We're gonna give you the floor. We do have to do our first giveaway at 8. Do you want the floor before or after that, sir?
after.
Okay, cool. Because I want to give you the chance to do how you normally talk about. So there's a lot of people, and the lag definitely makes it hard to break in. I think a couple of us have a little bit of it's like about a 2 to 3 second lag, so that makes it a little difficult sometimes. So if you haven't gotten your hashtag haunt in there, do so now. We're about to do the drawing here shortly.
The one thing I wanted to ask out of everybody here with the different versions we've seen how many people got to see when the eco terrorists or whatever take everybody's guns and disarm everybody? How many people got to see Brad Dourif have like 15 different weapons and a rubber chicken taken off of him?
I did.
Yep.
I did. That was
Okay,
one of the
the hour-
best things in the movie, actually.
I don't know if I don't remember the rubber chicken being there, but
It was
yeah,
the
I
very
saw the
last
scene
thing
where
he
they're
pulled
pulling
out
like
of his jacket.
6, 7, 8 different guns off of him.
Yeah, in the hour and 57-minute version, that is not in there. They take like 2 guns off of him and it's done.
All right,
They
it
did
is-
And
set
it's
it up
sad.
though, because
Everybody,
there is
it
a
is the
scene that
hour
appears
on the
earlier in
hour.
movie where he has the rubber chicken.
Okay, it is the hour on the hour. We don't currently have any hashtags.
I'll be right back,
for the
guys.
we don't currently have any hashtags for the haunt yet for the giveaway, but we
But
are
I'll put one
still
in there,
playing
Raz,
the
just so you know.
video for the event. So give me 1 second, and I will get that right up. This is the event that's going to go on the day that the tickets are for. And
I'll
here we
put
go.
one in there, Raz. Nice.
So yeah,
Nice.
that is the.
I've already
Bleeding
got this thing going.
That is the Bleeding Hearts event. Like I said, we didn't get any for this round. No big deal. We're going to be doing this every hour on the hour. So make sure you tell your family and friends. And again, remember, there's a ticker at the bottom that tells you how to enter. Just in the comments, hashtag haunt. You only have to do it once, and you'll be there for the whole 24 hours.
Yep. Okay, back
Okay.
to you, James.
Well, what I was going to point out is this seems to be one of those movies that in the 90s, they were still considering a lot of computer stuff to be magic. Like, if you remember the movie Hackers,
Right.
and what
Yes.
they pretty much this movie, I was just greatly amused by, there, like when the screen would come on, they would go, "Boop," you hear that sound, and then near the end when they're trying to get into another section and they swipe the card, suddenly there's a smiley face on the screen that says welcome,
Right.
and that seemed kind of pointless, but even typing in the commands into the screen, into the computer to do stuff, that's not normal MS-DOS. I know that because I'm that kind of old. So anybody who knows their computer stuff might be either greatly amused or greatly annoyed by this movie as well.
Yeah, but it is fun because
Good grief, how-
when we see this guy running around, that shows. I tried to capture it and I couldn't. It has time thing. I thought you'd stopped. But it does do a video game thing, like it's searching and dun, 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 dun.
It's
Right.
very Doom.
Sees
Very
it like
Doom.
heat. It, instead of being attracted to heat signatures, which
Right.
does register, it is pheromone based technology, so it traces your fear, and it'll like dun, 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 target acquired.
So I totally did not catch the pheromone because in the one scene it had two markings, and it knew which one to go to, and it was just absolutely just trying to figure out how this thing was operating.
Well,
I did not catch that part.
yeah, and the Hardman project, which was the one that they got busted for, was a mech suit basically that
Right.
people would put on, and it would wipe your brain, program you like the fucking Matrix to know everything about combat and weaponry and all this stuff, but it would wipe your brain. And they put the one guy in it, guy here on the left,
Raimi.
and Yeah, Sam Raimi, and they have a disc that they store his consciousness on, and but when he's in that, he has no fear. So they're like, okay, we can send him out because there's no fear, and he can hunt him down. And they superpowered and big guns and punches things and walks and stomps and be quiet, follow me, you shall come here. If this area is clear and stuff.
I thought it was so completely ludicrous. It was so funny that when he's in the mech suit and he's got the prime directive, everything he says is shouted. It's like it's absolutely no reason for it whatsoever. It's like you're supposed to be quiet, you're supposed to be stealthy, but everything you say is shouted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun because they have a final thing where most of them melt down, and that's part of the problem. And they're getting towards the end of the movie, and he's melting down as it's gonna short circuit him and stuff. And she sticks the disc in real quick to the headset that he's wearing, and it's like within 2 seconds he's, what the fuck's going on? Because last he knew he was up in a room on like the 46th floor or something like that, and now he's outside in the rain and at the bottom. It's just it's crazy.
And they do the one-liner when they first put him into the mech suit. They do the one-liner. He says, "I've got something to say. I'll be back."
So I want to make sure we're getting back to James on this.
Okay.
Back to you, sir.
Did we have any reviews or anything we wanted?
Oh, back to me. Oh.
Yes. Sorry,
we do. However, I do want to point out. Well, one thing I really wanted to point out was, being a big Trekkie as I am, there was one moment that made me like pause the movie and just start shouting obscenities. And that was near the end when she is asked, "Why did you do this?" And she answered with, and I quote, "The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few."
Yeah.
Okay. I was fine with the Terminator 2 reference. But come on, this is just hack writing now. Okay.
Well, and it even pisses off Jack because he's just like, "That's stupid. You're making me kill you for stupid reasons."
What fun reason?
Yes.
So
I do have.
That's not hack writing, man. That's
reviews.
genius writing because they played off of that.
All right, James has got some reviews.
Anyway, I have 5-star reviews here.
Oh, lovely.
And first one is Shock Theater. The close-ups on their faces is way more shocking than the plot. The plot eventually becomes clear near the end of the slow developing parade of bad habits and piano banging on every second word spoken. The thought of a computer programmer having blackmailed himself into running the company is laughable. In reality, they are all downtrodden cogs sleeping in basements. Waste of time. Avoid this movie. Why did you put it out on this 5-star then? I don't understand.
I don't know, but that's a great
next
review.
one. Woo.
Woo?
Yeah. Woo. God, that turned me on.
Del,
right?
That must have been Del.
If you're a fan of Brad Dourif. Especially if you're a fan of Brad Dourif or enjoy cheesy, over-the-top action flicks. Go ahead.
There's a scene where he is going through and showing her some, like he goes to show her porn magazine because he's obsessed with porn, and he's like, "I know I saw you somewhere." He throws her a gun, like, "Hold this for me real quick," while he's digging through his pockets. And finally she gets upset and pulls the gun on him, and he's just like, "Oh, that really turned me on." So that's what that reference is from. Sorry.
Yes.
I've kind of memorized every track down to the line.
So you did write this. Brad is completely bonkers. Yet weirdly endearing as Jack Dante, one of my favorite performances of his. Lots of action, shooting, explosions, and actors yelling unnecessarily. Don't expect a cinematic masterpiece, but it is enjoyable, and Brad is a delight. Originally titled my review Holy Donuts, Yeah. Let's see. A deadly good set. This Death Machine set is amazing. I definitely recommend it to fans. Nice to finally see the director's cut of Death Machine. The added soundtrack is a plus. Nice picture and sound, but very few extras. Blows away the old USA DVD. Not so much about the movie, I guess. And that would be it.
I mean, I quite enjoyed the officer freeze, and then all of a sudden one part falls, and then he goes, and then the next part falls, and he goes and turns again, and then everybody's just looking up like, here she comes.
Yeah. I would love to get the reason why that police officer just acted the way he did. Like, hello, stop, freeze! I will put a bullet in your head. You know, just
that.
He's William
Honestly,
Shatner's cousin.
I feel like that right there was maybe perhaps the worst of the acting in this.
Yeah.
Just him. I mean, everybody else did a really nice job. There were some that were just really out there, and I think that was the way the character was. But there was some that was trying to be fluent through the entire thing, but that officer just seemed like he was really spaced out when he was doing his part.
For clarity,
No, I think all of the acting for the most part, was very over the top. Brad Dourif being the most over the top, but man, he was having a good time with that role. So, and I think it's because it's over the top that it's such a cool character. But that cop was just like so one-dimensional. Dude.
We skipped one thing. Speaking of over the top, I believe this is in all of them, but apparently joints in the future are designed to waste as much weed as possible. Oh,
yeah, they're not like my lovely well-packaged cones at all.
That's what you end up looking like if you smoke a joint in the future.
Yeah, did I get
well,
it?
2003, which I mean, I guess 20 years ago in the future.
Yeah, they start off and they're like planning the thing, and they're like, "This is my joint. Here, have a joint."
Okay, so
you have a joint made up of joints.
That does joint origami. No joke. He gets the roll-out papers that you cut off wherever you want in different lengths, and he does origami. I've actually smoked a pirate ship where the sails would catch on fire and different like pieces would smoke and would come to the mouthpiece. So that is not far off from some things that I saw him make out of origami to smoke. Like on the right, the pipe thing you guys got.
Man.
I smoked what's called the pitchfork, which is the long piece in the middle and the tines off the edges. But that giant pregnant ass whatever pouch
Dude,
of
the
weed
one on the left looks like a corn dog wrapped in paper.
It does. It's sad.
Please tell me that pirate ship joint was called the Jolly Roger. Please.
I don't remember what he called it.
Damn.
So
that's like comedic. That's like gold right there.
Final thoughts.
Final thoughts.
Do we have any final thoughts? We'll start with Friday over here.
So much more fun than Lamageddon. I like some of the overtop parts. Brad Dourif's was my favorite part of the whole movie.
Joshua?
Okay.
Josh.
Oh, wait.
Moving on.
Are we rating it too?
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we doing the ratings or just final thoughts?
Okay, if I'm doing the rating, I'd give it about
final thoughts, ratings.
7 chainsaws.
Okay.
I actually really enjoyed the movie. The over-the-top acting was had its own weird appeal to it. It's hard to describe, but all in all, I actually really enjoyed it. I'd probably give it
okay
about 9 killer puppies.
9 killer puppies.
9 killer puppies.
I mean, the thing looked like a dog. So
Battle Cat,
had like a
That thing
demon
looks
dog look to it.
so unbalanced.
Yeah, it does.
Like throughout the movie, I was like trying to get a grasp on how it looked and this and that. Now seeing that picture, I was just, how the hell is that thing walking without its hands
Got
going
those
down?
tiny, stubby back legs and those huge ass arms.
It's like a T-Rex in metal.
Pyle's going to build one for Field of Screams this season.
Reverse T-Rex.
There is one scene in the movie. I don't know if it's in the shorter versions, but there is one scene in the movie where it's falling down the elevator shaft, and you do see a full body version of it where it's stretched out.
Yeah, some of those pieces come out and help to balance it. It's set so that it can go in for anything.
So,
my review of the movie is that I love this
Yeah.
movie. It is one of my favorite movies to watch, but it depends on which version of the movie. I was like, the hour and 57-minute one, I'm gonna give like a 6.5 because it cut out so much stuff. If you can get the super long one, totally 9 stars. It's just so much fun to watch Brad Dourif running around having a good time, the just absolute insanity that's going on, and then seeing the like, we're the good guys, and those guys it's just a shit show from when they enter for the rest of the thing. But yeah, I'm gonna give it 9 war beasts out of 10 if you get the good one, but you have to hunt for it. So now hunt for the right version of this movie.
Indeed.
And I recommend it to
All right.
everyone.
Pyle.
So
Pyle.
I will be honest. I rushed the movie. It's a movie I think it would be really well for me to rewatch it. And my honest opinion of it looked like it was really well constructed, and I kind of missed out on some of the plots. I wish I got to see the portal of the garbage disposal. It's not something that me and Raven will sit down like Monstered, that she's watched 2 more times. But I would say I would probably give it a 6 out of 10 right now.
Okay. So, Dr. Slasher.
So, oh hey, my name changed. Yeah, man, like, this is one I saw back in the day, like the normal shorter version, like everyone else. I have seen the extended version way more times. I think I've only seen the original, like the short version, that one time, like when I was a kid. But I've seen the extended like I think 8 times now. It's a great movie. It was mentioned that for the time it came out, it got overshadowed by a lot of other movies, which is true. It's movies that I probably have a lot more nostalgia, love for. But for what this is, for the script that they had, for all the behind the scenes issues that were prevalent on the film that plagued the making of it, and just everything that was going on, I'm gonna give it a solid 6 tires. 6 what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. 6 Robert the tires.
Robert the tires.
Yes, the rubber.
Where the rubber hits the road.
All right. Ron.
Oh, wow. When I first started watching this movie, I was not sure how I felt or if I even wanted to continue watching this movie because I thought the acting was so bad and I didn't know where it was going. But then I realized in my feeble little mind that this movie has Hudson Hawk syndrome. And if you've ever seen the movie Hudson Hawk, then you know what I'm talking about. It's a movie with Bruce Willis and Danny Aiello. I firmly believe, I do not know this for certain, but I firmly believe that the people that created Hudson Hawk, they started out trying to make a good, serious heist movie. And at some point they realized that the movie was so ridiculously bad, so horrible, and just going off the rails so quickly that they said, well, fuck it, we'll lean into it. And they started trying to make the movie as purposefully bad as possible to make it so freaking campy that it turns out to be a great fucking movie. And I feel like that's the same thing with Death Machine, where they tried to keep it on the rails a little bit, but the acting was so over the top and everything was so far-fetched and overdone that they went, okay, well, we'll just lean into it and we're just going to go with it. And
I don't know, man. I loved Hudson Hawk a lot.
Yeah.
Remember, Hudson Hawk had its own NES game. Death Machine didn't. So I'm just
there
going
you
to say
go.
that.
I mean, well, it's Bruce Willis versus Brad Dourif, and who's the bigger actor, but that's a different story. Anyway, because once I realized that it had Hudson Hawk syndrome, this is my own phrasing. I made it up. You can use it if you want. I really did the same thing. I leaned into the movie and I really enjoyed it. I actually did. By the time I got to the end of it, I was like, all right, that was pretty cool. I'd actually watch that again. So because of that, I'm going to give it a very high rating of one gigantic fucking garbage disposal. Because I think that's appropriate and fitting.
Okay.
The womb-like garbage.
Okay, Tom Dog. I know you haven't watched the movie, but have we talked you into actually going out and seeing it?
Oh yeah, I'm actually gonna watch it, and I actually found it on the Roku network. So
yeah, that's the
when
abbreviated version. It doesn't have all of the extra cutscenes in it and everything.
but I'll still watch it anyways. Because they said that they had because when I googled the movie, they said that I could watch it on Vudu for free, but they don't have a free section anymore. So instead of renting it for $3.99, which I don't even have, I'm just gonna watch it on the Roku network and see what watch it the way it is, because with the extended cut, I think it will be worth watching. So, but right now my rating on this will be is inconclusive until I actually watch the movie.
I will say, if anybody has a Fire Stick, you can sideload the Cinema Pro app, and you can find it on there as the 2-hour version. That's what I did.
Oh, okay.
I pay for the app, so it's free without ads and all of that stuff. But, yeah, you can sideload the Cinema app, and you'll probably get ads, but it's worth a watch.
Yes, the Plex version is abbreviated.
As far as I go, I saw it on the Roku network, and I've seen the longer cut. I believe it's the one that I sent you, Del, years ago, if I remember correctly. But I would definitely give this, believe it or not, a 7 out of 10. Holy donuts. Simply because this hit the right sweet spot of cheesy yet entertaining and fun. That's really all I can say. Brad Dourif is just delightful. I believe he based his character on maybe Looney Tunes, because there was one part where he goes full Donald Daffy Duck.
Sylvester.
The whole thing with it. Yeah. Sylvester, I guess. But
in
any case, believe me, you're going to want to find this. If I would say finding the Roku version is just fine and dandy. If you're the type who wants to see the entire full cut, it's out there somewhere. But definitely try to see this. So now, normally at this point, I would be bringing up the Wheel of the Terrible, but we actually. This is a special thing. We have one coming up, I believe, this coming Monday.
Yes.
And that one is, once again, remind me again what that was.
That is.
Let's check.
it is supposed to be
Velocipaster. That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
Velocipaster.
Oh God, no! Please, no.
Which is
Oh, it's so good.
yes.
And there will be a sequel.
It's so awesome. It's good for you.
I have watched it
So,
once, but I
any
will
final
do
thoughts?
so again for Tomb of the Terrible because I'm dedicated.
I gotta.
Yes.
Because I'm dedicated.
I need to
We're
figure
not a
out
cult
where I can
people.
watch it to begin with.
I am starting a cult, but that's a whole other different show. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So,
Gonna get some props for that one.
I'm the clutch of personalities. The clutch
Oh,
of
yeah.
personalities.
It's on Tubi.
Yeah, my mom
okay.
actually was the one who came up with the title for that show because I was like, I was thinking of the Cult of Personalities and I just had been singing that for a second and then I was talking to her about the show and she's like, why don't you just do like the Clutch of Personalities? And I was like,
Yeah, now we can't get sued.
good.
No, clutch
Yeah.
is good because the clutch is like the little purse that some women carry.
Well,
carry.
It's also a collection of eggs.
Yeah, and you
which
keep
is
all your
like
you keep all the
how, like-
personalities in your clutch.
everybody,
And then I
I
steal
will sign
them.
off by saying get some help.
There is no help for us.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
I
We're
will.
too far gone.
I have some things I need to take care of here, so I'll try to hop on later on during the stream. You guys have fun, and I'll see you guys later.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you,
here,
Jane.
man. Awesome too.
Have a good night. See you soon. All right, we're getting ready to go into our next show.
Move your head, Ron. I want to see what it is. Oh, okay.
Life
We
Society.
are
Oh,
Allied
Life
Society right now.
Society.
So this is your little 8-minute
Don't
break to
fall
go
over.
hit your bathroom, get yourself some drinks, make some popcorn, get ready for
Yeah, I
some
need to go-
stories.
I need to go refill my adult beverage.
Okay.
I might actually
well,
drink some adult beverages later during the stream.
I don't know if I should. I have some wine. I might do
Well,
so.
I'm a big fan of the red, white, and blue Smirnoff Ice that came out like forever ago. And I
Oh,
was
that's good.
smart, and before they stopped selling it, I got a 12-pack of cans and just hid them somewhere.
Man,
I found them
thought about
today.
it today. I thought about buying them, but I went with the big ass bottle of pre-mixed margaritas.
Man,
I haven't had Smirnoff Ice in probably a
It's so
decade.
good.
I used to drink a Bacardi Raz for reasons, but
Anybody remember Zima? The
we don't
pre-Smirnoff Ice days? Zima?
no. Zima never tasted anything like Smirnoff Ice or anything good, unless
No.
you stuff Jolly Ranchers in there like the smart people did, and then it wasn't as bad.
Well, it was like alcoholic water.
Yeah,
I remember bartending and like I was in Fremont in a little college town and there was like frat boys coming in being like, can I get a Zima and grenadine? Be like,
Oh, God.
don't you play football? I mean, I guess you shouldn't like drink shame someone, but I totally drink shame people.
It's
If
like
they're
White
like-
Claws drinking TV static.
yeah. And just as a to mention this, we do not condone drinking of those underage. This is we will be enjoying the occasional adult beverage or the occasional smoke where it is legal for you, but we do not condone any underage activities or illegal activities of any kind.
I'm
Yes.
51. I'll drink what I want.
Do as we say, not as we do.
If you missed the disclaimer at the very beginning of the stream, which we'll play that, we need to start playing that again in between, each show.
Yes.
Yeah,
Just
the
as a
18
reminder
plus.
that we are an adult, network.
Yep.
Not
And
for children.
I think with that, I'm going to get us set up here. We have hopefully some more people coming to join us. Not sure. We've got everything going crazy. Going to run some ads, so feel free to run to the bathroom real quick. You got about a minute and a half or so before we'll get started.
I'll be back.
But all right. Look what I've got. I have to scroll a lot. So, okay, here we go.
Everyone thinks because you're a zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong. There's only one brew that gets my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly. Use the front door! Oh, they're so disgusting.
The Dorkening and all affiliated shows are not intended for anyone under the age of 18. The following may contain discussions or scenes that have adult situations, graphic violence, nudity, strong sexual content, and graphic language. This show is intended for mature audiences only. Viewer discretion is advised.
Before them stood the house of their nightmares.
I dreamt of doors and shadows.
You can't see anything. It is scary as fuck.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the show. I think I'm the only one who's here right now. Everybody, oh, there we go. People are popping back. Everybody else got to go to the bathroom. I had to run the commercials.
Not me. I was actually was about to head out, but I didn't want to, leave without saying goodbye.
Oh, well, yeah. Don't leave without saying goodbye. That makes
And everything. Sad. But I might pop back sometime later on. I'm not sure. Because I have some stuff to do. But in case I don't come back, you could look for me on the Brill Pro Network or Tom Arcade 69 over on YouTube. Every Thursday and every Saturday. Thursday with Channel X and Saturday on Wrestling Prime. We got a good show lined up for tomorrow. So continuing the discussion that I briefly talked about on my Royal Rumble review. So we're going to be talking a little bit about what's going on with Vince McMahon and some other fun goodies and everything like that. Also. Getting some pretty good reactions on that peanut butter burger that I had at Sonic, and had a pretty good feedback, which I gotta fix up so I can get more viewers. When a comment reached out to me and say, this is what you need to do if you want to get to the, it was cool about it and everything. So I'm gonna be fixing up a little things, maybe on some downtime and everything. Maybe I'll take like a little mini vacation for next week. I'm not sure yet. Haven't debated yet. But always support the small streamers like myself by doing the most important thing that you could do to small streamers like myself, and that is face hug that subscribe button. So, and with that, I will. I might pop in later on. Not sure. Haven't debated yet. And but shout out to all you guys out there doing having an amazing 24 hours. And you should probably do like a little. I wonder if there's like going to be a little bit of a contest between the panels here. Who's going to be on the longest during the 24-hour duration? I think that'll be really fun.
That's going to be me and Jenny. I think we're the only ones scheduled for the full 24 hours right now.
Boy.
I'm getting an hour nap to avoid seizures.
Yeah.
I would try to stick it out for the full 24 hours, but as I've mentioned before, I am a professional martial artist, and I do have a lesson tomorrow morning, so I won't be able to stay on the whole time. And I also do have a Zoom call tomorrow with I'm also involved in another organization, and we're doing.
Yeah, you're important, Ron.
Yeah. Whatever.
And
real quickly before I leave,
just saying I have things.
And real quickly before I leave, I love the keychains and
the Monty's. Yeah.
And
yes,
I was
awesome.
I was talking about that last night, and I couldn't tell if it was like a bat or a moth or whatever. And so now it's all cleared up, and and I want one.
Well, Tamal, you just got really thick eyebrows like me, so
They can be
Ah.
ordered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you have access to our schedule, so any of the
Yeah.
normal shows that we have that hop in for
Yeah.
A wrestling
most
show.
of them. Yeah, that when
Oh,
I'm
you
doing
got a
the
wrestling
reading,
show
it's
coming
about
on?
Yeah, well, Mats and Monsters at 2 a.m. is our mine and Matt's wrestling show. Yeah,
Oh, 2 a.m. All right, I'll try to make that one if I'm not sleeping.
sounds good, man.
So, because I don't want to tap out and everything like that. So,
See
all
what you
right.
did there.
Till then, take care. So long. Peace. Have a good night, everybody. Love you all.
Thanks,
Later.
Good
Tom.
night, Tom. Love you too.
All right.
Now, at some point during this particular show of the stream, we are going to give away the very first of the 3 T-shirts. So make sure you're tuning in. Make sure you're paying attention, that you're actually commenting in chat. You got to comment to win. And during this show, there'll probably be 2 more ticket giveaways. So make sure you're getting in that hashtag haunt, as the ticker at the bottom of the screen says.
Got it on the ticker down there. And if you are interested in buying a T-shirt, or just want to give us a donation to help make the show better for you, our little QR code is up there at the top. In the links above or below, wherever you go. We also have a link to the PayPal button, and when you push the button, it will give you the option to, are you buying a shirt or are you just making a donation?
That's not actually what it says at all.
Oh.
When you go to it, it just tells you how much you want to donate. And
I thought you said it.
I'm finishing. It's set up right now as a one-time only donation because we didn't want to trick anyone and like have you donate and suddenly you're signed up to like a weekly or a monthly or yearly thing. You can select a weekly or a monthly or a yearly donation if you want to, but it's just set to a one-time. If you want to donate for the T-shirt, it's got to be $20 plus shipping and handling, so it's usually about $25. And then when you go and you submit your donation, you'll see a pop-up that says, if you donated for the shirt, this is what you've got to do.
So you can give your size and your address and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And you can you choose your shirt color?
You can if you want to. Right now, we're trying to keep it like traditional and easy, so which is we have black shirts in whatever size you want. But if you do want a particular color, just let us know in that. If you don't want to write the regular, like the black Owlite all night shirts.
Yes.
If you want a different color, but you're going to probably want to keep it to darker colors because it's going to look a lot nicer.
And we do have a bunch of other T-shirts as well. This is a special shirt made just for this event.
Mm-hmm.
So
you can only get it during this event.
You can only get the Owlite. It's Owlite all night is what the text says across the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let us know on that. And we're getting ready to do the Owlite Society, and I don't know who all we have popping in.
I have no idea.
I'm not sure if we have other people coming. It may just be us. It may be other people. And once again, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Popping off the top yet. Once again, if I keep moving and typing, I'll try to keep muting myself if I get somebody say something. But I have a lot of stuff going on in the background right now, so
you're good. For first timers, though, the people who have never experienced the Owlite Society, this is the show that started everything, especially for Dell and I. This started on an amazing writing server called Write on Discord and on Reddit, where we would gather people around right around when COVID was at its height, when people just weren't interacting and mental health was kind of in the decline. We came up with this idea of people sitting around a virtual campfire and just connecting and telling stories to each other. And then as that kind of progressed, I did some more things with it. I got back, in contact with Dell on this particular thing, and it spawned a new show on the old network that we were with. And then it kind of went forward and spawned our own network, all kind of from this concept and from this show. All of our shows, believe it or not, even the wrestling one, every show is a form of storytelling in one way or another, and that's kind of our theme for every single show we have on our network. So this was the beginning, guys, the Owlite Society, because Midnight Society would have gotten us sued, and Owlite is a fancy literary way of saying midnight. So there you go. There's your history lesson that no one asked for.
Thank you for giving it to us. It is one of my favorite parts of the whole entire network.
Sorry, I'm in the middle.
Device.
Oh, searching shit.
So
Do.
the big question
Okay.
is, who wants to go first? Who wants to tell the first story?
How about we have Jody tell the first story?
Yeah, that's right. We have a video from Jody for this.
Yes.
Okay, Jody, you're going to tell the first story tonight.
All right, Jody.
Hi, Owlite. How's everybody doing? So, Jody Cologne here, and I am going to share my encounter with the spookies. Yeah. So, I was somewhere between 14 and 15, and me and my best friend Frank and his sisters were all having a sleepover in their living room, and they told me a bunch of times that their house is haunted. My brain's like, okay, like, I'm young. How bad could it be? Well, got real bad. We were all asleep after watching a boot ton of horror flicks, and heard something smash. And, everybody woke up and they're like, oh, don't worry about that. That happens all the time. The mom's china hutch. Doors wide open. Nobody in the kitchen. And dishes are randomly just flying and falling. At this point, you're not getting me to go back to sleep. And then, I don't know how many fell. I was just like, at this point, like, in a fetal position, just watching. And one of the doors shut. Yeah, that was my first big encounter with those ghost spookies. So I thought I'd just let you know. That was my experience. And I truly believed in ghosts after that day.
Awesome.
Wow. Yeah, that was nothing makes you believe like when you're starting to see shit flying around. Like doors shutting. Oh, maybe there was a draft somehow, something went through and did this, but when the dishes start flying, that's pretty much a big wake up call. Mom
Dishes
had
are
the
done, dude.
Yeah, fortunately, whatever is at my mom's place doesn't try to break things. It just throws stuff that will not break, but in multiple directions at once, and lining things up now too. But,
so a further explanation of what we're doing here is it's a collection of like stories you tell by the campfire from like maybe something you heard from your uncle's nephew's brother's cousin's roommate, or a classic urban legend, a story you've written that you want to share, your personal experiences. Like, it's a little bit of everything.
I have two tonight, since depending upon if we have how many people, if we have guests popping in or not. People have been invited, but we chose a weekend for this where like half of our usual crew is either in the middle of doing some project of their own, traveling halfway across the country or better, and a couple of things like that. So is it okay if I do the one that I wanted to read real quick? And then
I'm fine with that. I've got an unlimited amount for however much we need. So
right. This is where'd it go? This is one that I wrote for a writing prompt, and it's not very long. But I had fun with it. It was Saturday afternoon, and there was a knock at my door. I answered to find my neighbor Lisa standing outside with her son Micah in hand, looking a little frazzled. Hey Lisa, hey Micah, what's up? Jess, could you watch Micah for a few hours? I'm sorry it's such short notice, but Charles and I just got a call. I need to take care of some family things. Sure thing. Trouble and I were just hanging around the house anyway. Hearing his name, my mutt pushed through the door to lick Micah. Thanks, I should be able to pick him up after dinner. She fished in her purse. Here's a 20. Get yourself some pizza, maybe? Sounds good. Take whatever time you need. You know Micah's always welcome here. Lisa looked down to her son, who was wrestling a bit with Trouble. Micah, be very good for Jess when I'm gone. You'll get a treat later. Okay, Mom. Micah and Trouble ran on into the living room and resumed playing in front of the television. Everything okay, Lisa? I asked. Yeah, I'd rather not go into it. It's just bad timing for us, that's all. She paused for a moment, thinking something over. Anyway, I'll be back as soon as I can. Sorry about all of this, and thank you again. She rushed back over to a driveway where Charles was waiting in the car already. I guess it was a good thing I was home to take care of Micah. Crashing back onto the couch, I started flipping through channels to something more suited to an 8-year-old. He was a fan of How to Train Your Dragon, and it didn't drive me absolutely insane, so it was our usual compromise. Micah stretched out on his belly, kicking his feet up with his chin in his palms, and the dog settled in beside him. Micah had become a staple in my home shortly after he and his parents had moved in about a year ago. Trouble had been living up to his name and had bolted out of the door when I was trying to bring in a few armloads of groceries. Rather than running off down the street, though, he had stopped and started playing with the little brown-haired boy in the lawn next door. His parents had come out to meet me when I went to collect him and introduce themselves. Lisa and Charles Davis were in their early 30s. Lisa worked as an office administrator, and Charles was a consultant of some sort who often went out of town on trips. Lisa confided to me early on that Micah was adopted and had had a rough time adjusting with, but seemed to be doing better now. I decided it was best not to talk about it with Micah unless he brought it up first. He and Trouble got on famously, and due to my utter lack of a social life, I spent a lot of time babysitting when Charles was out of town and Lisa had something to do in the evenings. The Davises had also watched over Trouble for me when I went on a trip to see my family for the holidays. After a few more cartoons, I ordered a pizza, pepperoni, and flipped the news back on to catch up on the world a bit while we ate. So how's math going, Micah? Are you getting the hang of those fractions? Yeah, he shrugged, staring at his pizza. Well, let me know if you need any help again. I was pretty good at those in school. He sniffled and set down his pizza. Something wrong, kiddo? I put my pizza on my plate and wiped my mouth, concerned with seeing him suddenly so upset. His lower lip trembled, and he wiped a tear away from his eye with his fist. Hey, what's the matter? I patted the couch beside me. Come on up and tell me what's wrong. He crawled up next to me and wrapped me in a big hug while he started crying. I'm going to miss you, Jess, he said between sobs. Miss me? Are you planning on going somewhere? I had a tight grip on the little guy, and Trouble had jumped up on the other side and was resting his head in his lap. It's a secret. I'm not supposed to tell anyone. You can tell me, kiddo. I can keep a secret. I was really worried that something was happening to Micah. He hadn't made a lot of friends in school, and the frequent trips Charles made didn't make his home life seem too ideal. My first thoughts were that another adult had seen this and was setting up to abduct him with promises of taking him away to somewhere better, but keep it secret. I'm getting a new brother soon, and when he comes, we're going to have to move away. He blew his nose on the tissues I offered him and looked at me with tear-stained eyes. That's great news that you're getting a brother, but why would you have to move away? Lisa had never mentioned any of this. I was completely caught off guard. To make sure that bad people don't come and take him back. I started putting together pieces of the puzzle. His time before he was adopted by the Davises must have included bouncing through the foster care system. Perhaps he thought that people take away children when they were put into homes. I'd have to bring this up with Lisa when she came back. Oh, Micah, don't worry. Your parents are good people. Nobody's going to try and take a new child from them if they adopt another. Things must have been very hard for you before you ended up with them, huh? Did you have to go to a lot of other families? No, I don't remember a lot, but there were the other people, and then Mommy and Daddy saved me from them. They told me how bad they were, though. A few years ago, I had a new sister, but the bad people came and took her, and we moved so that they didn't have to take me too. When he told me this, he doubled over crying again. At this point, I had no idea what to think. Lisa and Charles had never told me anything like this. Was it the overactive imagination of an 8-year-old boy, or was something more going on here? Micah was terribly upset, and he was definitely remembering something bad happening. Perhaps an adoption had fallen through with the birth mother wanting her child back, and they moved to get past it. It wasn't unheard of, and it certainly would be hard to understand and traumatizing to someone so young. Holding Micah tight against my chest, I zoned out to the news, trying to figure out what to tell him. He glanced up at the television as well, and suddenly changed demeanor again. Wiping his face, he pointed out the screen. That's my new brother's birth mommy. She's really mean. All she does is scream and say bad words. Mommy and Daddy are going to save him too, so that she can't be mean to him. I turned up the volume to hear the woman behind the desk. Police continued to look for the missing woman from Greenville. 25-year-old Courtney Eddowes was last seen leaving a Walmart late on the night of May 15th, buying diapers and formula. Miss Eddowes is 37 weeks pregnant, and doctors say she could be giving birth at any time. If you have any information about the whereabouts of Miss Eddowes, please dial the number at the bottom of the screen. The end.
Oh, it's me. Well, what? Okay, there we go. We're good. That was awesome. I really enjoyed that one quite a bit, man.
Really good story, and I did not mean to hit the wrong button.
What was your inspiration for that one?
It was just a random writing prompt on Reddit. I think it was just like you're babysitting a kid and he says something disturbing or something like that. I have the other one. I think I already did the I'd have to. I'll ask you. I'll type it in private chat and see if I did the other one.
It's kind of like that horror story where you go to tuck the kid in, and the kid says, "Mommy, there's something under my bed." So the mom looks under the bed, and there's her kid under the bed. Again,
yeah,
like, "Mommy, there's someone on my bed."
I like that. Was a good story too.
Mike wrote one like that. That was really good.
That's awesome. So who's next?
I think Jenny should go next. She always goes last. I think she should go next.
That's true.
You want me to go next?
Yeah, I want you to go next. Jenny.
I second that vote.
Okay, fine. Okay. First draft. I haven't really had the ability to go back over it again to make sure it's more polished. But the Little Witch's Guardian is the story. The two little fairies that decided the hedge witch's yard was still their playground were playing with the tan pup. They flew back and forth as she barked and chased them. All three friends seemed to be having the time of their life. The head witch came out to check on her little one and why the pup was barking so much. She was sitting at the patio table playing tea party with her little cousin. The Fae were playing with the pup. She felt better knowing they were okay. She went back inside to fix them something special. She came back out with rosemary and cheese biscuits, grape, strawberry, and plum jelly to go with the honey and ginger tea she made to make it a real tea party. Jaylene put her dolly in the seat next to her. Please help me spread the jelly on my bread, Aunt Mary. She smiled at Mary, happy to have a real tea party. Of course, wild child. She picked up Jaylene's bread and piled the jelly on it like she liked. The jar was not going to last through this party, and she didn't regret it. This is why she made extra. She is going to be so happy she can take some home. Mom, you're the best. This is one of the best tea parties ever. Carmen smiled from ear to ear, enjoying the sunny day with her little cousin and her mom. She set up small pieces of bread with jelly and cut up strawberries. The two little fairies came and ate with them. Soon dusk came. Mary's brother Tim came and got her adorable niece in the jars of homemade jelly. She is going to fall asleep on the way home. You played hard today. He picked up his tired daughter and hugged her tight. She cuddled into her daddy. She had so much fun. The jelly will help with the tummy problems you asked about. Later that evening, suddenly there were screams and yells outside the house. Someone was pounding on the door. Carmen woke up to her mom pulling the blanket back and putting shoes on her feet. She gave her a bag and pulled her out of bed. They ran to the hall down they ran down the hall to the back of, sorry, lost my place for a second. To the back secret entrance at the side of the house. Carmen tried to be as quiet as possible as she crawled through the bushes. She was glad she wore the flannel pajamas with the pants set tonight. It helped with the scratches. She got to the clearing on the other side and ran as fast as she can. She as far away as she could from the angry people. Carmen ran as fast as she could in the dark trees. After a few near trips in the underbrush, she found the clearing her mom showed her. She could not hear the voices anymore. She only heard the sounds of the insects and animals of the woods. She started going through the messenger bag her mom gave her, a set of clothes, the book, and the supplies for the circle. Her mom was serious about summoning fairies. She got dressed and set up the circle. She carefully drew the sigils. She carefully set the herbs around the circle. As far after she was sure she did everything as her mom taught, she recited the chant. Gentle friends of the forest, I humbly ask, help me now. Please protect me. She stood there, breathing, forcing herself to be calm, to believe in her chant. She noticed that the forest was no longer quiet. The bugs started making their sounds. The crickets were loud. The animals started moving again. I think I figured out where I messed up. At least she hoped they were animals moving in the undergrowth of the trees. Even though it was a normal, quiet wood night, everything became so loud. Suddenly, there was a voice from behind her. Hello, Carmen, the Fae from the tea party who drank the orange spice and blackberry tea with her, said. Then suddenly he was towering over her. What's wrong? Where is your mother? The men from the town took her. She helped me get out here. She said to do the chant, and one of you guys would help me get to Patti. She will take care of me. He looked down at her. After looking her up and down, he took his cloak off and put it around her. It made her very safe. She felt very disheveled. Some of the rips from before had started bleeding, and she had many scratches and scrapes. He grabbed her hand. Come, little one. We must first see the healer and make a plan to get to her dwelling. Thank you, Affy, she said quietly as they started walking deeper into the dark forest. The sound that had been so comforting had turned frightening. She saw the deer run past in the distance. Little creatures were moving and making sounds around her. Her brain was going in so many directions. Was her mom okay? How was she going to get where she needed to go? Did whichever whatever deal her mother made with the Fae mean she would be safe too? She had lost all track of time. She just knew she hurt and she was scared. She sighed heavily as she watched her feet and her surroundings for branches. The trees stood tall and solid as her world crashed down. She tripped and used the tree to steady herself, and a bug crawled on her hand. Why did you scream? Affy asked. His eyes appraised her for new damage. I didn't know I screamed. Something crawled on my hand and it scared me, she said, breathing hard. You are fine, little one. The large rock just ahead is the door to her burrow. He pointed his long, slender fingers towards the wide boulder as tall as her and about 6 trees away. She nodded as they began the last part of this trek that felt like about a mile and a half long for her small body. She didn't know fear was so exhausting. After another near fall, she finally made it to the boulder. He reached below the boulder to reveal an opening. He motioned her to enter the dark hole. With no other hope but to listen to her fairy friend, she crawled in far enough for him to join. Continue on, the light will come on in a few feet. She started crawling deeper into the tunnel. Within a moment, a dim light came on from above. It glowed from above to show the walls were held up by wooden panels. They held 4 scenes of animals on most of them. It was like a work of art from a museum her dad made her go to with her stepmom and step-siblings. They crawled for about 3 or 4 minutes when they finally came to a triangle door that was slightly misshapen. There was enough room for them to crouch side by side. He crawled beside her and tapped a pattern that seemed to be a piece of a song she heard before. A couple of moments later, a 3-foot-tall woman with long brown hair and the skin of oak opened the door. She gawked at Carmen like she couldn't believe she was there. Aframel, zin ton tig klong nos? She said in a highly angry, disbelieving tone. Shen tin aba tig kamsa, he said calmly. Like this was a normal everyday occurrence. Technically, them being together were. He had played with her and her dog a lot, but not this situation she was in now. She heaved a large sigh, motioned them to enter as she walked back in the door. Follow Calypso, little one, he said as he crawled in. She followed him inside and gently shut the door. The roof was about a foot taller than the tunnel. It was a bit more comfortable. It was so homey and cozy. The chairs and the couch were covered in what looked like cushions and a couple of blankets. The shelves held books and other trinkets that were a mix of things from the forest and things that were entirely human. It smelt of fruits and herbs. Are you a gnome? She blurted out before she could stop herself. Yes, little miss. Why are your clothes ripped? She looked her up and down. Carmen realized she was bleeding when she looked at what Calypso saw. Ripped, dirt-covered jeans and blood stains in places on the legs. I crawled under my house to the bushes beside the house, then I ran into the forest to get away from the men who took my mother, she explained. Calypso looked rather alarmed. Fichten saw? She asked, looking at Aframel. He shook his head no. His face was unreadable. She sighed and looked back at Carmen. Let's get you cleaned up. Then we shall get some tea. She led Carmen through the kitchen into a hallway to another room, leaving the cloak on a chair as they went past. With an herb solution, she cleaned up her legs. Carmen winced and tried not to move. From the smell, she could tell she was staving off infection and sanitizing her wounds. She found some comfortable clothes that fit Carmen well. They were a soft pelt-like material. I seem to have... Okay. I thought I blooped out, so I was checking. And I lost where I was. Sorry. They were a soft pelt-like material. She led her back to the kitchen where Affy was waiting at the table in a chair with his cloak. He smiled at his friend. She joined him at the table. Calypso went to the hearth and got some boiling water and took the food from a pot and made them in both a plate with wooden utensils. She set the plates in front of them. She smiled at Carmen. Carmen smiled. Thank you. She had not realized she was hungry until she saw the potatoes, mushrooms, and herbs. Affy nodded, and Calypso nodded back at them and walked back to the hearth. She poured the contents from the boiling pot in 3 mugs and the rest into small bottles of some brown material. She brought the mugs and joined them at the table. Jinta tief tin bang fem nas? She asked. They began talking in that odd language. The only word she understood was Patti. That gave her hope. She drank her tea and listened to the narrowly sing-song language and dozed off at the table. She woke up in the morning in a room covered up in a comfortable bed. Nothing hurt anymore and she was safe. She got up and wandered down the hallway until she found her way back to the kitchen. She found both friends at the table. Calypso continued her conversation with Affy as she made her some of the fresh fruit and potato dish and poured her a cup of tea concoction. She enjoyed the yummy concoctions and waited for them to talk to her. Little one, I have talked to different folk and creatures about the path between here and your Patti. No humans have been seen this deep in the forest to her dwelling. It appears to be a good day to travel. Affy started filling her in. Pardon me. I have made you more Tantuzi for your trip, Calypso said. She and Affy gathered different supplies into a bag she made. They talked in an odd language as they made sure they were ready to head out. It's time to go, little one, Affy said. Thank you so much, she said to Calypso. She hugged her, having to bend down a little. They crawled back into the morning sunlight. They made sure the door was covered back up. Luckily for her, Affy seemed to know the way. She had no idea where she would need to go if she were alone. They began their trek quietly as she didn't know which question to ask first. In the daylight, it was far easier to walk and not trip. The beautiful wildlife no longer scared her. She enjoyed the deer in the distance. Squirrels and other creatures walked, scurried, or ran past. The bugs weren't her favorite thing, but they stayed to themselves. Time passed slowly as they walked. A song wafted on the wind, sounding almost eerie. It was a beautiful sound. As they approached, getting closer to the sound, Affy grabbed her hand. He looked down at her pointedly. He put a finger on his lips. She nodded. He took a deep breath and held it, and she did the same. The 5 fairies were circling a small green plant. It glowed soft green with yellow around the edges. It was beautiful and mesmerizing. Affy kept his gaze forward and the pace the same, almost pulling her forward. When they were out of sight of the circling Fae, he let go of her hand. She exhaled and took a deep breath. She did the same. You must not interrupt when the others talk to Earth Mother. Yes, Affy, their song and the glow was beautiful, she replied. That it is, little one. They fell back into a comfortable silence as they walked. Her eyes started side to side as the little creatures moved in the underbrush. The sun was slowly moving in the sky as time slowly crawled by. To her right, there was a big thud. Something big came running in their direction. She grabbed Affy's arm and pulled back as she stepped out of the way. The biggest deer she ever saw nearly hit them as it ran past. Dag nabbit! A gnome said loudly. She was surprised by the human term. They walked closer to see what happened. The gnome appeared to be okay. A wheel had come off the wagon he was driving. They found the gnome giving his odd furry companion that was pulling the wagon a good once over. She could not understand anything that he was murmuring to it as he petted it. He looked up at them as he stood back. That darn deer hit my cart, he says in an odd accent she couldn't place. Affy nodded in response and walked around the cart to survey the damage. He walked back around and pushed the wheel into standing to examine it. He knelt down on one knee to examine the spoke it came off of. The gnome came over to see what he was seeing. It's not broken, Horfitz. Do you have supplies to fix it? He asked his friend. She didn't realize he would know so many people. Da. Horfitz shook his head yes. He walked to the back of the tilted cart and rummaged through his things. A couple of minutes later, had a mallet, some wooden pieces, and a rope. We will hold the cart up, Affy offered for her further help. Miss Shone. Horfitz thanked them. Affy laid the wheel against the side of the cart and grabbed the front of the cart by the wheel. Carmen walked to the other side and grabbed the other side to lift. The furry creature chittered a little but stayed still. On 3, little one. She nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3, he counted. They stood up as far as they could with the loaded cart. Horfitz, with the practice of years, definitely put the wheel in place and attached it. Within 5 minutes, it was done. 'Tis done. We luck. Tizzy is all right, he said, looking at the furry creature fondly. I am glad your furry companion is safe. Affy smiled at his friend. Are there any other repairs you can see need done? Horfitz walked around the cart once more. Carmen stepped out of the way so he could see the whole thing. 'Tis good, my Finn. Michonne, to you and Our pleasure, friend. Affy and Carmen nodded. It'll be off. Good luck on your Ernie, he said as he climbed on the creature. Michonne, Affy replied. Horfus said to the creature, and it started walking. Affy looked around his feet and sat down. Let's have a meal. I am hungry, little one. She smiled. Me too. It's already been a long day. She was exhausted. She walked over to him and looked around the ground for any unpleasant things to sit on. Seeing nothing, she joined him. You seem to know everything that goes on in the forest, she observed. I have been here for 157 years of your years. I made a few friends. I don't like being bored, he replied as he pulled out the odd-shaped bottles Calypso made them last night and leaf-wrapped burrito-looking things. He handed her a bottle and two of the leaf things, pulled the top leaf off and took a bite. She set the second one on her leg and did the same. It was delicious, packed with mushrooms, nuts, and dried fruits. She closed her eyes and said, I agree, little one. Calypso is wonderful at making food taste that way. It's something I look forward to every time I see her. How much longer do you think? She asked. She has tried hard not to flood Affy with all her questions. As much as she trusts him to stick to his word, she did not want to annoy him. It's a bad idea to upset a fairy. But she had to ask too. 2 or 3 hours, I believe. You have been extremely quiet, he observed. I don't want to annoy you with 1.5 million questions, but I do need to ask too, or I will go out of my mind. Did you hear anything about my mom being alive? She asked with great anxiety. No, I didn't. Not until we reached Patty's home. I will continue to keep you safe, he promised. Thank you, she nodded. She sifted through the others, trying to decide if they were prying. They seemed to be a whole lot of none of her business, so she finished her food and enjoyed the feeling the tea gave her as it eased her pain from the trek through the woods. Will we still be friends after we get to Aunt Patty's? She wondered if those who hated her family because they misunderstood what they actually do ruined her friendship. Of course, little one. I hope to play with your little ones. Your tea parties are delicious. He smiled at her genuinely. She was relieved. A little bit of the weight lifted from her shoulders. She is safe from the Fae. Her only worry is those bad men. She started thinking about what may be ahead on the journey, what other creatures or Fae they may meet or see. He startled her out of her thoughts. Are we ready? She nodded yes as he handed him the empty bottles. The leaves would fertilize where they lay. She stood up and wiped her hands on her pants. He put the bag on and did the same. She smiled because he looked so elegant in this form. The thought he would have the same habits as she amused her. He glanced around, turned a bit to the left, and started walking. She fell in step beside him. She continued to look around in the forest. It was starting to change in the fall. The leaves had started to change. It was a pretty mix with the greens. She wondered about the types of games the Fae children would play. Hide and seek is a good one in the wooden areas. What about the ball? How would they make one? Suddenly, something hit her leg. It stung a bit. She picked it up. Seemed to be an acorn with leaves tied around it with grass. She handed it to Affy. As he peered at it, a young fairy flew over and stopped once it saw she was a human. Shan, okay, Malhun, Effie told the little one as he walked closer, his hand out flat, holding the ball. She stayed put. He got closer and tossed it. The little one caught it. Michonne, it said, excited, and flew off. After she was sure the small fairy was gone, he said, let's continue. They started walking again. And what seemed to be an hour later, they were hearing loud, angry voices. Two of them sounded like Tim and Patti. Carmen's feet seemed to have a mind of their own. They bolted towards the sound. In a short time, she saw the back of Patti's house, the wraparound porch and picnic table. She cut to the left around the right of the chicken coop. Close to the porch that was to the left of the house. She made it just to the edge of the house up front. Tim was mad. He had a rifle pointed at the same men from last night. A dwarf she knew was beside Tim with a large hammer ready to swing. Patti stood on the other side. We came to make her pay for being a witch. Give her back. Never. She helped your child, so you plan on punishing her? He seemed to have had enough. He put a warning shot in the side of the rusty red truck they came in. It spooked them. They ran to the truck. This isn't over, the driver yelled as they peeled off. Tim lowered his gun. He and Patti seemed to notice them at the same time. They nearly ran at her. He picked her up and hugged her as Patti hugged her back. She heard the front screen door open and shut. Her bruised mom cried, "Thank the goddess you're safe." "Thank you, Aframel." "My pleasure," he replied. Tim set her down and she ran to her mom. They ended up sitting on the ground, hugging and crying. They both were safe.
Nice. I really like that.
Very
a lot.
nice.
It's a really cool story.
I like how you had all the different languages and sounds and stuff going on. That was really neat.
Awesome.
No,
you had to spend a lot of.
Sorry, I made my own language for the story.
I was gonna say you had to invested a lot of time doing that. It sounded really cool. Like the way.
Oh yeah, we are about over 20 minutes past when we were going to do the next haunt giveaway, so we're going to run that ad again really quick as soon as I bring it up because I'm slow. Here we go.
Okay.
All right, just as a quick reminder, this prize you have to have put in hashtag haunt for this one, and it stays during the individual streams. We finally had someone put in for this. It was Ron, but we want to show you guys how this works and everything. Now this is a prize that's local to Dayton, Ohio, so you would want to travel to it.
Okay, normally I would hit draw, but as we only have the one entry, we cannot actually do that. Because there's only one person's name to draw, which would.
So does that mean I should put my name in real fast and compete against Ron?
Yeah,
do it. Pyle, you're the same as me, man. I don't think we're eligible for it.
I don't think so either. But you know what?
We need to show people how this works.
Yeah.
What we can do is the regular giveaway tool, because we've had Jody speaking as well, and we're up to 3 different people have spoken there.
Yeah.
So
definitely do that.
So this is, and we eliminate ourselves if we happen to be the winner. We're cheater pumpkin eaters. So you don't get to win. But this is how one of the drawings works. Jody!
Yay!
Jody, you have won.
Tell her what she's won, Del.
Well, you just decided it. Jody, you have won.
No.
Over here.
Yeah. This was the special pack that she would. If it's that drawing, that's not the haunt drawing. That's a different drawing.
Yeah, no, that's not the haunt pack. That's not the haunt pack. That's the
we still don't
regular
have
one.
stickers for yet. But again, hashtag haunt to be entered for the haunt package from Field of Screams and Hell's Dungeon. Remember that, guys? We do that every hour as close as we can on the hour. But the package that Jody just won is one of these.
That's sweet, man. I totally want one of those too.
The Owlite All Night T-shirts.
Except I have to buy mine.
But you can only buy that again during this stream or win it, and we're only going to give away 3 of them. And Jody, just because you won this prize during our campfire, I actually am going to throw in a copy of my short story collection, the Riverside Chronicles, just for you, along with this T-shirt prize. So you're going to have a T-shirt coming to you and an ebook.
I kind of want
Make
that
sure
too.
you get him your address.
Yeah. We just need your address, your size, all that. Okay, cool.
So let me ask you this, okay? I've got us pulled up on Facebook. I'm looking at us live.
Okay.
How do we do what we do? We just go into comments and hashtag haunt?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it?
That's it.
I mean, we're streaming on YouTube. You go to YouTube, you click on the stream for watching us now, and you go to the live comment section, and hey, it's my mom. Join the chat. Hi. Oh my gosh.
And now your mom is eligible for the next big prize we give away.
Yeah, my mom's eligible for a prize now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, Betty Lou.
Okay,
Betty.
so Pyle entered, and then this is...
That was simple, and trust me, I ain't got the brain cells to do you wrong here.
Just commenting in general gets you in for the big prize giveaways, but hashtag haunt is for the Field of Screams Hell's Dungeon giveaway.
And you only have to do it once. So we'll go back here now, and just I gotta figure out which screen. I have so many tabs. Oh my God. Okay, so then we'll draw it. Oh, you have a seizure. 2 people, neither of which is actually going to win.
Just between me and Pyle.
Yay! Wolf gets tickets so that he can get.
Oh, that's not fair. It was rigged.
Considering Pyle's going to be there helping out,
get...
and Ron gets free tickets whenever Ron wants free tickets.
I hope you get confetti in your nose, Ron.
Okay, I mean, for me, if I were to go to Hell's Dungeon to get my tickets, Raz would be like, "You're acting."
Yep, I would. I'd like, "Here's your costume, bitch. Get in there.
Here's your ticket. It doesn't work for you.
You're on in 5." And if I can, just on the aside, I want to give a really huge, gargantuan, humongous shout out to my mom in the chat. Thank you so much for joining.
Hey,
it
Mom.
Really means a lot to me. And guys, my mom is like the coolest mother in the world. I mean, she totally is. She's like, I love her to death. I don't even know how to begin to describe it. But I mean, yeah, she supports me in everything I do. Just even doing this, doing my martial arts seminar, doing my karate, writing my book. She's been on board with absolutely everything. She's my best friend in the whole wide world. Talk to her about anything. We have a lot of good times. And she is a totally amazing cook. Every time I go down to visit for Christmas, she's like, "You can't leave until you finish all of the food in the fridge." And I can never finish all of the food in the fridge because she's constantly cooking something new. And it's all good. It's all good. So, like, you guys have to meet my mom, or you have to come down for Christmas so you can help me finish all the food in the fridge.
Betty Lou, you can send me anything you want.
Yeah.
Just no chicken. I don't eat chicken.
That's it. I'm
all right.
coming for Christmas.
She does keto. She does air fryer. She has 2 or 5 of everything gadget. So she can make whatever you want.
It sounds like me and Pyle are going to load up in the van and come for Christmas this year.
I'm seriously saying, like, you two guys, come down to Columbus, pick me up. We'll drive down to Ocala. It'll be great. I guarantee it.
Dashing
can
through
swing
the
through
snow
Nebraska.
in my bad driving skills.
He's volunteering your home for Christmas.
She goes, okay, I was
Okay,
like, Mom, I got
grab-
company for Christmas.
Grab me on I-80, and then we'll just go straight south. Oh no, we have the new Delta Airlines. Where's your mom at again?
Ocala. They live in Florida.
Oh wait, no, you'd have to go out of your way. I was
That's
thinking,
cool, man. We'll
And it
get
was
you to
south.
here, and we'll figure this out. We'll road trip to Florida for Christmas, apparently.
Yeah.
And then
I
we'll
love
have
my
to
mom. She's
avoid
great.
frozen iguanas dropping on our heads from the trees.
Yep.
That always cracks me up.
See, Grant's got to worry about drop
Iguana
bears.
warning.
Well, but Florida has to worry about frozen iguanas.
Crikey,
You
that
have
gate
put
is
them in your
frozen in the
car.
water. Go poop
All
its
right.
snout.
Okay.
Right? Exactly.
So with our
So-
getaways out of the way,
Oh yeah, and for those of you, if you like the shirt, and we're also going to have the next one the owl's going to be set up a little bit lower.
yeah, this is our test
Um,
shirt. You might see Matt's on when he comes on in Matt's and Monsters. Not sure yet, but they will be set a little lower, like to about this level, a more appropriate level. We were in a hurry on this one.
But this way, since
It looks
so he
nice.
doesn't have to like pull his shirt up over the head to show you what the font and everything looks like.
Yeah. And
Um,
special shout out to Michelle, who really made this shirt happen in a really short time. My wife, and also my daughter Brooklyn, who got some other supplies tonight, so they can do the better versions of the shirts. And secretly, we weren't going to announce this, but if you win a shirt, it's the only way. Period. You can't even buy these. A special limited edition sticker package. You're going to get some Allied stickers as well that you can only get if you win a T-shirt. That T-shirt. So yeah, that's another
And-
fun little thing.
I don't want
And
to win one because that would be taking away from someone else.
I'll make.
Can I bribe you?
yeah, we
I
won't.
want
We
to
won't
bribe
let.
you.
Well, you can buy them. The QR code up in the corner of the screen allows you to go to the PayPal, and Raz explained it again. It's easier when you do it.
So it's the
Oh, that
donation
works.
page. You're going to make whatever donation you want. It's set up for a one-time only. If you want to support us every month or by the year, you can. There's an option to pick that, but we only have it set up for the one-time donation. If you want the shirt, you've got to donate. It's $20 plus shipping and handling is usually like $5. If it's more than that, I'll eat the cost. So if you want the shirt, you'll be donating the 20 plus the 5 for shipping and handling. And then when you hit your enter donation button, there's a pop-up that says that lets you know that you donated. And if this was for a shirt, it informs you to email us with your address and your size. So just go on there, donate any amount of money you would like to help out the show, to keep us running, to keep our lights on. And again, if it's the shirt you're looking for, make sure you're donating the proper amount of money.
Yeah, we have
And-
subscription services that we have to pay for in order to be able to do these shows. So, like any money that's donated basically just goes into the podcast, and we do these
Yeah,
several times a week.
I've eaten over the past year. What would you say about
A lot. Let's
$400
just say a lot.
worth of
Yeah,
prizes at least?
easily. And fees.
Right?
So
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, it takes a lot to keep our shows going.
But
But
I love giving you guys stuff. It's so much
Exactly.
like I'm building. There are some people that I'm building personal libraries for, who have
Yep.
won so many books because they come to all of the clutches and they're lucky. And I'm like, you get another book, and sometimes you get signed books, and it's been a lot of
Yeah.
fun.
And
so to
you
keep
get
this
a
on,
book.
it's
And
on
you
track
get
as
a
we
book.
can, because we got
I'm
behind
like
on
the
our
opener.
last giveaway to try and get back. I think I had the story I'm going to read. I think is pretty well timed. I'll do my best to keep it on the hour, but it's about haunts, so I kind of thought to fix the in between on the hour I'd do a story about haunts.
Okay.
So
Do it.
This is a fun one. There's a lot of things that this story encompasses in my life, real and fiction things, but it's a fun one. So I got my clock down here in the corner so I can see what's going on. And all right, let me get me in the solo layout here. Ooh, baby. All right. Most kids like me hear a lot of stories and urban legends growing up. They're fun to pass around at slumber parties to scare each other, and even more fun to perpetuate. If you bother taking the time to look one up these days and trace it to its root, you'll find out that a lot of them contain random threads of truth. Just enough threads to make them plausible and difficult to refute. Usually the story starts in a similar fashion. Something like, My cousin's girlfriend's brother told me about this strange paranormal game that killed a bunch of people where he grew up. Or maybe it's something like, my father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate told me about a series of murders that happened where they worked. So why am I telling you all this? It's because I need you to understand how these things work, how urban legends are born. Stories you hear and pass around were real for someone at some point. Lives could have been ruined or changed forever. Meanwhile, you're laughing with your friends in front of a mirror, calling out for Bloody Mary or even Candyman. Not to disappoint you right away, but this isn't a story I heard from some far-removed source. In fact, it happened to me 15 years ago. Sure, people have telephoned it to death, but it's not a popular story outside of where I live, so it's unlikely you've heard it before. Back then, I worked at a famous Southern Ohio haunt. It's still a fairly popular place around here, so I won't tell you the name. For the sake of the story, I'll just refer to it as the dungeon. I'm also not going to give you any names because many people were affected by this besides me. I don't want to out anyone's situation that hasn't been vocal about it or give you an avenue to stalk them. I'm getting this out for my sake. Tell people move on and to keep something like this from happening again. All you're going to get is a nickname that describes their position or, some kind of indicator. So this truly was and is a great place to work. And I loved the people I work with. There's a few of them I still keep in contact with. The owner is a hell of a guy that's always kind and wants to see the best in people. He would even dress up and roam the haunt to lift morale and entertain the customers to make sure we could rest between groups on overly busy nights. On the downside, wanting to see the best in people sometimes means that things went sideways now and then. I was one of those things, and so were a few other people there. This was because the manager for the actors at the time was a handsy little twat that always seemed to tell you exactly what you wanted to hear. No matter what he did, or how much you knew better, there was just something inexplicable about him that made you believe that you were the only one for him. By opening night, a few hours before we let the customers in, I was devastated. I found out that there were many people for him. It turns out that there were 7 in total. He was sleeping with the entire group of people at the same time while lying to us about the others. When it all came out that some of the other staff were behind us completely. Even the owner did what he could do to protect us from a situation and lend his ear to us if we needed it. He was very compassionate about it at the time, as I recall. Anyway, he raked the guy over the coals about it and threatened to fire him if it continued. But he never actually fired him, even though it kind of continued. He just got smarter with his targets and kept them quiet for longer. It didn't help that his co-manager was one of those girls and unfortunately also started covering up everything because she'd become obsessed with him. Overall, working in the dungeon was amazing. We scared people half to death, showed our costumes off to the kids, and played little games with them when they went through just to make sure that, they were calm and having a good time. We even had the occasional after-hours party or get-togethers throughout the week. Everything we did, though, we did it as a family. If you've ever worked at a haunted attraction, you know what I'm talking about. And if you haven't, bucket list. One thing we did at our hangout events, besides playing Cards Against Humanity and getting a buzz on, was play games inside the haunt. Our favorite one was actually playing hide and seek throughout the attraction. It might seem silly to think about inebriated grown-ass people running around playing hide and seek inside of a haunt, but let me tell you, there is absolutely nothing like it. We would turn every light and sound off in the place and get to hiding. Only one person ever did the finding, and eventually, it just became a time trial to see how long it would take for him to find us. He was that good. I don't know how, but he could find you anywhere, no matter how you hid or no matter how quiet you were. We would contort our bodies to fit into spaces, hide in ceiling panels, and even try to cheat and hide in one of the offices. Nothing mattered. Somehow, he just always found you. Being hunted like that, because that's what it was, being hunted by someone with that kind of skill and on the creepy-ass environment it was happening in, it's indescribable. There just truly is nothing like it, and it was so thrilling and terrifying all at once. The owner had never joined us, but had given our seeker a copy of the key and permission to keep up morale within reason. Seeker was the one who organized our little get-togethers. He was a single dad, a kind guy that always had some advice and encouragement to give you, and always thanked everyone that worked there every single night, even though he wasn't a manager or anything like that. I'm explaining this so you understand how safe this was, and how even though you knew how safe it was, It sure as hell didn't feel that way. Before one of our hide and seek sessions, he said he wanted to try something a little bit different. He was big into paranormal games and such, and was always telling us about new ones he wanted to try. We'd played the Midnight Game and several others before, so we were all interested. I don't remember the name, but the rules were fairly simple. He said it was part Bloody Mary, or Candyman, if you will, and a childhood horror version of Tag called Ghost in the Graveyard. So each person had to do a little ritual, and from an old creepy mirror in one of our back rooms before we went out and hid. All I really remember about that is that I had to light a candle and invoke some spirit named Mirror Man by saying his name a few times and telling him it was time to show us the truth about ourselves. We were told that if the ritual worked, we would see someone following us through the haunt. You would see the figure just out of your peripheral vision or always moving quickly around a corner just ahead of you. Once you're hidden, you'd wait 15 minutes and come and find you to show you what you asked for. This became a huge, huge hit at the haunt. It added an even creepier element to the game, not that it needed one. The game then came about outsmarting our genius seeker long enough to see the Mirror Man. It was a big place, but we never had over 8 people playing besides the seeker. Games didn't always even last to the 50-minute mark, but when they did, someone would inevitably make up some story about having seen the Mirror Man. I don't know if anyone ever really saw him, but that didn't even really matter. It added to the legend and made the game legendary amongst those in the know. The downside is that your mind would play tricks on you in the dark, and even when all the main lights were up and you were working on something or the haunt was open to the public, your brain would still think it saw something move into the next scene ahead of you or catch the figure from the corner of your eye. One night, we had a special party with more people than usual. Word had somehow gotten around to the managers. I'll call them Hansy and Miss Codependent for sake of ease. Hansy decided it was time that they and a few of their yes men join in the fun they'd heard so much about. Since they were management, we obviously couldn't deny them. And as one of his girls, a lot of people almost didn't show up. What changed my mind was a phone call from Seeker, who was asking everyone to show up, all the normal players and anyone interested. He said it would be a show of solidarity among the victims and would hopefully make the Hansy manager and his friends uncomfortable enough to leave early. He also added that if it didn't, the people that knew the truth would still outnumber Hansy. Seeker wanted this to be a moral victory. So many of us gave in and agreed to still show up. I was sad to see that Seeker's daughter couldn't make it, but Seeker told me she wasn't feeling all that well and sent us her love. Things went as they always did. We drank, and played some Cards Against Humanity, and if you know anything about Cards Against Humanity, you know you can literally torture people mentally through the cards that were played on the person in charge of reading them each round. And every time Hansy or Miss Codependent's turn would come up, it'd have to read cards about relationships, his lack of sexual prowess, her inability to think for herself, and many other terrible things we came up with to torment them based on our card selection. There might have been some cheating involved, I cannot confirm nor deny. Seeker even brought an official blank deck of cards, actually, and a few markers, so we could fill in our own cards. I'm sure you can imagine how quickly that got out of hand. After some arguments and the occasional threat, we stopped playing cards sooner than we usually did. Some people were just delicate flowers with no sense of self-humor. On the bright side, it gave us time to play a few extra rounds of what we had now taken to calling Haunt and Seek. We all went through the familiar ritual and took off into the attraction to find our hiding places. As usual, our seeker waited until everyone had taken their turn alone with the mirror in the back room and scattered before getting started. He always gave us a 10-minute buffer to give us time to get hidden. It was only fair that he received a handicap, after all. This time I hid under the swirling vortex. If you've never seen one or didn't know what it was called, it's basically a black tunnel with odd lights that spins around you as you walk down a narrow, upraised walkway with rails. It's really popular in haunts. There was a spot I discovered while working one day where you could put your back against the partial wall beneath the tunnel and your lower half stretched completely out of sight. You could see where people were coming from and where they were going, but the way you were positioned, no one could actually see you. As usual, I had that sense of being watched. I was confident that tonight was the night that I would either finally see the Mirror Man or last long enough to make a story up about it of my own, to keep the fun going. I was good with it either way. Since I was the first one out of the back room and the tunnel was in a big central area, I saw just about everyone stumble through on their way to hide. I couldn't help but notice that Hansy, Miss Codependent, and their yes men seemed to be way more hosed than everyone else. The more of them I saw, the more I worried that something bad could happen to one of them, or, because of them. Being that drunk in a place like this could be dangerous if you didn't have your senses about you. I was just about to crawl out of my spot and let the seeker know when I heard him yell the words, "I'm coming for you, Barbara." Obviously, it's a Night of the Living Dead reference. It was the seeker's way to let us know the game was afoot. I shifted back into place quickly, hoping for the best. Tonight would be my night, and no one was going to ruin that. Actually getting to watch our seeker hunt our group was breathtaking. Each movement he took was precise. He walked like the slashers from the 80s with long, silent steps, finding people before they even knew he was near them. It sent a chill down my spine. I assumed he would eliminate Handy's crew first. We sometimes had this game where someone would challenge him to find them first, and somehow he'd never failed. That way we could all get to the actual game without the outsiders ruining the fun. It kind of shocked me, though, to see him go for all the rest of us first. I guess I must have stumped the master, though, because although he was near me a few times, he ended up going for Hansy and his crew after our regulars were found. When I say he went after them, though, I mean he went after them. It was when he found the first of them that I knew something had gone terribly wrong. He yanked Yes Man number 1 from the floor onto his feet from a spot in the graveyard. He said something that I couldn't quite hear before stabbing him in the abdomen multiple times and stuffing his body into the faux mausoleum. I wedged myself a little further under the tunnel, my screams dying on my lips as I all but willed him not to find me. The next Yes Man he found was in the bathroom scene. It mimicked that scene from the original Nightmare on Elm Street with Nancy and Freddy's glove in the tub. We had plexiglass installed that water ran through to make it seem as if the tub was actually filled with water. With the right lighting and fog, though, man, that thing looked real. After again saying something I couldn't hear and honestly never want to know about, Seeker broke one of the large pieces of plexiglass, and the tub actually filled with water in a quick rush. He held Yes Man number 2 under the water until he stopped struggling. When he was dead, Seeker put a piece of plywood over the tub, turned off the water, and moved on. I slid my phone from my pocket and held down the button. I nearly lost control of my bladder as the opening tone sounded, signifying that it was powering on. I stuck it in the pocket of my hoodie and gathered loose fabric around it to muffle the sound. I saw Seeker pause for a second, smile to himself, and walk right past my hiding place. Tears slid down my face as I realized he now knew exactly where I was. He didn't come back for me, though. Instead, it seemed to be a game of cat and mouse. I'd suddenly become the final girl or boy or whatever you'd like in a horror film, without the benefit of likely surviving at the end. I couldn't wiggle my fat ass out from under here easily, and I sure as hell couldn't outrun him. His next victim was Miss Codependent. She'd also been hiding in a position to see a little of what was happening, but from the morgue scene. It wasn't nearly as well hidden as mine. More of a hide in plain sight situation, which was visible but didn't seem big enough that someone could even hide in it. That made your brain and eyes somehow overlook it altogether. It sounds weird, but it's actually a haunt technique that works better than you can imagine. Unfortunately for her, it clearly didn't work out at all. Not on our seeker. She gave more of a struggle than the others, stabbing him with a box knife she must have grabbed from the hidden partitions. You know, those little spots where in most scenes it usually held water for the actors in the area or tools needed to fix something within the scene if, something broke. I watched as her arm flailed wildly, slicing the left side of his face by random chance alone. He didn't move. He didn't so much as cry out in pain. He just stood there and tilted his head to the side slightly. Before I knew it, he said something again I couldn't make out and grabbed her by the hair on the back of her head. He repeatedly slammed her face into the large metal slab in the center of the scene until it was ruined. Her face, I mean, not the prop. I could hear the cartilage and frontal bones cracking before her limp body hit the floor. Seeker opened one of the body drawers against the wall and carefully slid her into it, closing it in place. Finally, remembering the phone in my hand, I quickly dialed 911 but didn't say a word when the operator answered. I'd once seen some horror movie or TV show. I can't remember which, where a person in distress did this very same thing. They ended up sending an officer to investigate the situation because there was supposed to be some rule about investigating all calls. I didn't know if it was true, but I sure as hell hoped it was. Even though I was pretty sure he knew where I was hiding, I prayed that not calling attention to myself would, I don't know, save me somehow. I shifted my attention back in time to see Seeker heading my way. Just before he reached the opposite end of the tunnel I was hiding under, he shifted direction to the funeral home scene. It was somewhere between the graveyard and the morgue. He yanked the lid from off a coffin and stared down into it. He was close enough this time that I could see his face and hear everything. I could even hear him breathing. I knew that he'd found Hansy at the time because I could hear his voice drunkenly bitching about how Seeker better not have broken the lid or he'd be forced to pay to replace it, if not outright fired. He slurred his words all to hell, clearly not understanding what was happening. This time when Seeker spoke, I heard it all. Suddenly everything made sense in some twisted way. Much like the Mirror Man. He told Hansy his truth. I know what you did to my daughter and how you had your friends cover it up. She committed suicide today. Unfortunately for all of you, she left a note. At that point, Seeker pulled a flask out of his pocket and emptied its contents all over Hansy and the coffin he was desperately trying to pull himself out of. From his other pocket, he produced a pack of matches. Your truth is that you are incapable of being a better person. You surround yourself with yes men to validate even your most damaging life choices. Your burning desire to be the most important thing in every room you walk into has poisoned you and everything you touch. With the simplest action, a quick flick of his wrist, a match was lit and tossed into the coffin. I could smell Hansy's flesh burn as he squealed for someone to save him. The squeals turned to choking sobs as black smoke filled his lungs before the crackling of the coals overpowered the sound. Seeker turned and walked in my direction. I saw the anguish on his face. There was something in his eyes, not regret, no, but a look of resignation. He smiled at me sadly and left. He just left. I crawled out as fast as I could. My short legs fought desperately to propel my fat ass out from underneath the tunnel. The second I cleared the tunnel, I ran out of the attraction to the main office. I saw him enter the back room where we kept the game mirror, and heard the click of the lock. The main office door flew open, and I was quickly pulled inside. Everyone else had survived the ordeal, all our regulars. Each of the people he had found before the murders were told to go to the office and lock the door. They all thought that there was going to be some kind of prank or fight to get back at Hansy and the others for what they'd done, but no one knew what had actually happened or why. I barely let them speak before shouting for them to call the police. Now. In a panic, I rushed through what had happened so quickly they could barely understand what I was saying. A fire alarm went off inside the building, cutting off my second attempt, and we all fled outside and waited for the fire department to arrive. At that point, I was the only person who knew Seeker still had himself locked in the back room. Eventually, I could tell everyone what had happened, including the police officer that had shown up at the scene. The desperate call I'd made to 911 had been noted, but it wasn't until the fire alarm went off they took what they thought might have been a prank call seriously. Thanks to the state-of-the-art fire alarm the owner insisted on putting into the building, the fire was put out easily, and they found all the bodies intact, except for Hansy's. They had used dental records to identify him. Other than the funeral home scene and a little smoke damage in the neighboring scenes, the attraction itself was just fine. There was only one thing still in the back room when the fire department broke down the door. Before you take a guess, and you end up wrong, no. It wasn't Seeker. Somehow, in a concrete room, with no other exits, he disappeared. The only thing there was that old mirror we'd stood in front of every session before our game. You know, last week I heard a story about the Mirror Man from my younger cousin's boyfriend's sister. It was about someone called the Mirror Man, actually. They say that if you follow a certain ritual before a game of hide and seek, the Mirror Man will find you. Each person has to do a little ritual in front of a full-length mirror before a game of hide and seek begins. They have to light a candle and invoke some spirit named the Mirror Man by saying his name a few times and telling him it was time to show them some truth about themselves. I was told that if the ritual worked, a person would see someone following them. You would see that figure out of your peripheral vision or always moving quickly around a corner just ahead of you. And once you were hidden, you would wait 15 minutes. He'd come find you and show you what you asked for. I'm not ashamed to admit that I tried it myself tonight. I didn't play hide and seek with myself, obviously, but I stood in front of my full-length bathroom mirror, lit a candle, and said, "Mirror man, mirror man, mirror man." And I stood there in my bathroom in the dark for 15 minutes. And as I expected, nothing happened. I turned on the light and I went about the rest of my evening. You know, all too often, people create their own monsters. They create their own legends. Every action and decision you make has a consequence, good or bad. Part of me likes to think that Seeker is still out there somewhere, dishing out punishments and maybe even saving our lives. The rest of me hopes he's at peace somewhere. As a parent myself these days, I can't imagine anything I wouldn't do to anyone that hurt my little girl. While all urban legends contain a shred of truth, I'm sad to say that not all truths are worth repeating. No. Some things are better left to the dead. And that's my story. Yay.
Good job.
Thank you.
I like your haunt stories.
So that would lead us right into Legends by Night later, Raz. I see why you read that story, man. That was amazing.
There's like some very loose stuff. Obviously, it's about Hell's Dungeon, which did not exist 15 years ago. But there was a lot of fun stuff I got to put in there. A lot of it was obviously made up. But that very room, the concrete room that this room is based on, that at one time when we opened did have a creepy ass mirror in it, is our break room now. So if you're in there, Pyle, just think about
Are
that.
you serious? The break room?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the concrete room that had the mirror in it when we opened.
With the pipe hanging out of it? Man, jeez, criminy.
Did you submit that to the No Sleep on Reddit?
Yeah, actually, that one is on the No Sleep subreddit, and it's part of another series of stories that I have posted on there. But you can also find it in the Riverside Chronicles. It's one of the stories that I included in there.
So, I'm going to show off a couple things real quick. First of all, for those wondering, this is what the Owlite t-shirt for tonight that we're doing, the Owlite All Night shirt, looks like. That's the logo that goes on there.
That's awesome.
And the stickers that you'll only ever be able to get if you win one here. We also have, these are the mini Monties. They are little Mothman keychains, and they move. Like, you can move their wings and do stuff with them. They're adorable. Pyle is giving up 5 of those for this. We'll do one of those at the end of this show. And then also, get on later tonight, Legends by Night, because he is also donating this amazing book. It's freaking gorgeous.
That book's awesome, man. That book's awesome.
Yeah, so that'll be available when you're doing the Legends by Night. The mini Monties will be up for grabs at random times throughout the show. And for those of you guys who are going to be sticking around for your bedtime story from Dell, I'm going to be giving away this version of Alice in Wonderland. It is the Canterbury Collection leather-bound edition with the original illustrations.
I like that cover. That's cool.
Yeah.
So it's an old school book. It's not got all the, I mean, everybody's done really fancy, weird graphics, but you know, you can get everything from spooky to corny to My Little Pony, probably.
That's an original, though, man. Like,
yeah, this is all the original graphics and stuff done up in it. So these are some of the things you guys can look forward to for prizes. And all you have to do, well, some of them, the haunt packages, you need to comment haunt. The Alice package, that'll start when I start the show. Just there will be a hashtag Alice. But any comments whatsoever get you entered into the general drawings as well.
Yep.
So
speaking of that hashtag haunt, you got about a minute or two to get that hashtag haunt in there for our next pair of tickets and the special prize for Until It Screams as well. So we'll give you a minute. Put hashtag haunt in the chat, guys.
Well, I noticed my
every
mom
time-
put hashtag haunt in the chat, but she's in Florida, so that means I'll have to go pick it up for her.
And
up
then
for her,
you
yeah.
start working, right?
Yeah.
And then come to work.
And then Raz says, "All right, go act."
I do
You
want to
in costume
point out
now.
every time you guys say spooky, I think of my giant pumpkin that is at our haunt and him waving in the background.
Yep.
If you don't know, my haunt has a kid-friendly mascot, and he competes against other mascots at a competition. But every time you say spooky, I'm just thinking, man, I want to see that 3D printout of him when it gets done.
Yeah, me too. All right, Raz, I have had a request come in from my mother on Messenger asking if I can read next so that she can go to bed.
Yeah, that's fine. Let us do this haunt giveaway again.
Let's do it.
Because we got to do it. So I got to play the ad, even if we don't have anyone.
Go ahead.
Okay, play the ad, but no, dip. I'll be right back.
Are you wording?
No, I'm gonna go dip real quick while you're doing the ad, and I'll be right back.
Okay. Awesome. Well, that's our ad. That's what plays our every hour on the hour to win the tickets. We don't have anyone to win the tickets yet right now. No big deal. Well, we're still gonna play the ad every hour on the hour and talk about it until you guys start winning some tickets.
Every time I see that ad, I just see the two characters with the zombie, and they just look like, yeah, we're totally screwed.
Oh yeah. That's some awesome stock footage. I belong to a stock footage service where I can get a lot of things if I don't have the chance to go out and film things. And this year it was super tough with the weather got super bad when we were going to be filming like sub-zero temperatures. So for the ad for this year, I had to rely on footage I had from the haunt and the stock because I'm the one that makes all these ads for the haunt, and I absolutely love doing it, man. It's so much fun. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and shift things up, so that way Betty can hear Ron's story. Is that all right with you, Pyle? You good?
That's fine. That's fine.
We'll do yours after Ron. So Ron.
Okay, I have 3 options for stories, and I will leave it up to you all to decide. The first one is I can read one of the short stories from my upcoming book, Inside My Nightmares, to be released February 15th. Or I can read the fairy story that I submitted for the new anthology that Fae Corps Publishing is putting out, Fae Propaganda. Or, and I'm sure Janie would be on board with this one, I can read you a teaser of the novel that I'm currently writing. I will leave it up to you all.
I was hoping for urban legend.
She was hoping for urban legend. What about the rest of you?
I gotta agree. Since we're honoring urban legends later for Legends by Night, I think that would be a perfect one, man.
Urban legends. You know, I was actually going to go with the novel that I was currently working on that I have tentatively titled The Secret of the Ooze, having absolutely nothing to do.
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
Ninja Turtle. But yes, I can read urban legend, which is a fun story in and of itself.
I liked it.
All of the books or all of the stories Inside My Nightmare, they all have something to do with the supernatural, but they're not all scary. Urban legend is one of those stories that is not all that scary, but it's a fun story. So here we go. Urban legend. Urban Driscoll sat in his weather-worn rocking chair. From here on his front porch, he could see the entire neighborhood as it sprawled out across low-lying hills, curvy roads, tree-lined driveways. The chair had served him well for 5 decades, and though its rich wood color had long since faded, it was still as sturdy as it was the day he had built it. From this chair, he had watched the growth of the valley below him, the valley which had been named for him. Urban had made his money in his younger days by slowly acquiring all the real estate in this valley. In those days, the valley had been mostly forested with a large river snaking through it. Urban had cut down the trees and then opened a lumber mill, which had, in turn, sold the wood to the very companies who used the cleared land to build housing developments. Thus, Driscoll River Valley was born and had grown steadily ever since. Urban had built a modest house for himself at the top of the valley next to the river, which had run through his backyard. Driscoll River, however, was no longer so much a river as it was Driscoll Creek. For 60 years, it had provided water to the citizens of Driscoll River Valley, but development and a series of seasonal droughts had withered the once massive riverbed to the sinewy vein it was now. Even the housing developments had finally encroached into Urban's Hill, a neighborhood cul-de-sac forming around his country-style house. Beautiful modern homes lined his street on both sides, yet it was one house in particular that Urban studied at the moment. In the yard across the street, a small girl was placing Halloween decorations, small ghosts and tombstones, which she staked to the ground. She went through her work with zeal, often running back and forth from spot to spot and surveying her handiwork. Urban sat in his chair with a small block of wood and a pocket knife, whittling away small chunks until the wood began to take form. The screen door screeched a tired sound. Urban looked up to see his graying wife carrying a platter with 2 glasses of lemonade. "Thank you, dear," he said. "What's going on?" the elderly woman asked. "The neighborhood kids are getting ready to have their annual Halloween party." "Ah, that's nice," she said. "I remember Halloween used to be your favorite time of year. You used to have so much fun with the kids. Whatever happened to that?" "I got old," Urban laughed. "That's what happened." "Oh, horse feathers, Urban. For as long as I've known you, you've never let anything stop you from doing anything. You've built this entire town. Now get off your duff and go have fun with the kids." "You're right, dear," Urban smiled. "Maybe once more for old time's sake." Urban put down the glass of lemonade and stood up. He tossed aside the wooden block and folded up his carving knife and slid it into his pocket. He was an exceptionally tall man, and as he stretched out the kinks from sitting, it only added to the illusion, making him look unearthly and gaunt. Again, had only thinned him out more, giving a sullen look to his features, but his eyes twinkled with mischief. He kissed his wife on the head. "I think I will join the party," he said. "I'm going to go pick out a suit." With that, he stepped through the screen door and disappeared inside. In his bedroom, Urban lay out the suit on his bed. It was a dark blue pinstripe, which he had used for business meetings and public appearances in his early career. It was the same suit he had worn when he was photographed as the first official mayor of Driscoll River Valley. Urban could not remember the last time he had actually worn it. He smoothed out the lapel and examined the sleeves. Like the rocking chair, its color had faded a little, but otherwise it was holding up well to the years. He could not help but admire himself in the mirror as he slid comfortably into the soft fabric. It brought a wave of nostalgia, and Urban sighed. Once dressed, he went to the fireplace, to the main room of the house. No fires had worn this alcove for many years, but there were still ashen remnants. Urban scooped a big handful of ashes and smeared them around his eyes, darkening the skin, making his sparkling eyes look even more sunken. Satisfied, he then went to the kitchen pantry and found his next item, a bag of cornstarch. Like the ashes, Urban powdered his face with the white substance, thus completing the look. As he was finishing up, his wife entered the kitchen. "How do I look?" he asked. "Absolutely ghoulish, dear. Now go knock him dead." Though a tall woman herself, she still stood a head shorter than Urban and had to reach up to kiss him, then laughed and wiped the starch from her lips. Dusk came quickly this time of year. The neighborhood kids were already arriving as Urban emerged onto his front porch. They were all dressed in various costumes. Many of them were eyeing the decorations the young girl had so tediously arranged. Urban knew it would be dark soon. He decided to wait until the light of dusk had given over completely to the night before he would make his way to the party, ensuring that all the kids would have arrived by then. Even from his vantage point on the porch, Urban could hear the loud music of Halloween songs and the modern rock music that today's kids seem to enjoy. Sounds of laughter and the incomprehensible sounds of conversation reached his ears. The streetlights were now coming on, and the last vestiges of natural light disappeared along with the kids into the recesses of the house. Urban decided it was time. The cul-de-sac was empty as he made his way across the street. No one was out to notice the extremely tall man in the dark blue suit with the skull-like face. As Urban moved in stealth, he could not help but smile to himself, his plan now taking shape. As he moved closer to the house, trying to keep to the shadows, Urban heard voices coming from around the backside. He moved along the bush line at the side of the house, closing in on the voices. Peeking over a hedgerow, he saw all the kids gathered in a circle around a large bonfire. Some were roasting marshmallows, and there was a general air of laughter and camaraderie. Then, Urban saw the young girl he had seen earlier decorating the yard. She was wearing a pink tinsel wig with a star drawn in glitter on her cheek. "All right, everybody, calm down," she spoke. "It's time for a ghost story." She waited for the group to become quiet before she spoke again. "So how many of you here know the story of Old Man Driscoll?" Most everyone in the group raised their hands. Urban perked up at the mention of his name. He watched and listened from behind the hedgerow, wondering what the girl would say next. "Now, I know what we've all been taught in school and read in the papers, but there's a story they don't want you to know." She paused for dramatic effect. "They say that Old Man Driscoll really died in his lumber mill." Again, she paused. She looked around the group to make sure she had their attention. "Oh, yes," she continued. "You see, Old Man Driscoll had a business partner, a man by the name of Robert Mackey. And Mackey, it seems, was jealous at the success his partner was having. But it really got bad when Old Man Driscoll met the love of his life, a lady named Esther Clemens. Well, as it turns out, old Mackey had a thing for Esther as well, but she rejected Mackey's attempts at courting her. She swore she was in love with Driscoll." Again, she paused to make sure her audience was with her. Driscoll certainly was. He hung on her every word. Then one day, Mackey met old Lista up in the lumber mill. When he confronted her one final time, he said if she didn't return his love, he was going to make Driscoll pay and bring down everything he had worked for. But again, Esther was loyal to her love and rejected Mackey. This upset Mackey, and he attacked her right there in the mill. He pushed her up against a large mechanical saw, but little did he know her dress had gotten caught in the machine's conveyor belt, and it yanked her straight up. Mackey couldn't do anything but look in horror as the saw blade came crashing down, slicing her in two. There was some gasps from the audience, but the young girl gave them no time to respond. "Sploosh!" she said, motioning with her hands to illustrate an explosion. Blood and guts were spewed everywhere. But before Mackey could do anything, suddenly Driscoll burst through the door. He saw Mackey standing there covered in blood and the dismembered body of his love still caught up on the conveyor belt. Driscoll was filled with rage. "What have you done?" he shouted at Mackey. "I didn't do. I was trying to." Mackey stammered, but it was too late. Driscoll rushed at him and the two men fought. But Mackey knew what he had to do. Driscoll was a witness. With his partner out of the way, that would make him the controlling owner of the business. Without any remorse, Mackey pushed Driscoll onto the conveyor belt, then watched as a saw blade came down once again. Crack! She clapped her hands together to emphasize the effect. Some girls in the audience jumped at the sudden noise. Then, adopting a quieter tone, the girl continued. "They say that saw decapitated Old Man Driscoll, and his head was lost somewhere in the piles of lumber. and to this day, he still roams this valley looking for his head. Urban couldn't help but smile at the story. Though parts of it rang true, he was amused at the embellishments the young girl added. It was true. He did have a business partner named Robert Mackey. And it was true. Mackey had confessed his love for Urban's wife, but it had never come to a feud such as the young girl described. In reality, Mackey had sold his share of the business to Urban, then had moved on to another city to seek his own fortune. But Urban had no time to reflect on the history any longer. The girl was continuing her story. Well, my friends, she engaged her audience, that happened 80 years ago tonight. And they say on a clear night like this, when the moon is going bright in the sky, you can still see the shadow of Old Man Driscoll as he wanders the valley in search of his long-lost head. But be warned, because if you do, you just might hear the sound of a saw blade. You hear that sound? You better run, because it's Old Man Driscoll, and he wants your head! But suddenly, from somewhere in the group, a loud mechanical scraping sound emanated. The entire group screamed in unison, and Urban could withstand it no longer. He jumped out from behind the bushes and roared. It was absolute mayhem. Old Man Driscoll, someone shouted. The children scattered this way and that, seeking some place to hide or running back into the house. Urban played along and ran around, flailing his arms wildly and growling as the kids ran by him. He laughed maniacally and then jumped back into the bushes to complete his ghostly act. The backyard was now child-free. The last of the struggles had made it into the house, including the young storyteller. Urban heard the deadbolt click into place on the door, and he laughed at himself as he made his way back across the street to his own porch. His wife was sitting in her rocking chair as Urban ascended the few steps, still smiling. "How was it, dear?" Esther asked. "Just like old times," Urban replied. "Just like old times." He resumed his spot in his rocking chair, picked up the wooden block, and pulled out his pocket knife. "I'm glad you had fun," she said. "But there's one thing, though. Have you heard what the kids are saying about me?" "What's that, dear?" "They're saying that I died in the lumber mill, that I had my head lopped off by a saw." "Horse feathers, dear. Everyone knows you died in your sleep." "Lordy, Esther, I know that, and you know that. Hell, anybody that can read a newspaper obituary knows that. I just wish I had some way to tell them." "Why would you want to?" his wife asked. "So I can set the record straight," he responded. "It doesn't seem right." "Well, look at it this way, dear. You're a legend in this town. You built it from the ground up, and people will always remember you for that. And you love Halloween. You love scaring the kids. Just think of it as your way to be with the kids and make them happy on Halloween. You would have done no less 50 years ago." Urban considered this. Finally, he said, "You're all right, dear. You're always right." Esther smiled. "Now go wash your face, dear, and get ready for bed. It's getting late." The next morning, Penelope Werner went about the task of taking down the Halloween decorations from the front yard. She did this with some reluctance, while mostly contemplating her party the night before. Her attention was drawn from her thoughts as an olive green Jeep pulled up to the driveway. Penelope jumped with delight as the driver exited the vehicle. "Daniel!" she exclaimed, giving her big brother a hug. "You were awesome at the party last night." Daniel returned his sister's hug. "The party? Oh, hey, look, I'm sorry about that. I totally meant to." "What are you talking about?" Penelope asked. "You totally rocked it." Now Daniel looked perplexed. "What are you talking about? I just now got here." Penelope looked confused. "What? I mean, you playing Old Man Driscoll last night and scaring the bejesus out of everyone at the party. It was awesome." "Honestly, Penelope, I don't know what you're talking about. It must have been someone else because I wasn't here last night. My sergeant didn't have us finishing maneuvers until late last night. I was way too tired to drive home afterwards, so I left this morning. I just now got here." Penelope went white. "But then who?" Unable to control herself, she turned toward the country-style house across the street. For a brief second, she thought she saw the rocking chair move. A shiver of cold moved up her spine. "Old Man Driscoll," she said under her breath. Daniel tried to look where his younger sister was looking, but saw nothing. Penelope, I think you had way too much punch at your party. Old man Driscoll's been dead for over 20 years now. Penelope shivered again. Yeah, I think I better go back inside. Daniel put his arm around his sister, and the two disappeared into the house. Across the street, Urban sat in his rocking chair watching the older boy with his younger sister. The young girl was animated and turned to look in Urban's direction. Urban raised his hand to wave and gave a knowing wink. Then the two disappeared into the house, and Urban resumed his carving. Again, the screen door screeched, and Esther appeared holding a platter with 2 glasses of lemonade. What was all that about? She asked. Oh, just getting the last scare, he said. Now I have to wait until next year. It seems like an eternity away. Well, my dear, you have an eternity to think about what you're going to do next year. Esther sat down in her own chair and sipped out of one of the glasses. Then a thought struck her. Urban, honey. Yes, dear. You love scaring the kids. You could have chosen to become one of them again. Tell me, out of all the eternities you could have chosen, why did you choose this one? Urban smiled. He put down his wooden block and carving knife. Because, my love. He took a sip of lemonade. He closed his eyes, savored the taste. Because of this. He held up the glass of lemonade. Because of this house and this valley. And most of all, because of you, my love. He opened his arms in a wide, sweeping gesture encompassing all that was before him. Because all of this is my idea of heaven.
Very nice, sir. I really like that one. That's amazing.
Bravo. That was lovely.
That might be my idea of
my
heaven,
upcoming book.
I love it.
It's spooky and it's humorous and it has all those elements together. I like it very much.
That one was for my mother.
Mother.
Thank you for joining us,
Thank you,
Betty.
Betty Luther.
Thank you for joining us, Mom.
And hello,
Thank you.
April.
Keep making him.
April Pitts. Hello, April.
Never met her in my entire life.
I bet you haven't. I've never had her balls in my mouth. That's an inside joke about food, about meatballs. Just so we're being clear.
Just so you're clear, as of what was earlier.
Oh yeah, I still got a bowl of Pyle's balls over here that I got to finish eating at some point. Pyle's balls and noodles is what I'm calling them at the house.
Okay, so we're going to have Pyle tell a story, and at the end of this, time is flying, guys. I thought we were looking at like the time slots. I'm like, oh god, how are we going to fill this time? But it's going pretty darn quick because it takes a little bit to get those giveaways done. And
I even updated. Yeah, and I updated the countdown on Ron's face there.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We got to do it eventually.
Oh, it was like 22 hours. Oh, hell no. That was like an hour and a half ago. I had to fix it.
Oh, geez.
So, so we're going to do that. We're going to have a giveaway at the end of this show. It's going to be, we're going to do Ron's book, I think. And do we want to do a Monty with it? Or do we want to do his...
Don't matter to me one way or another. I've got 5 Monties that need to go flying to somebody's house.
Okay. So comment and how about we do that as a combo pack on one of them?
Do you want to do it as a combo or do you want to do the book and then the Monty? It don't matter to me either way.
Do them separate or together? However you guys want to do it.
Do we have enough prizes to go around?
Oh yeah, we got plenty of things going on between now and then.
I mean, I've got 5 Monties. Don't care when they go flying out the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not picky. I want people to get these.
But I'll tell you guys, the more people you tell about the stream that pop in the stream and actually comment, the bigger the prizes are going to get, and the more often we'll give them away. That's need true. People, because we can't have the same people keep winning prizes over and over again. You know, that's not right. So we need you guys to spread the word and get more people into the stream. There's 24 hours of this, so there's plenty of time.
All right, Mom, go wake up all of your friends in the retirement community and get them to come into the chat.
Someone might get.
My kid's on the internet. Come watch.
My grandma would have done that, like straight up. She'd have been beating pots and pans and walking down the hallway. Get the fuck up and go watch this.
Support my family.
No joke. When Freak the band I toured with first released our album, and we were like a stoner metal with like blues and grunge vibes. We released our first album, and she was in a retirement community and would not let me give her a free copy. She showed up to a show like she always did and bought a copy. She went home the next day and got in trouble with the retirement community that she was living at because she blasted it on her stereo and stood out. It was too loud for her to be in her apartment when she was blasting it. So she stood in the hallway just pointing out the door going, "That's my grandson." That's my
I would not put it
Everybody
past my mom. I mean, my mom's connected with like every single one of our family on Facebook, like, 3 or 4 branches out, like, the entire family tree. She's connected with everybody. I would not put it past her to like be calling everybody like, "Hey,"
You may hear things you don't want to hear just as a warning, but
3 o'clock in the morning, I got, relatives coming in from God knows where.
Yeah. You were talking about what?
I'm
All
glad
right.
y'all like that story. I'm really glad y'all like that story.
It was an awesome story.
Hell yeah, it was.
So, if we've got time for my little
We
bit
do.
of a short story,
We do.
So, as I was talking to these guys, I asked a very important question. Have you guys ever had a dream that absolutely seems to repeat itself over and over and over? Perhaps this dream has been a dream that doesn't just repeat itself, but it goes on and gives you a little more detail. A little more and a little more. As you wake up, it could be something as the smallest thing as something repeating itself and having a little bit more detail. Well, honestly, for, I don't know, the last 7+ years, I've had that. Be waking up and try my hardest to remember every single thing about that little detail that had changed. And it could be the simplest little things. It could be something got added to it. And it's not a thing like deja vu, because deja vu is absolutely the feeling of you've been there before. But I can't say I've ever been there in that spot in that dream, because the dream has never been about me. It has just been about the design of a creature. And as I went through this whole thing and I write it down and I write it down and I write it down, I start writing down the littlest details of this, because perhaps I'm missing something. Maybe this dream is trying to tell me something and I'm not getting it. And, I call friends up, talk to them. And everybody says, "Man, I don't know what is wrong with you, but I've never had a dream like that." So perhaps my dream to your guys' dreams are totally different. But I always know that this dream reoccurs, and it could be the simplest thing of something changing, maybe a new item that was added into this dream. But it's just one of those things that when you go and you fall asleep, you kind of hope that that dream comes to you. But that dream never always comes back to you. And in fact, it could be months before it returns. And then you're constantly thinking about it. And at some point, maybe you're so tired that you actually have had that dream, but you don't remember it. And that's always been a thing with me, just trying to figure out if this is a situation with me not remembering the reoccurring dream and the differences in the dreams, to me actually never having the dream. I've talked to people and they say that dreams are gateways. Could be a gateway into a different thing. It could be a gateway into a different dimension. I don't know. I'm not a psychic. I never claimed to ever be. But in the dream world, it seems like it can be so real, it can feel like it's going to grab you. I mean, we've always had those wonderful dreams that we wish that we could forget, like going back to school after you've been out of school, or going to school and everybody's making fun of you because you forgot to put pants on. And it's okay to have these dreams because these are common dreams. And some people, like I said, don't even have dreams. They don't have the blessings of the dreams. In today's society, it kind of scares me just thinking about the possibilities of people not having imagination. And maybe the dreams are our way of having an overactive imagination. Or perhaps it's just how our brain processes everything that has happened. But this dream that reoccurs to me over and over and over, and I've taken the time and wrote it down, and I remember stuff, but I haven't had that dream for a while, and I'm hoping it returns because I want to figure out how the creature in this dream has modified itself. Is he doing well? Should I be concerned about it? Is he not doing well? Should I be concerned about myself? It's not like anybody's chasing me around in this dream, and in fact, I'm watching this. I'm on the sidelines. I'm watching this creature. Well, I guess I would put it as I'm watching this creature exist from the point of it being created to the point of it understanding itself to the point of it being able to move. That's always one of those things that you kind of watch and you just wait for the next thing to happen. But as soon as I get into it and I start really getting interested in it, the dream ends and I wake up. Some doctors would say that dreams are how you're trying to process situations or how you're handling your everyday life. And I can't say that I have a bad life. I can't say that anything in my life is a circumstance that deserves a special type of dream to be made. But as I go on and I keep on waiting for this dream to happen, I sit there and I wake up just drifting off to sleep at the littlest sound, almost being frustrated, thinking maybe perhaps I just missed the gateway into that dream. So I come on here and I did not know what to say or what to talk about or what kind of story, because I really don't read too much on here. And I really don't express myself in writing on here. But I do have my thought processes, and I wanted to express myself through just telling a story of how I sit there wondering when my dream's going to come back to me. If it ever does. I mean, it's something that's better than a TV show to me. It happens while I'm sleeping. I get great rest from it. So why not have a small little entertaining show while you're sleeping? But I never know if it's coming back to me. And I hope it does, because there's a lot of people that kind of want to know as much as I do on how the creature is. Like I said, I don't know what it is. I just watch it start existing, and I really love it because it's almost like a next episode. But I have no controls on dreams as much as no one has controls on dreams. So if you do have a dream, maybe write it down. Maybe make a book out of your dream. When we say dreams, we're not just saying a dream here as in a dream as in sleeping dream. Sleeping dreams is one dream, daydreaming is another dream, and having a dream that is a dream that you can accomplish something is another type of dream. And I believe that all three of those dreams are wonderful. I've never met anybody that tells me anything different. I mean, the type of dream that you have a goal needs to be attainable, or at least step by step attainable. The dream that you're sleeping, you have no control over. The daydream, sometimes you're so bored, or you have ADHD, that's the only way you can get through the day. And as much as people might call someone weird, you might be weird because you are daydreaming, and perhaps they're just jealous that they're not having as much fun in reality as much as you do. So, like I told everybody on here, I was going to make it short and sweet and simple because honestly, I don't have like the most spectacular stories, and maybe one of these days I will get into my former career. Those stories can be very, very entertaining. But right now, I'm just going to talk about how I think that this dream would be something that I wish everybody could experience. So hopefully all of you guys out there, if you guys are watching this and you guys are thinking about different stuff, you guys can all have a wonderful dream. Maybe when you fall asleep, Ron, maybe your mom will fall asleep and she'll be dreaming about the next book that you're going to come out with. Because you know what? If you don't have dreams, I wish you did. If you don't make dreams, I wish you do. And if you don't daydream, how do you pass the time? So that's my short little story. You know, it's nothing like the rest of the guys. So hopefully this little thing entertains you guys just with a thought process of thinking about your dreams and trying to maybe possibly write your dreams down. That's what I got, guys.
Rock on, man. I love that. I kind of want to have that dream now too.
Dude, Jenny's getting information about this dream. And it's just absolutely something that has been loving me and terrifying me and torturing me all in the same thing, just because I want to see how it goes.
Gotcha.
I enjoy the dream. I enjoy what he's written about it. And I am unsure if I want to have the dream because a couple of the characters, when it gets further in, seems kind of opinionated.
I think we should all have the shared dream, and where we're all having the dream at the same time and we're interacting with each other.
That's called the Matrix. No.
Yeah, no, it's called Explorers.
Yep. I love Explorers. And also Dreamscapes. There's a couple movies, sci-fi horror movies back in like the 80s that talk about this. And I kind of wish there was a way for us to download our dreams to other people to experience and things like that. Like that would be some cool future tech, man.
No, man, I want to download my dreams into freaking words so I can put them into novel format.
Well, download it and rewatch them back. You can take notes, because you lose a lot of what your dream was as you wake. So that'd be cool. We do have an alert, guys. We have a donation alert.
Woo! Yay! Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Whoever it was that donated.
It looks like 1 second. I'm bringing up the information now. I get a little alert in my email when it pops up, and I've been monitoring that. We have a $30 donation from Craig Pence. So there we go, guys. We're at $30. We're at You know, 3.5 hours in, we got $30. That's almost $10 an hour, almost.
I'd like to
Right.
meet that guy and shake his hand.
Yeah.
Really, I always thought he was a dick.
Well, I mean, he is, but he's cool enough to donate.
I heard
so.
he got in a fight with you on Facebook, Pyle, and you won.
And he got blocked.
Yeah, I heard he got blocked.
He got blocked. Like, he got guideline violations, and he got blocked for a week.
Well, maybe this is him trying to make up for it.
I just have to find out. I just have to find out if he was donating for a shirt or not, so I make sure I get him one. I'm going to assume so.
Yeah, and if
I'm
you win
gonna
something, make sure you get your information to the Owlite Network Facebook page or email, whatever. Look on. We're
Dude.
linked all over the place.
Yeah.
So
We cannot allow him to win. Cannot.
Well, I mean, he just
Oh, no,
donated.
I mean, he's
so
kind of a
we
cool guy. He's got my vote.
Yeah, he's got to get a shirt now because he donated $20 or more. So I mean, it's what we're doing.
I think he's a 3X.
Okay,
He's a,
I'll
he's
make
a
a
bigger
note.
boy.
I'll make a note for when I run into him on February 10th.
All right.
okay, so are we ready to do another giveaway?
Yeah.
Yes, that finishes all of our stories.
All right. This one we're going to do. It's going to show Jody from before, but this is going to be for Ron's book. And did we decide we're doing the mini Monty too?
Yes.
Pyle. That'd be a question for Pyle.
Huh?
You're muted, buddy.
Pyle's muted.
Hold on,
Get
he's
relive,
muted.
Pyle.
Yeah, you have a quick chance right now to type something in the comments if you want to be in for this drawing and you haven't entered yourself yet. But
Okay, now I know you're just messing with me. 'Cause we both know you're not muted anymore.
Yeah.
So leave a comment, guys. You're running out of time. Leave a comment.
Bye.
on that note,
All right.
La 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 la.
No, the Smurfs.
No,
La
no.
la 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 la.
oh my god, no. Okay, we're gonna go here and we are going to draw again and see if it's anybody besides one of our network people who wins. Keep eliminating you guys as you enter more stuff. Betty Lou!
Yay. Your mother wins a copy of your ebook.
book?
And a book.
And a
Funny because
Mothman.
she's already bought 2 hardback copies.
Well, now she gets a certified
Ron,
e-copy of your book.
It's your
too.
mother.
Well, I mean, to be fair, she did order the ebook copy for the pre-release, but now she can actually get an advanced copy of it, so she'll get it before everybody
Yeah,
else.
because that's part of the prize is the advance.
Yes. So way to go, Mom. See, I told you it pays to comment in the chat. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, and she gets a mini Monty, which is fucking awesome, man.
And
That's so
just
cute.
for people who aren't aware, I had freaking no control over that whatsoever. I had no idea she's gonna come and do the chat, so I think it's pretty cool.
Awesome,
Honestly.
man. It's awesome. It was, we keep everything fair and above board here. That's why we display the prize window. Everybody can see what's going on. Like there was definitely no favorites played in that situation. Clearly, we have no control over where that wheel stops whatsoever.
If it would have landed on one of us, we get kicked out of it, so that it'll quit counting our comments on here.
Yeah.
I can tell
like
when I'm
me to
not
find a copy of
wanted.
my own damn book. I'm the one that wrote it.
Speaking of which, real quick, Raz, were you able to pick up the giveaways from the link I gave you for upcoming stuff?
I'm not sure if I was or not because I was doing 5,000 things at once.
Okay. Well, because I have to get ready for. I can't run two. I can't share multiple screens at once. So
Give me 1 second, please.
that's okay.
Let me go. I mean, we got a little bit. How much time do we have? When is this?
8 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. 8 minutes.
Yes.
Give me 1 moment.
8 minutes ago.
So before we go into here, We should run. We should run some more Dr. Evil.
1 second. I'm trying to see how
Yes,
this
I
works.
need my Deadly Grounds coffee.
Yeah.
It does not allow me to do it, by the way. It will not allow me to join the giveaway. I have to. The only option is to choose a live stream, which is not allowing me to do, or to start a new one.
It won't let you join this one, or choose this one.
I'm triple checking. No, wait, hold on a minute. It was under splash pages. That's why.
Yeah.
Part 1, Miss Live. 1 second.
You should have like 4 entries left on there, something like that. When it pops up.
It'll say start collecting comics. So I think it'll start over.
Okay, well, because when I did it, it reloaded stuff, but okay.
So
okay.
Ron,
No, hold on a minute. It tells me how many entries there are. So
Yeah,
I guess maybe. Okay, so then I guess it
the
does continue up here.
Yep, you can do the haunt one as well, and it'll retro select those, so you can just keep opening up tabs of it.
Okay.
And I'm going to get ready to start doing Alice in Wonderland, everyone. So there's going to be let me change the banner here real quick. Boom. Like I said before, I am going to be giving out the Canterbury Classic Leather-bound edition. Nice ribbon and everything. Really pretty little cover of Alice in Wonderland at the end of this. And I'm going to be showing illustrations from the book while we do it. So it might take me a second here to size everything. But while I'm getting ready to do that, let's talk to Father Evil again. Or maybe... Yeah, let's talk to Father Evil. We haven't seen him for a second.
Rise and shine, my sinners. When Father Evil starts his day, he gets a little deadly. Deadly Grounds coffee has the richest, smoothest flavor you'll find anywhere. It's sinfully delicious. Once you go deadly, you never go back. Order yours at getdeadly.com. Coffee's so good, it's scary.
Okay.
Father Evil, man. Like some friends of mine actually got married officially by Father Evil at a convention. He's such a good guy. Such a good guy, man. Character is amazing.
Rock on. Okay, so this is the part where I spend 3 hours reading Alice in Wonderland to you guys and taking short breaks here and there to do the hourly giveaways and to run off to the bathroom if I need to.
Yeah.
So if anybody feels like hanging around while I'm just reading, you can hang out in the stream. Otherwise, you can just watch it if you feel like laying back. And I'm going to put up right now the photo thing, and I need you guys to help me with, is it positioned okay?
Yeah, it's about dead center.
Okay.
Right.
So I've got to read. All right.
So before you start reading, I'm going to say goodbye for a while, and I'm going to go get some night-night juice in my system. And I am hoping to return around 2:30, 2:45. So hopefully that's the game plan. So I'm trying, man. You know what? Call me, wake me up, and say, dude, get in here.
I'll wake you up before I go.
So you guys all have fun, and Del, you enjoy reading this, because if I stay on here, I will fall asleep during your readings, and it's not you. It's just this will put me to sleep. So goodbye for everybody. Goodbye to everybody for right now, and I'll see you guys when I get back in here.
Happy trails to you.
Good night, Pyle.
We meet again. Night, Pyle.
All right, you won't see the rest of us until after the show, or when one of us needs to come in to help run a giveaway. Other than that, I'll see you guys in 3 hours.
Correct.
All right.
I'm gonna hide my camera now.
All right. So, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This is the original 1865 edition by Lewis Carroll. And we start off with, all in the golden afternoon, full leisurely we glide, for both our oars with little skill by little arms are plied, with little hands make vain pretense our wanderings to guide. A cruel three in such an hour beneath such dreamy weather, to beg a tale of breath too weak to stir the tiniest feather. Yet what can one poor voice avail against three tongues together? Imperious Prima flashes forth her edict to begin it. In gentler tones, Secunda hopes there will be nonsense in it, where Tertia interrupts the tale not more than once a minute. Anon to sudden silence won, in fancy they pursue the dreaming child moving through a land of wonders, wild and new, in friendly chat with bird or beast, and half believe it true. And ever as the story drained the wells of fancy dry, and faintly strove that weary one to put the subject by, the rest is next time, it is next time, the happy voices cry. Thus grew the tale of Wonderland, thus slowly one by one, its quaint events were hammered out, and now the tale is done, and home we steer, a merry crew, beneath the setting sun. Alice, a childish story take, and with gentle hand, lay it where childhood's dreams are twined in memory's mystic band, like pilgrims' withered wreath of flowers, plucked in a far-off land. Chapter 1, Down the Rabbit Hole. Alice was beginning to get very tired of sitting by her sister on the bank, and of having nothing to do. Once or twice she'd peeped into the book her sister was reading, but it had no pictures or conversations. And what is the use of a book, thought Alice, without pictures or conversations? So she was considering in her own mind, as well as she could, for the hot day made her feel very sleepy and stupid, whether the pleasure of making a daisy chain would be worth the trouble of getting up and picking the daisies, when suddenly a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close by her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, nor did Alice think it so very much out of the way to hear the rabbit say to itself, oh dear, I shall be late." When she thought it over afterwards, it occurred to her that she ought to have wondered at this, but at the time it all seemed quite natural. But when the rabbit actually took a watch out of its waistcoat pocket and looked at it and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet, for it flashed across her mind that she had never before seen a rabbit with either a waistcoat pocket or a watch to take out of it, and burning with curiosity, she ran across the field after it, and fortunately was just in time to see it pop down a large rabbit hole under the hedge. In another moment, down went Alice after it, never once considering how in the world she was going to get out again. The rabbit hole went straight on like a tunnel for some way, and then dipped suddenly down, so suddenly that Alice had not a moment to think about stopping herself before she found herself falling down a very deep well. Either the well was very deep, or she fell very slowly, for she had plenty of time as she went to look down about her and to wonder what was going to happen next. First, she tried to look down and make out what she was coming to, but it was too dark to see anything. Then she looked at the sides of the well and noticed that they were filled with cupboards and bookshelves. Here and there she saw maps and pictures hung on pegs. She took down a jar from one of the shelves as she passed it. It was labeled orange marmalade, but to her great disappointment, it was empty. She did not like to drop the jar for fear of killing someone, so she managed to put it back into one of the cupboards as she fell past it. Well, thought Alice to herself, after such a fall as this, I shall think nothing of tumbling downstairs. How brave they'll all think me at home. Why, I wouldn't say anything about it, even if I fell off the top of the house, which was very likely true. Down, down, down. Would the fall never come to an end? I wonder how many miles I've fallen by this time, she said aloud. I must be getting somewhere near the center of the earth. Let me see. That would be 4,000 miles down, I think. For, you see, Alice had learnt several things of this sort in her lessons in the schoolroom, and though this was not a very good opportunity for showing off her knowledge, as there was no one to listen to her, still, it was good practice to say it over. Yes, that's about the right distance. But then, I wonder what latitude or longitude I've got to. Alice had no idea what latitude was, or longitude either, but thought they were nice and grand words to say. Presently, she began again. I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth. How funny it'll seem to come out among the people that walk with their heads downward. The antipathies, I think. She was rather glad there was no one listening this time, as that didn't sound at all the right word. But I shall have to ask them, what is the name of the country? You know, please, ma'am, is this New Zealand or Australia? As she tried to courtesy as she spoke, courtesying as you're trying to fall through the air. Do you think you could manage it? And what an ignorant little girl she'll think me for asking. Nope, it'll never do to ask. Perhaps I shall see it written down somewhere. Down, down, down. There was nothing else to do, so Alice soon began talking again. Dinah'll miss me very much tonight, I should think. Dinah was the cat. I hope they'll remember her saucer of milk at tea time. Dinah, my dear, I wish you were down here with me. There are no mice in the air, but I'm afraid, but you might catch a bat, and that's very like a mouse, you know. But do cats eat bats, I wonder? And here Alice began to get rather sleepy, and went on saying to herself in a dreamy sort of way, do cats eat bats? Do cats eat bats? And sometimes, do bats eat cats? For you see, as she couldn't answer either question, it didn't much matter which way she put it. She felt that she was dozing off, and had just begun to dream that she was walking hand in hand with Dinah and saying to her very earnestly, now, Dinah, tell me the truth. Did you ever eat a bat? When suddenly, thump, thump, down she came upon a heap of sticks and dry leaves, and the fall was over. Alice was not a bit hurt, and she jumped up onto her feet in a moment. She looked up, but it was all dark overhead. Before her was another long passage, and the white rabbit was still in sight, hurrying down it. This was not a moment to be lost. Away went Alice like the wind, and was just in time to hear it say, as it turned a corner, oh, my ears and whiskers, how late it's getting! She was close behind it when she turned the corner, but the rabbit was no longer to be seen. She found herself in a long, low hall, which was lit up by a row of lamps hanging from the roof. There were doors all round the hall, but they were all locked. And when Alice had been all the way down one side and up the other, trying every door, she walked sadly down the middle, wondering how she was ever going to get out again. Suddenly, she came across a little three-legged table, all made of solid glass, and there was nothing on it except a tiny golden key, and Alice's first thought was that it might belong to one of the doors of the hall. But alas, either the locks were too large or the key was too small, but at any rate, it would not open either of them. However, on the second time around, she came upon a low curtain that she had not noticed before, and behind it was a little door about 15 inches high. She tried the little golden key in the lock, and to her great delight, it fitted. Alice opened the door and found that it led into a small passage, not much larger than a rat hole. She knelt down and looked along the passage into the loveliest garden you ever saw. How she longed to get out of that dark hall and wander among those beds of bright flowers and those cool fountains. But she could not even get her head through the doorway. And even if my head would go through, thought poor Alice, it would be of very little use without my shoulders. Oh, how I wish I could shut up like a telescope. I think I could, if only I knew how to begin. For you see, so many out-of-the-way things had happened lately that Alice had begun to think that very few things indeed were really impossible. There seemed to be no use in waiting by the little door, so she went back to the table, half hoping she might find another key on it, or at any rate a book of rules for shutting people up like telescopes. This time she found a little bottle on it, which certainly was not here before, said Alice, and round the neck of the bottle was a paper label with the words, "Drink me," beautifully printed on it in large letters. It was all very well to say, "Drink me," but the wise little Alice was not going to do that in a hurry. "No, I'll look first," she said, "and see whether it's marked poison or not." For she had read several nice little histories about children who had got burnt and eaten up by wild beasts and other unpleasant things, all because they would not remember the simple rules their friends had taught them, such as that a red-hot poker will burn you if you hold it too long, and that if you cut your finger very deeply with a knife, it usually bleeds, and she had never forgotten that if you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is almost certain to disagree with you, sooner or later. However, this bottle was not marked poison, so Alice ventured to taste it, and finding it very nice. It had, in fact, a sort of mixed flavor of cherry tart, custard, pineapple, roast turkey, toffee, and hot buttered toast, and she very soon finished it off. What a curious feeling, said Alice. I must be shutting up like a telescope. And so it was indeed. She was now only 10 inches high, and her face brightened up at the thought that she was now at the right height for going through the little door into that lovely garden. First, however, she waited a few minutes to see if she was going to shrink any further. She felt a little nervous about this, for it might end, said Alice to herself, in my going out altogether, like a candle. I wonder what I should be like then. And she tried to fancy what the flames of a candle is after the candle is blown out, for she could not remember ever having seen such a thing. After a while, finding that nothing more happened, she decided on going into the garden at once. But alas for poor Alice, when she got to the door, she found she had forgotten the little golden key, and when she went back to the table for it, she found she could not possibly reach it. She could see it quite plainly through the glass, and she tried her best to climb up one of the legs of the table, but it was too slippery, and when she had tired herself out with trying, the poor little thing sat down and cried. Come now, there's no use in crying like that, said Alice to herself rather sharply. I advise you to leave off this minute. She generally gave herself very good advice, though she very seldom followed it, and sometimes she scolded herself so severely as to bring tears into her eyes, and once she remembered trying to box her own ears for having cheated herself in a game of croquet she was playing against herself, for this curious child was very fond of pretending to be two people. But it's no use now, thought poor Alice, to pretend to be two people. Why, there's hardly enough of me to make one respectable person. Soon her eye fell on a little glass box that was lying under the table. She opened it and found in it a very small cake, on which the words, "Eat me," were beautifully marked in currants. Well, I'll eat it, said Alice, and if it makes me grow larger, I can reach the key, and if it makes me grow smaller, I can creep under the door. So either way, I'll get into the garden, and I don't care which happens. She ate a little bit and said anxiously to herself, which way, holding her hand on the top of her head to feel which way it was growing. And she was quite surprised to find that she remained the same size. To be sure, this generally happens when one eats cake, but Alice had got so much into the way of expecting nothing but out of the way things to happen that it seemed quite dull and stupid for life to go on in the common way. So she set to work and very soon finished off the cake. Chapter 2.
1 second before you continue chapter 2. It is our every hour on the hour. I was trying to get your attention other ways, but I know you were looking at the book.
Okay.
Just our every hour on the hour. We don't have any takers yet, but as promised, remember, guys, put that hashtag haunt if you want to be a part of the haunt ticket giveaway / special giveaway from both Hell's Dungeon and Jainer's Field of Screams. And here is the event ad. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming.
And yeah, I'll wait until the chapter breaks for those, but I will keep looking up at chapter break times. So, back to Alice in Wonderland, chapter 2, The Pool of Tears. Curiouser and curiouser, cried Alice. She was so much surprised that for the moment she quite forgot how to speak good English. Now that I'm opening out like the largest telescope that ever was. Goodbye, feet. For when she looked down at her feet, they seemed to be almost out of sight. They were getting so far off. Oh, my poor little feet. I wonder who will put your shoes on and stockings for you now, dears. I'm sure I shan't be able to. I shall be a great deal too far off to trouble myself about you. You must manage the best you can. But I must be kind to them, thought Alice, or perhaps they won't walk the way I want to go. Let me see. I'll give them a new pair of boots every Christmas. And she went on planning to herself how she would manage it. They must go by carriers, she thought, and how funny it'll seem sending presents to one's own feet, and how odd the directions will look. Alice's right foot, Esquire, hearthrug near the fender, with Alice's love. Oh dear, what nonsense I'm talking. Just then her head struck the roof of the hall. In fact, she was now more than 9 feet high, and she at once took the little golden key and hurried off again to the garden door. Poor Alice. It was as much as she could do lying down on one side to look through into the garden with one eye, but to get through it was more hopeless than ever. She sat down and began to cry again. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, said Alice. A great girl like you. She might as well say this. To go on crying in this way. Stop this moment, I tell you. But she went on all the same, shedding gallons of tears until there was a large pool all around her, around 4 inches deep and reaching halfway down the hall. After a time, she heard a little pattering of feet in the distance, and she hastily dried her eyes to see what was coming. It was the White Rabbit returning, splendidly dressed, with a pair of white kid gloves in one hand and a large fan in the other. He came trotting along in a great hurry, muttering to himself as he came, Oh, the Duchess! Oh, won't she be savage if I've kept her waiting? Alice felt so desperate that she was ready to ask help of anyone, so when the rabbit came near her, she began in a low, timid voice, If you please, sir. The rabbit started violently, dropped the white kid gloves and the fan, and scurried away into the darkness as hard as he could go. Alice took up the fan and gloves, and as the hallway was getting very hot, she kept fanning herself all the time. She went on talking. Dear, dear, how queer everything is today, and yesterday things went on just as usual. I wonder if I've been changed in the night. Let me think. Was I the same when I got up this morning? I almost think I can remember feeling a little different, but I'm not. If I'm not the same, the next question is, who in the world am I? Ah, that's the great puzzle. And she began thinking over all the children she knew that were of the same age as herself to see if she could have been changed for any of them. I'm sure I'm not Ada, she said, for her hair goes in such long ringlets, and mine doesn't go in ringlets at all. And I'm sure I can't be Mabel, for I know all sorts of things, and she knows very, very little. Besides, she's she, and I'm I, and oh dear, how puzzling it all is. I'll try if I know all the things I used to know. Let me see. 4 times 5 is 12, and 4 times 6 is 13, and 4 times 7 is, oh dear, I shall never get to 20 at that rate. However, the multiplication table doesn't signify. Let's try geography. London is the capital of Paris, and Paris is the capital of Rome, and Rome, no, that's all wrong. I'm certain I must have changed from Mabel. I'll try and say how doth the little. And she crossed her hands in her lap as if she were saying lessons, and began to repeat it. But her voice sounded hoarse and strange, and the words did not come out the same as they used to. How doth the little crocodile improve his shining tail, and pour the waters of the Nile on every golden scale? How cheerfully he seems to grin, how neatly spreads his claws, and welcomes little fishes in with great gently smiling jaws. I'm sure those are not the right words, said poor Alice, and her eyes filled with tears again as she went on. I must be Mabel after all, and I shall have to go and live in that poky little house and have next to no toys to play with, and oh, ever so many lessons to learn. No, I've made up my mind about it. If I'm Mabel, I'll stay down here. It'll be no use their putting their heads down and saying, Come up again, dear. I shall only look up and say, Who am I then? Tell me that first. And then, if I like being that person, I'll come up. If not, I'll stay down here till I'm somebody else. But oh dear, cried Alice with a sudden burst of tears. I do wish they would put their heads down. I'm so very tired of being all alone here. As she said this, she looked down at her hands and was surprised to see that she could put on one of the rabbit's little white kid gloves while she was talking. How can I have done that? She thought. I must be growing small again. She got up and went to the table to measure herself by it, and found that, as near as she could guess, she was now about 2 feet high and was going on shrinking rapidly. She soon found out the cause of this was the fan she was holding, and she dropped it hastily just in time to avoid shrinking away altogether. That was a narrow escape, said Alice, and a good deal frightened at the change, but very glad to find herself still in existence. And now for the garden, and she ran with all speed back to the little door. But alas! The little door was shut again, and the little golden key was lying on the glass table as before. And things are worse than ever, thought the poor child, for I never was so small as this before, never, and I declare it's too bad that it is. As she said these words, her foot slipped, and in another moment, splash! She was up to her chin in salt water. Her first idea was that she had somehow fallen into the sea. And in that case, I can go back by railway, she said to herself. Alice had been to the seaside once in her life, and had come to the general conclusion that wherever you go on the English coast, you find a number of bathing machines in the sea, some children digging in the sand with wooden spades, then a row of lodging houses, and behind them, a railway station. However, she soon made out that she was in a pool of tears, which she had wept when she was 9 feet high. I wish I hadn't cried so much, said Alice, as she swam about trying to find her way out. I shall be punished for it now, I suppose, by being drowned in my own tears. That will be a queer thing, to be sure. However, everything is queer today. Just then she heard something splashing about in the pool a little way off, and as she swam near to make out what it was, she first thought it must be a walrus or hippopotamus, but then she remembered how small she was now, and soon made out that it was only a mouse that had slipped in like herself. Would it be of any use now, thought Alice, to speak to this mouse? Everything is so out of the way down here that I think very likely that it can talk. At any rate, there's no harm in trying. So she began, "Oh, mouse, do you know the way out of this pool? I am so very tired of swimming about here. Oh, mouse." Alice thought this must be the right way of speaking to a mouse. She had never done such a thing before, but she remembered having seen in her brother's Latin grammar, a mouse, of a mouse, to a mouse, oh mouse. The mouse looked at her rather inquisitively and seemed to wink at her with one of its little eyes, but it said nothing. Perhaps it doesn't understand English, thought Alice. I dare say it's a French mouse, come over with William the Conqueror. For with all her knowledge of history, Alice had no very clear notion how long ago anything had happened. So she began again, "Oui, est machete?" which was the first sentence in her French lesson book. The mouse gave a sudden leap out of the water and seemed to quiver all over with fright. "Oh, I beg your pardon," cried Alice hastily, afraid that she had hurt the poor animal's feelings. "I quite forgot you don't like cats." "Not like cats!" cried the mouse in a shrill, passionate voice. "How would you like cats if you were me?" "Well, perhaps not," Alice said in a soothing voice. "Don't be angry about it. And yet, I wish I could show you our cat, Dinah. I think you'd take quite a fancy to cats if only you could see her. She is such a dear, quiet thing." Alice went on half to herself as she swam lazily about in the pool, and she sits purring so nicely by the fire, licking her paws and washing her face, and she's such a nice, soft thing to nurse. And she's such a capital one for catching mice. "Oh, I beg your pardon," cried Alice again, for this time the mouse was bristling all over, and she felt certainly it must be really offended. "We won't talk about her any more if you'd rather not." "We indeed!" cried the mouse, who was trembling down to the end of its tail. "As if I would talk on such a subject. Our family always hated cats. Nasty, low, vulgar things. Don't let me hear the name again." "I won't indeed," said Alice, in a great hurry to change the subject. "Are you fond of dogs?" The mouse did not answer, so Alice went on eagerly. "There is such a nice little dog near our house. I should like to show you. A little bright-eyed terrier, you know, with, oh, so lovely long curly brown hair, and it'll fetch things for you when you throw things, and it'll sit up and beg for its dinner, and all sorts of things. I can't remember half of them, and it belongs to a farmer, and you know, he says it's so useful, it's worth 100 pounds. He says it kills all the rats and, oh dear, said Alice in a sorrowful tone, I'm afraid I've offended it again. The mouse was swimming away from her as hard as it could go, and making quite a commotion in the pool as it went. So she called it softly after it, "Mouse, dear, do come back again, and we won't talk about cats or dogs either if you don't like them." When the mouse heard this, it turned round and swam slowly back to her. Its face was quite pale, with passion, Alice thought, and it said in a low, trembling voice, Let us go to the shore, and then I'll tell you my history, and then you'll understand why it is I hate cats and dogs. It was high time. Oop. Well, we're skipping one here. It was high time to do so, for the pool was getting quite crowded with the birds and animals that had fallen in after it. There were a duck and a dodo, a lory and an eaglet, and several other... Darn, I'm getting screwed up here on my pictures. It was high time to go, for the pool was getting quite crowded with the birds and the animals that had fallen into it. There were a duck and a dodo, a lory and an eaglet, and several other curious creatures. Alice led the way in, and the whole party swam to the shore. Chapter 3: A Caucus Race and a Long Tail. They were indeed a queer-looking party that assembled on the banks. The birds with bedraggled feathers, the animals with their fur clinging close to them, and all wet, cross, and uncomfortable. The first question, of course, was how to get dry again. They had a consultation about this, and after a few minutes, it seemed quite natural to Alice to find herself talking familiarly with them. I'm going to go back to this one. As if she had known them all her life. Indeed, she had quite a long argument with the lory, who at last turned sulky and would only say, "I am older than you and must know better." And this Alice would not allow without knowing how old it was, and as the lory positively refused to tell its age, there was no more to be said. At last, the mouse, who seemed to be a person of authority among them, called out, "Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough." They all sat down together in a large ring with the mouse in the middle. Alice kept her eyes anxiously fixed on it, for she felt sure she would catch a bad cold if she did not get dry very soon. "Ahem," said the mouse with an important air. "Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know. Silence all around, if you please." William the Conqueror, whose cause was favored by the Pope, was soon submitted to by the English, who wanted leaders, and had been of late much accustomed to the usurpation and conquest. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria... "Ugh," said the lory with a shiver. "I beg your pardon," said the mouse, frowning, but very politely. "Did you speak?" "Not I," said the lory hastily. "I thought you did," said the mouse. "I proceed. Edwin and Morcar, the Earls of Mercia and Northumbria, declared for him, and even Stigand, the patriotic Archbishop of Canterbury, found it advisable—" "Found what?" said the duck. "Found it," the mouse replied very crossly. "Of course you know what it means." "I know what it means well enough. When I find a thing," said the duck, "it's generally a frog or a worm. The question is, what did the Archbishop find?" The mouse did not notice this question, but hurriedly went on. "Found it advisable to go with Edgar Atheling to meet William and offer him the crown. William's conduct at first was moderate, but the insolence of his Normans—" "How are you getting on now, my dear?" it continued, turning to Alice as it spoke. "As wet as ever," said Alice in a melancholy tone. "It doesn't seem to dry me at all." "In that case," said the dodo solemnly, "I move that the meeting adjourn for the immediate adoption of more energetic remedies." "Speak English," said the eaglet. "I don't know the meaning of half those long words, and what's more, I don't believe you do either." And the eaglet bent down its head to hide a smile. Some of the other birds tittered audibly. "What I was going to say," said the dodo in an offended tone, "was that the best thing to get us dry would be a caucus race." "What is a caucus race?" said Alice. Not that she much wanted to know, but the dodo had paused as if it thought that somebody ought to speak, and since nobody else seemed inclined to say anything— "Why," said the dodo, "the best way to explain it is to do it. And as you might like to try the thing yourself some winter day, I will tell you about how the dodo managed it. First, it marked out a race course, in a sort of circle. The exact shape doesn't matter, it said, and then all the party were placed along the course here and there. There was no 1, 2, 3 and away, but they all began running when they liked and left off when they liked, so that it was not easy to know when the race was over. However, when they had been running half an hour or so, and were quite dry again, the dodo suddenly called out, "The race is over!" And the crowd rounded it, panting and asking, "But who has won?" This question the dodo could not answer without a great deal of thought, and it sat for a long time with one finger pressed against its forehead, the position in which you usually see Shakespeare in the pictures of him, while the rest waited in silence. At last the dodo said, "Everybody has won, and all must have prizes. But who is to give the prizes?" The chorus of voices asked. "Why, she, of course," said the dodo, pointing to Alice, which with one finger, and the whole party at once crowded around her, calling out in a confused way, "Prizes, prizes!" Alice had no idea what to do, and in despair she put her hand in her pocket and pulled out a box of comfits. Luckily, the salt water had not gotten into it, and handed them round as prizes. There was exactly one apiece all around. "But she must have a prize herself, you know," said the mouse. "Of course," the dodo replied very gravely. "What else have you got in your pocket?" He went on, turning to Alice. "Only a thimble," said Alice sadly. "Hand it over here," said the dodo. Then they all crowded round her once more, while the dodo solemnly presented the symbol, saying, "We beg your acceptance of this elegant thimble." And when it had finished its short speech, they all cheered. Alice thought the whole thing very absurd, but they all looked so grave that she did not dare to laugh, and as she could think of nothing to say, she simply bowed and took the thimble, looking as solemn as she could. The next thing was to eat the comfits. This caused some noise and confusion, as the large birds complained that they could not taste theirs, and the small ones choked and they had to be patted on the back. However, it was over at last, and they sat down again in a ring and begged the mouse to tell them something more. "You promised to tell me your history. You promised to tell me your history, you know," said Alice, "and why it is you hate C and D," she added in a whisper, half afraid that it would be offended again. "Mine is a long and sad tale," said the mouse, turning to Alice and sighing. "It is a long tale, certainly," said Alice, looking with wonder at the mouse's tail. "But why do you call it sad?" And she kept on puzzling about it while the mouse was speaking, so that her idea of the tale was something like this. "Fury said to a mouse that he met in the house, 'Let us both go into law. I will prosecute you. Come, I'll take no denial. We must have a trial, for this morning I've nothing to do.' Said the mouse to the cur, 'Such a trial, dear sir, with no jury or judge will be wanting our breath.'" I cannot read the rest of the "Such a trial, dear sir, with no judge or jury will be wasting our breath. I'll be the judge, I'll be the jury. Waiting," said Old Fury. "I'll try while he's cursed and condemn you to death." I am so very sorry about that, folks. This got very small there. "You are not attending," said the mouse to Alice severely. "What are you thinking of?" "I beg your pardon," said Alice very humbly. "You had gotten to the fifth bend, I think." In the illustration, the mouse's tail is told in a curve of a tail that it doesn't have on here. So that's why it got very, very tiny in text. "I had not," cried the mouse sharply and very angrily. "A knot?" said Alice, always ready to make herself useful, and anxiously looking about her. "Oh, do let me help undo it." "I shall do nothing of the sort," said the mouse, getting up and walking away. "You insult me by talking such nonsense." "I didn't mean it," pleaded poor Alice, "but you're so easily offended, you know." The mouse only growled in reply. "Please come back and finish your story," Alice called after it, and the others all joined in chorus. "Yes, please do." But the mouse only shook its head impatiently and walked a little quicker. "What a pity it wouldn't stay," sighed the Lory as soon as it was quite out of sight, and an old crab took the opportunity to say to her daughter, "Ah, my dear, let this be a lesson to you. Never lose your temper." "Hold your tongue, Ma," said the young crab a little snappishly. "You're old enough to try the patience of an oyster." "I wish I had our Dinah here. I know I do," Alice said aloud, just addressing no one in particular. "She'd soon fetch it back." "And who is Dinah, if I might venture to ask the question?" asked the Lory. Alice replied eagerly, for she was always ready to talk about her pet. "Dinah's our cat, and she's such a capital one for catching mice you can't think. And oh, I wish you could see her after the birds. Why, she'll eat a little bird as soon as look at it." This speech caused a remarkable sensation amongst the party. Some of the birds hurried off at once. One old magpie began wrapping itself up very carefully, remarking, "I really must be getting home. The night air doesn't suit my throat." And a canary called out in a trembling voice to its children, "Come away, my dears. It's high time you were all in bed." On various pretexts, they all moved off, and Alice was soon left alone. "I wish I hadn't mentioned Dinah," she said to herself in a melancholy tone. "Nobody seems to like her down here, and I'm sure she's the best cat in the world. Oh, my dear Dinah, I wonder if I shall ever see you any more." And here poor Alice began to cry again, for she felt very lonely and low-spirited. In a little while, however, she again heard a little pattering of footsteps in the distance, and she looked up eagerly, half hoping the mouse had changed his mind and was coming back to finish his story. And now we are ready for the next chapter, and it's going to take me a second here. I'm going to have a sip of my beverage. And Raz is going to edit all this lovely for me afterwards so it all flows together. Chapter 4. The rabbit sends in a little bill. It was the white rabbit, trotting slowly back again and looking anxiously about it as it went, as if it had lost something, and she heard it muttering to itself, "The Duchess! The Duchess! Oh, my dear paws! Oh, my furs and whiskers shall have me executed, as sure as ferrets are ferrets! Where can I have dropped them, I wonder?" Alice guessed in a moment what it was looking for, the fan and pair of white kid gloves, and she very good-naturedly began hunting about for them. But they were nowhere to be seen. Everything seemed to have changed since her swim in the pool, and the great hall with the glass table and the little door had vanished completely. Very soon, the rabbit noticed Alice, and she went hunting about. Very soon, the rabbit noticed Alice as she went hunting about and called out to her in an angry tone, "Why, Marianne, what are you doing here? Run home this instant and fetch me a pair of gloves and a fan. Quick now!" And Alice was so much frightened that she ran off at once in the direction it pointed to, without trying to explain the mistake it had made. "He mistook me for his housemaid," she said to herself as she ran. "How surprised he'll be when I finds out who I am. But I'd better take him his fan and gloves. That is, if I can find them." As she said this, she came upon a neat little house, on the door of which was a bright brass plate with the name W. Rabbit engraved upon it. She went in without knocking and hurried upstairs in great fear lest she should meet the real Marianne and be turned out of the house before she had found the fan and gloves. "How queer it seems," Alice said to herself, "to be going messages for a rabbit. I suppose Dinah will be sending me messages next." And she began fancying some sort of thing that would happen. "Miss Alice, come here directly and get ready for your walk." "Coming in a minute, nurse, but I've got to see that the mouse doesn't get out. Only I don't think," Alice went on, "that they'd let Dinah stop it in the house if it began ordering people around like that." By this time, she had found her way into a tidy little room with a table in the window, and on it, as she had hoped, a fan and 2 or 3 pairs of tiny white kid gloves. She took up the fan and a pair of the gloves. It was just going to leave the room when her eye fell upon a little bottle that stood near the looking glass. There was no label this time with the words "Drink me," but nevertheless she uncorked it and put it to her lips. "I know something interesting is sure to happen," she said to herself, "whenever I eat or drink anything, so I'll just see what this bottle does. I do hope it'll make me grow larger again, for I'm really quite tired of being such a tiny little thing." It did so indeed, and much sooner than she had expected. Before she had drunk half the bottle, she found her head pressing against the ceiling and had to stoop to save her neck from being broken. She hastily put the bottle down, saying to herself, "That's quite enough. I hope I shan't grow any more. As it is, I can't get out the door. I do wish I hadn't drank quite so much." Alas, it was too late to wish that. She went on growing and growing, and very soon had to kneel down on the floor. In another minute there was not even room for this, and she tried the effect of lying down with one elbow against the door and the other arm curled around her head. Still, she went on growing, and as a last resource, she put one arm out of the window and one foot up the chimney, and said to herself, Now I can do no more. Whatever happens, what will become of me? Luckily for Alice, the little magic bottle had now had its full effect, and she grew no larger. Still, it was very uncomfortable, and as there seemed to be no sort of chance of her ever getting out of the room again, no wonder she felt unhappy. It was much pleasanter at home, thought poor Alice, when one wasn't always growing larger and smaller and being ordered around by mice and rabbits. I almost wish I hadn't gone down that rabbit hole, and yet, it's rather curious, this sort of life. I do wonder what can have happened to me. When I used to read fairy tales, I fancied that kind of thing never happened, and now here I am in the middle of one. There ought to be a book written about me. There ought. And when I grow up, I'll write one. But I'm grown up now, she said in a sorrowful tone. At least there's no more room to grow any more here. But then, thought Alice, shall I never get any older than I am now? That'll be a comfort one way, never to be an old woman. But then, always having lessons to learn. Oh, I shouldn't like that. Oh, you're foolish, Alice, she half answered herself. How can you learn lessons in here? Why, there's hardly room for you, and no room at all for any lesson books. And so she went on, taking first one side and then the other, and making quite a conversation of it altogether. But after a few minutes, she heard a voice outside and stopped to listen. Marianne, said the voice, fetch me my gloves this moment. Then came a little pattering of feet on the stairs. Alice knew it was the rabbit coming to look for her, and she trembled till she shook the house, quite forgetting that she was now about 1,000 times as large as the rabbit, and had no reason to be afraid of it. Presently the door opened. The rabbit came up to the door, and presently the rabbit came up to the door and tried to open it. But as it turned inwards and Alice's elbow was pressed hard against it, that attempt proved a failure. Alice heard it say to itself, "Then I'll go around and get in the window." "That you won't," thought Alice. After waiting till she fancied she heard the rabbit just under the window, she suddenly spread out her hand and made such a snatch in the air. She did not get hold of anything, but she heard a little shriek and a fall, and a crash, broken glass, from which she concluded that it was just possible it had fallen into a cucumber frame or something of the sort. Next came an angry voice, the rabbit's. "Pat! Pat! Where are you?" And then a voice she had never heard before. "Sure, then I'm here digging for apples, Your Honor." "Digging for apples, indeed," said the rabbit angrily. "Here, now come help me get out of this." Sounds of more broken glass. "Now tell me, Pat, what's that in the window?" "Sure, it's an arm, Your Honor." "An arm, you goose! Who ever saw one that size? Why, it fills the whole window." "Sure it does, Your Honor, but it's an arm for all that." "Well, it's got no business there at any rate. Go and take it away." There was a long silence after this, and Alice could only hear whispers now and then, such as, "Sure, I don't like it, Your Honor, at all. Do as I tell you, you coward." And at last she had spread her hand out again and made another snatch in the air. This time there were 2 little shrieks and more sounds of broken glass. What a number of cucumber frames there must be, thought Alice. I wonder what they'll do next. As for pulling me out of this window, I only wish they could. I'm sure I don't want to stay in here any longer. She waited for some time without hearing anything more. At last came a rumbling of little cartwheel and the sound of a good many voices talking to each other. She made out the words, "Where's the other ladder? Why, I hadn't to bring one, but Bill's got the other. Bill, fetch it here, lad. Here, put this up at the counter. No, time together first. We don't half reach high enough yet. Oh, they'll do well enough. Don't be particular. Here, Bill, catch hold of this rope. Will the roof bear? Mind that loose slate. Oh, it's coming down. Heads below." A loud crash. "Now, who did that?" "It was Bill, I fancy." "Who's to go down the chimney?" "Nay, I shan't do it. You do it." "That I won't." "Bill's to go down the chimney. Here, Bill, the master says you're to go down the chimney." "Oh, so Bill's to come down the chimney, has he?" said Alice to herself. "Shy, they seem to be put everything else upon Bill. I wouldn't be in Bill's place for a good deal. This fireplace is narrow, to be sure, but I think I can still kick a little." She drew her foot as far down the chimney as she could, and waited until she heard a little animal, she couldn't guess of what sort it was, scratching and scrambling about in the chimney close to what was above her, and then saying to herself, "This is Bill." She gave one sharp kick and waited to see what would happen next. And the first thing she heard was a general chorus of, "There goes Bill!" Then the rabbit's voice along, "Catch him, you hedge! You by the hedge!" Then silence, and then another confusion of voices. "Hold up his head! Brandy now! Don't choke him! How was it, old fellow? What happened to you? Tell us all about it!" Last, a little feeble squeaking voice. "That's Bill," thought Alice. "Well, I hardly know no more, thank ye. I'm better now, but I'm a good deal too flustered to tell you. All I know is something comes at me like a jack-in-the-box, and up I goes like a skyrocket." "So you did, old fellow." "We must burn the house down," said the rabbit's voice, and Alice called out as loud as she could, "If you do, I'll set Dinah at you." There was a dead silence instantly, and Alice thought to herself, "I wonder what they will do next. If they had any sense, they'd take the roof off." After a minute or two, they began moving about again, and Alice heard the rabbit say, "A barrowful will do to begin with." A barrowful will do to begin with? A barrowful of what? Thought Alice. But she had not long to doubt, for the next moment a shower of little pebbles came rattling into the window, and some of them hit her in the face. "I'll put a stop to this," she said to herself, and shouted out, "You'd better not do that again," which produced another dead silence. Alice noticed with some surprise that the pebbles were all turning into little cakes as they lay on the floor, and a bright idea came into her head. "If I eat one of these cakes," she thought, "it's sure to make some change in my size, and as I can't possibly get any larger, it must make me smaller, I suppose." So she swallowed one of the cakes, and was delighted to find that she began shrinking directly. As soon as she was small enough to get out through the door, she ran out of the house and found quite a crowd of little animals and birds waiting outside. The poor little lizard Bill was in the middle, being held up by 2 guinea pigs, who were giving it something out of a bottle. They all made a rush at Alice the moment she appeared, but she ran off as hard as she could and soon found herself safe in a thick wood. "The first thing I've got to do," said Alice to herself as she wandered about in the wood, "is to grow to my right size again. And the second thing is to find my way into that lovely garden. I think that would be the best plan." It sounded like an excellent plan, no doubt, and was very neatly and simply arranged. The only difficulty was that she had not the smallest idea how to set about it. And while she was peering about anxiously among the trees, a little sharp bark just over her head made her look up in a great hurry. An enormous puppy was looking down at her with large round eyes and feebly stretching out one paw, trying to touch her. "Poor little thing," said Alice in a coaxing tone, and she tried to whistle to it, but she was terribly frightened all the time at the thought that it might be hungry, in which case it could be likely to eat her up, in spite of all of her coaxing. Hardly knowing what she did, she picked up a little bit of stick and held it out to the puppy, whereupon the puppy jumped into the air off all its feet at once with a yelp of delight and rushed the stick and made believe to worry it. Then Alice dodged behind a great thistle to keep herself from being run over, and the moment she appeared on the other side, the puppy made another rush at the stick and tumbled head over heels in its hurry to get a hold of it. Then Alice, thinking it was very likely having a game of play with cart horse, and expecting Then Alice, thinking it was very like having a game of play with a cart horse, and expecting every moment to be trampled under its feet, ran around the thistle again. Then the puppy began a series of short charges at the stick, running a very little way forwards each time and a long way back, and barking hoarsely all the while, till at last it sat down a good way off, panting, with its tongue hanging out of its mouth and its great eyes half shut. This seemed to Alice a good opportunity for making her escape. So she set off at once and ran till she was quite tired and out of breath, until the puppy's bark sounded quite faint in the distance. "And yet what a dear little puppy it was," said Alice, as she leant against a buttercup to rest herself and fanned herself with one of the leaves. "I should have liked teaching it tricks very much, if I'd only been the right size to do it. Oh dear, I'd nearly forgotten about that. I've got to grow up again. Let me see, how is it to be managed? I suppose I ought to eat or drink something or other, but the great question is, what?" The great question certainly was, what? Alice looked all around her at the flowers and the blades of grass, but she could not see anything that looked like the right thing to eat or drink under the circumstances. There was a large mushroom growing about her, about the same height as herself, and when she had looked under it, and on both sides of it, and behind it, it occurred to her that she might as well look and see what was on top of it. She stretched herself up on tiptoe and peeped over the edge of the mushroom, and her eyes immediately met with those of the large caterpillar that was sitting on the top with his arms folded, quietly smoking a long hookah and taking not the smallest notice of her or anything else. And chapter break. Raz, do we have anything to play at this break?
No, not yet. It's 20 minutes away.
Okay. Then I will get back to this. Chapter 5, Advice from a Caterpillar. The caterpillar and Alice looked at each other for some time in silence. At last the caterpillar took a hookah out of its mouth and addressed her in a languid, sleepy voice. "Who are you?" said the caterpillar. This was not an encouraging opening for a conversation. Alice replied rather shyly, I hardly know, sir. Just at present, at least I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have been changed several times since then." "What do you mean by that?" said the caterpillar sternly. "Explain yourself." "I can't explain myself, I'm afraid, sir," said Alice, "because I'm not myself, you see." "I don't see," said the caterpillar. "I'm afraid I can't put it more clearly," Alice replied very politely, "for I can't understand it myself to begin with, and being so many different sizes in a day is very confusing." "It isn't," said the caterpillar. "Well, perhaps you haven't found it so yet," said Alice, "but when you have turned into a chrysalis, you will someday, you know, and then after that into a butterfly, I should think you'll feel a little queer, wouldn't you?" "Not a bit," said the caterpillar. "Well, perhaps your feelings may be different," said Alice. "All I know is it would feel very queer to me." "You," said the caterpillar contemptuously. "Who are you?" Which brought them back again to the beginning of the conversation. Alice felt a little irritated at the caterpillar's making such very short remarks, and she drew herself up and said very gravely, "I think you ought to tell me who you are first." "Why?" said the caterpillar. Here was another puzzling question, and as Alice could not think of any good reason, and as the caterpillar seemed to be in a very unpleasant state of mind, she turned away. "Come back," the caterpillar called after her. "I've something important to say." This sounded promising, certainly. Alice turned and came back again. "Keep your temper," said the caterpillar. "Is that all?" said Alice, swallowing down her anger as well as she could. "No," said the caterpillar. Alice thought she might as well wait, as she had nothing else to do, and perhaps, after all, it might well tell her something worth hearing. For some minutes it puffed away without speaking, but at last it unfolded its arms, took the hookah out of its mouth again, and said, "So you think you've changed, do you?" "I'm afraid that I have, sir," said Alice. "I can't remember things I used to, and I don't keep the same size for 10 minutes together." "Can't remember what things?" said the caterpillar. "Well, I've tried to say how doth the little busy bee, but it all came different," Alice said in a very melancholy voice. "Repeat, you are old, Father William," said the caterpillar. Alice folded her hands and began. "You are old, Father William," the young man said, "and your hair has become very white. And yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think at your age it is right?" "In my youth, Father William," replied to his son, "I feared it might injure the brain. But now that I'm perfectly sure I have none, why, I do it again and again. You are old, Father William, as I mentioned before, and have grown most uncommonly fat. Yet you turned a back somersault in at the door. Pray, what is the reason of that?" "In my youth," said the sage, as he shook his grey locks, "I kept all my limbs very supple. But the use of this ointment, 1 shilling a box. Allow me to sell you a couple." "You are old, Father William, and your jaws are too weak for anything tougher than suet. Yet you finished the goose with the bones and the beak. Pray, how did you manage to do it?" "In my youth," said his father, I took to the law, and argued each case with my wife, and the muscular strength which it gave to my jaw has lasted me all of my life. You are old, father. You are old, said the youth. One would hardly suppose that your eye was as steady as ever. Yet you balanced an eel on the end of your nose. What made you so awfully clever? I have answered 3 questions, and that is enough, said the father. Don't give yourself airs. Do you think I can listen all day to such stuff? Be off, or I'll kick you down the stairs. That is not said right, said the caterpillar. Not quite right, I'm afraid, said Alice timidly. Some of the words have got altered. It is wrong from beginning to end, said the caterpillar decidedly, and there was silence for some moments. The caterpillar was the first to speak. What size do you want to be? It asked. Oh, I'm not particular as to size, Alice hastily replied. Only one doesn't like changing size so often, you know. I don't know, said the caterpillar. Alice said nothing. She had never been so much contradicted in her life before, and she felt she was losing her temper. Are you content now? Said the caterpillar. Well, I should like to be a little larger, sir, if you wouldn't mind, said Alice. 3 inches is such a wretched height to be. It is a very good height indeed, said the caterpillar, angrily rearing itself up as it spoke. It was exactly 3 inches high. But I'm not used to it, pleaded poor Alice, in a piteous tone, and she thought of herself, I wish the creatures wouldn't be so easily offended. You'll get used to it in time, said the caterpillar, and it put the hookah into its mouth and began smoking again. This time, Alice waited patiently until it chose to speak again. In a minute or 2, the caterpillar took the hookah out of his mouth and yawned once or twice and shook itself. Then it got down off the mushroom and crawled away in the grass, merely remarking as it went, One side will make you grow taller, and the other will make you grow shorter. One side of what? The other side of what? Thought Alice to herself. Of the mushroom, said the caterpillar, just as if she had asked it out loud, and in another moment it was out of sight. Alice remained looking thoughtfully at the mushroom for a minute, trying to make out which were the 2 sides of it, and as it was perfectly round, she found this a very difficult question. However, at last she stretched out her arms round each as far as it would go, and broke off a little bit of the edge with each hand. And now, which is which, she said to herself, and nibbled a little of the right hand bit to try the effect. The next moment she felt a violent blow underneath her chin. It had struck her foot. She was a great deal frightened by this very sudden change, but she felt that there was no time to be lost, and as she was shrinking rapidly, so she set to work at once to eat some of the other bit. Her chin was pressed so closely against her foot that there was hardly room to open her mouth, but she did it at last and managed to swallow a morsel of the left-hand bit. Come, my head's free at last, said Alice in a tone of delight, which changed into alarm in another moment when she found that her shoulders were now nowhere to be found. All she could see when she looked down was an immense length of neck which seemed to rise like a stalk out of the sea of green leaves that lay below her. What can all this green stuff be, said Alice, and where have my shoulders got to? And oh, my poor hands, how is it that I can't see you? She was moving them about as she spoke, but no results seemed to follow it except a little shaking among the distant green leaves. And there appeared to be no chance of getting her hands up to her head. She tried to get her, as there seemed to be no chance to get her hands up to her head. She tried to get her head down to them, and was delighted to find that her neck would bend down about. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, you guys. And was delighted to find that her neck would bend about easily in any direction, like a serpent. She had just succeeded in curving it down into a graceful zigzag and was going to dive in among the leaves when she found to be nothing but the tops of the trees under which she had been wandering, when a sharp hiss made her draw back in a hurry. A large pigeon had flown into her face and was beating her violently with its wings. Serpent! Screamed the pigeon. Oh, there's no. Okay. I am not a serpent, said Alice indignantly. Let me alone. Serpent, I say again, repeated the pigeon, but in a more subdued tone, and added with a kind of sob, I've tried every way and nothing seems to suit them. I haven't the least idea what you're talking about, said Alice. I've tried the roots of trees, said the pigeon, and I've tried banks. I've tried hedges, said the pigeon, and went on without attending to her. But those serpents, there's no pleasing them. Alice was more and more puzzled, but she thought there was no use in saying anything more till the pigeon had finished. As if it wasn't trouble enough hatching the eggs, said the pigeon, but I must be on the lookout for serpents night and day. Why, I haven't had a wink of sleep for these 3 weeks. I'm very sorry you've been annoyed, said Alice, who was beginning to see its meaning. And just as I'd taken the highest tree in the wood, continued the pigeon, raising its voice to a shriek, and just as I was thinking I would be free of them at last, they must needs come wriggling down from the sky. Serpent! But I'm not a serpent, I tell you, said Alice. Well, what are you, said the pigeon. I can see you're trying to invent something. I'm a little girl, said Alice, rather doubtfully. She remembered the number of changes she had gone through that day. A likely story indeed, said the pigeon in a tone of deepest contempt. I've seen a good many little girls in my time, but never one with such a neck as that. No, you are a serpent, and there's no use denying it. I suppose you'll be telling me next that you never tasted an egg. I have tasted eggs, certainly, said Alice, who is a very truthful child. But little girls eat eggs quite as much as serpents do, you know. I don't believe it, said the pigeon. But if they do, why, they're a kind of serpent. That's all I can say. This was such a new idea to Alice that she was quite silent for a moment or two, which gave the pigeon the opportunity of adding, You're looking for eggs. I know that well enough. And what does it matter to me whether you're a little girl or a serpent? It matters a great deal to me, said Alice hastily, but I'm not looking for eggs, as it happened. If I was, I shouldn't want yours. I don't like them raw. Well, be off then, said the pigeon in a sulky tone as it settled down into its nest. Alice crouched down amongst the trees as well as she could, for her neck kept getting entangled among the branches, and every now and then she had to stop and untwist it. After a while, she remembered that she still held the pieces of mushroom in her hands, and she set to work very carefully, nibbling first at one and then at the other, and growing sometimes taller and sometimes shorter, until she'd succeeded in bringing herself down to her usual height. It was so long since she had been anything near the right height that she felt it strange at first, but she got used to it in a few minutes and began talking to herself as usual. There's half my plan done. How puzzling all these changes are. I'm never sure what I'm going to be from one minute to another. However, I've got back my right size. The next thing is to get to that beautiful garden. How is that to be done, I wonder? As she said this, she came suddenly upon an open place, with a little house in it about 4 feet high. Whoever lives there, thought Alice, it'll never do to come up to them this size. Why, I should frighten them out of their wits. So she began nibbling at the right-hand bit again, and did not venture to go near the house till she had brought herself down to 9 inches high. And now we shall pause again at a chapter break. And let's go ahead, since I have a new chapter starting, and do our giveaway and commercial now. If you guys have time to run it.
You want me to go ahead and run the commercial?
Yes.
Or,
you guys ready?
Okay.
Yep. Keep in mind to win a pair of tickets to the haunted attraction portion of that event at Hell's Dungeon, located in Dayton, Ohio, and to win the prize package from Field of Screams from Watkins, Ohio, you have to actually put in #haunt in order to get involved in these drawings. So, guys, don't forget that at home. Hope you're loving Alice in Wonderland as much as I am. Del, you're doing a fantastic job. I'm loving this.
I am.
I'm a little off on the pictures, folks, so sorry. Some of them they include they add extra ones in the book that I'm in, so I get ready to go to something that doesn't exist on there. So, forgive me
where
for
else
that.
are they going to be able to look at these lovely pictures and have someone read the book to them? I think they'll survive.
And you are going to edit out the in
I'm
between.
editing nothing. This is a live show, man. You mean for later?
No,
Yeah.
I mean afterwards. Yeah.
One day when I actually get to all the editing, yes.
Yeah. Eventually, in the future.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, we now
Angel?
return. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
She
return
fixed
you-
it.
Okay. We now return you to your regularly scheduled programming.
As soon as we shove the cat off my leg, that is.
The Cheshire Cat.
And the Hinata, who's been fed twice, so that she is ready to come up here and bug me to try to get fed a third time, and I'm going to start milking for this one because you can tell it's doing my voice so much good.
Oh yeah. Well, you're doing a lovely job, and we thank you so much for doing this for us, man. You're fucking amazing.
Oh, no
I'm
problem.
enjoying it as
Remember,
much as Miss Marple.
and remember, you guys, I'm giving away that lovely leather-bound edition of Alice in Wonderland if you type hashtag Alice, and I am keeping track of that. And anything that you type in gets you entered to win a T-shirt at the end of this. So, yeah, I think.
Actually, real quick, we just had someone enter the hashtag haunt, and we did literally within moments of us doing the actual giveaway for it. So I think I'm going to count this one.
Okay.
So
Who won
Angel,
hashtag haunt?
yeah, we got there we go, and it's officially the only one we have in for that block. So Angel and Tudor, get a hold of us. And I'll let you know what to do. You have won a prize package. You get 2 tickets to the haunted attraction only portion of the Valentine's Day event at Hell's Dungeon in Dayton, Ohio, and a special gift from Pyle Hazard from Feel the Screams. You'll have to actually come down to the haunt. You'll get your tickets at the haunt the day of, and your gift from Pyle. So again, get a hold of us, Angel and Tudor. We'll keep track of that as well. And thank you so much for entering.
Yes, thank you. We love you. Okay, we're going to go back to Alice in Wonderland, starting with Chapter 6, Pig and Pepper. For a minute or two, she stood looking at the house and wondering what to do next, when suddenly a footman in livery came running out of the wood. She considered him to be a footman because he was in livery. Otherwise, judging by his face only, she would have called him a fish. And rapped loudly at the door with his knuckles. It was opened by another footman in livery with a round face and large eyes like a frog. And both footmen, Alice noticed, had powdered hair that curled all over their heads. She felt very curious to know what it was about and crept a little way out of the woods to listen. The fish footman began by producing from under his arm a great letter, nearly as large as himself, and this he handed over to the other, saying in a solemn tone, "For the Duchess, an invitation from the Queen to play croquet." The frog footman repeated in the same solemn tone, only changing the order of the words a little, "From the Queen, an invitation for the Duchess to play croquet." Then they both bowed low, and their curls got entangled together. Alice laughed so much at this that she had to run back into the woods for fear of them hearing her. And when she next peeped out, the fish footman was gone, and the other was sitting on the ground near the door, staring stupidly up at the sky. Alice went timidly up to the door and knocked. "There's no sort of use in knocking," said the footman, "and that is for 2 reasons. First, because I'm on the same side of the door as you are. Secondly, because they're making such a noise inside no one could possibly hear you. And certainly there was the most extraordinary noise going on within, a constant howling and sneezing, and every now and then a great crash as if dishes or a kettle had been broken to pieces again. Please then," said Alice, "how am I going to get in?" "There might be some sense in your knocking," the footman went on without attending to her, "if we had the door between us. For instance, if you were inside, you might knock, and I could let you out, you know." He was looking up into the sky all the time as he was speaking, and this Alice thought decidedly uncivil. "But perhaps he can't help it," she said to herself. "His eyes are so very nearly at the top of his head. But at any rate, he might answer questions." "How am I to get in?" she repeated aloud. "I shall sit here," the footman remarked, "till tomorrow." At this moment, the door of the house opened, and a large plate came skimming out straight at the footman's head. It just grazed his nose and broke into pieces against one of the trees behind him. "Or the next day, maybe," the footman continued on in the same tone, exactly as if nothing had happened. "And how am I to get in?" asked Alice again in a louder tone. "Are you to get in at all?" said the footman. "That's the first question, you know." It was, no doubt, only Alice did not like to be told so. It's really dreadful, she muttered, the way all the creatures argue. It's enough to drive one crazy. The footman seemed to think this was a good opportunity for repeating his remark, with variations. I shall sit here, he said, on and off, for days and days. But what am I to do? Said Alice. Anything you like, said the footman, and began whistling. Oh, there's no use in talking to him, said Alice desperately. He's perfectly idiotic. And she opened the door and went in. The door led right into a large kitchen, which was full of smoke from one end to the other. The Duchess was sitting on a three-legged stool in the middle, nursing a baby. The cook was leaned over the fire, stirring a large cauldron which seemed to be full of soup. There's certainly too much pepper in that soup, Alice said to herself, as well as she could for sneezing. There was certainly too much of it in the air. Even the Duchess sneezed occasionally. And as for the baby, it was sneezing and howling alternately without a moment's pause. The only things in the kitchen that did not sneeze were the cook and a large cat, which was sitting on the hearth and grinning from ear to ear. Please, would you tell me, said Alice a little timidly, for she was not quite sure whether it was good manners for her to speak first, why your cat grins like that? It's a Cheshire cat, said the Duchess, and that's why. Pig! She said the last word with such sudden violence that Alice was quite jumped, but she saw in another moment that it was addressed to the baby, and not to her, so she took her courage and went on, I didn't know that Cheshire cats always grinned. In fact, I didn't know that cats could grin. They all can, said the Duchess, and most of them do. I don't know of any that do, Alice said very politely, feeling quite pleased to have gotten into a conversation. You don't know much, said the Duchess, and that's a fact. Alice did not at all like the tone of this remark, and thought it would be as well to introduce some other subject of conversation. While she was trying to get a fix on one, the cook took the cauldron of soup off the fire and at once set to work throwing everything within her reach at the Duchess and the baby. The fire irons came first, then followed a shower of saucepans, plates, and dishes. The Duchess took no notice of them, even when they hit her, and the baby was howling so much already that it was quite impossible to say whether the blows hurt it or not. Oh, please mind what you're doing, cried Alice, jumping up and down in an agony of terror. Oh, there goes his precious nose! As an unusually large saucepan flew close by it and very nearly carried it off. If everybody minded their own business, the Duchess said in a hoarse growl, the world would go round a great deal faster than it does. Which would not be an advantage, said Alice, who felt very glad to get an opportunity of showing off a little bit of her knowledge. Just think of what work it would be to make the day and night. You see, the Earth takes 24 hours to turn round on its axis. Talking of axes, said the Duchess, jump off her head. Alice glanced rather anxiously to the cook to see if she meant to take the hint, but the cook was busily stirring the soup and seemed not to be listening. So she went on again. 24 hours, I think. Or is it 12? Oh, don't bother me, said the Duchess. I never could abide figures. And with that she began nursing her child again, singing a sort of lullaby to it as she did so, and giving it a violent shake at the end of every line. Speak roughly to your little boy and beat him when he sneezes. He only does it to annoy because he knows it teases. And in which the baby and the cook joined in on the chorus, wow, wow, wow. While the Duchess sang the second verse of the song, she kept tossing the baby violently up and down, and the poor little thing howled so that Alice could hardly hear the words. I spoke severely to my boy, I beat him when he sneezes, for he can thoroughly enjoy the pepper when he pleases. Wow, wow, wow. Here, you may nurse it a bit if you like, the Duchess said to Alice, flinging the baby at her as she spoke. I must go and get ready to play croquet with the Queen. And she hurried out of the room. The cook flew a frying pan after her as she went out, but it just missed her. Alice caught the baby with some difficulty, as it was a queer-shaped little creature, and held out its arms and legs in all directions. Just like a starfish, thought Alice. The poor little thing was snorting like a steam engine when she caught it, and kept doubling itself up and straightening itself out again, so that altogether for the first minute or two it was as much trouble as she could just to hold it. As soon as she had made out of the proper way of nursing it, which was to twist it up into sort of a knot and then keep tight hold of its right ear and left foot so as to prevent its undoing itself, she carried it out into the open air. If I don't take this child away with me, thought Alice. If I don't take this child away with me, thought Alice, They're sure to kill it in a day or two. Wouldn't it be murder to leave it behind? She said the last words out loud, and the little thing grunted in reply. It had left off sneezing by this time. Don't grunt, said Alice. That's not a proper way at all of expressing yourself. The baby grunted again, and Alice looked very anxiously into its face to see what was the matter with it. There could be no doubt that it had a very turned-up nose, much more like a snout than a real nose. Also, its eyes were getting extremely small for a baby. Altogether, Alice did not like the look of the thing at all. But perhaps it was only sobbing, she thought, and looked into its eyes again to see if there were any tears. No, there were no tears. If you're going to turn into a pig, my dear, said Alice seriously, I'll have nothing more to do with you. Mind now. The poor little thing sobbed again, or grunted, it was impossible to say which, and they went on for some while in silence. Alice was just beginning to think to herself, now what am I to do with this creature when I get home? When it grunted again so violently that she looked down into its face in some alarm. This time there could be no mistake about it. It was neither more nor less than a pig, and she felt that it would be quite absurd for her to carry it any further. So she set the little creature down and felt quite relieved to see it trot away quietly into the wood. If it had grown up, she said to herself, it would have made a dreadfully ugly child, but it makes a rather handsome pig, I think. And she began thinking over other children she knew who might do very well as pigs, and was just saying to herself, if only one knew the right ways to change them, when she was a little startled by seeing the Cheshire Cat on a bough of a tree a few yards away. The cat only grinned when it saw Alice. It looked good-natured, she thought. Still, it had very long claws and a great many teeth, so she felt that it ought to be treated with respect. Cheshire Puss, she said rather timidly, as she did not at all know whether it would like the name. However, it only grinned a little wider. Come, it's pleased so far, thought Alice, and she went on, would you tell me, please, which way I ought to go from here? That depends a good deal on where you want to get to, said the cat. I don't care much, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you go, said the cat. Not so long as I get somewhere, Alice added as an explanation. Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat, if only you walk long enough. Alice felt that this could not be denied, so she tried another question. What sort of people live about here? In that direction, the cat said, waving its right paw around, lives a hatter, and in that direction, waving the other paw, lives a March hare. Visit either you like. They're both mad. But I don't want to go among mad people, Alice remarked. Oh, you can't help that, said the cat. We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad. How do you know I'm mad? You must be, said the cat, or you wouldn't have come here. Alice didn't think that proved it at all. However, she went on, and how do you know that you're mad? To begin with, said the cat, a dog's not mad. You grant that? I suppose so. Well then, the cat went on, you see, a dog growls when it's angry and wags its tail when it's pleased. Now I growl when I'm pleased and wag my tail when I'm angry. Therefore, I'm mad. I call it purring, not growling, said Alice. Call it what you like, said the cat. Do you play croquet with the queen today? I should like it very much, said Alice, but I haven't been invited yet. You'll see me there, said the cat, and it vanished. Alice was not much surprised at this. She was getting used to queer things happening. While she was looking at the place where it had been, it suddenly appeared again. By the by, what became of the baby? Said the cat. I'd nearly forgotten to ask. It turned into a pig, Alice quietly said, just as if it had come back in a natural way. I thought it would, said the cat, and vanished again. Alice waited a little, half expecting to see it again, but it did not appear, and after a minute or two she walked on in the direction in which the March hare was said to live. I've seen hatters before, she said to herself. March hare will be most interesting, and perhaps, as this is May, it won't be raving mad, at least not so mad as it was in March. As she said this, she looked up, and there was the cat again, sitting on the branch of a tree. Did you say pig or fig? Said the cat. I said pig, said Alice, and I wish you wouldn't keep appearing and vanishing so suddenly. You make one quite giddy. All right, said the cat, and this time it vanished quite slowly. beginning with the end of the tail and ending with the grin, which remained some time after the rest of it had gone. Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin, thought Alice, but a grin without a cat? It's the most curious thing I ever saw in my life. She had not gone much further before she came in sight of the house of the March Hare. She thought it must be the right house, because the chimneys were shaped like ears and the roof was thatched with fur. It was so large a house that she did not go nearer till she had nibbled some more of the left hand of the mushroom and raised herself to about 2 feet high. Even then she walked up towards it rather timidly, saying to herself, "Suppose it should be raving mad after all. I almost wish I'd gone to the Hatter instead." And now we are on to Chapter 7, A Mad Tea Party. There was a table set out under a tree in front of the house, and the March Hare and the Hatter were having tea at it. A dormouse was sitting between them, fast asleep, and the other two were using it as a cushion, resting their elbows on it and talking over its head. Very uncomfortable for the dormouse, thought Alice, only it's asleep, I suppose it doesn't mind. The table was a large one, but the three were all crowded together at one corner of it. "No room," they cried when they saw Alice coming. "There's plenty of room," said Alice indignantly, as she sat in a large armchair at one end of the table. "Have some wine," the March Hare said in an encouraging tone. Alice looked all around the table, but there was nothing on it but tea. "I don't see any wine," she remarked. "There isn't any," said the March Hare. "Then it wasn't very civil of you to offer it," said Alice angrily. "It wasn't very civil of you to sit down without being invited," said the March Hare. "I didn't know it was your table," said Alice. "It's laid for a great many more than 3. "Your hair wants cutting," said the Hatter. He had been looking at Alice for some time with great curiosity, and this was his first speech. "You should learn not to make very personal remarks," Alice said with some severity. "It's rude." The Hatter opened his eyes very wide on hearing this, but all he said was, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" "Come, we shall have some fun now," thought Alice. "I'm glad they've begun asking riddles. I believe I can guess that," she added aloud. "Do you mean that you think you can figure out the answer to it?" said the March Hare. "Exactly so," Alice said. "Then you should say what you mean," the March Hare went on. "I do," Alice hastily replied. At least I mean what I say. That's the same thing, you know." "Not the same thing a bit," said the Hatter. "You might just as well say I see what I eat is the same thing as I eat what I see." "You might just as well say," said the March Hare, "that I like what I get is the same thing as I get what I like." "You might as well just say," added the Dormouse, who seemed to be talking in his sleep, "that I breathe when I sleep is the same as I sleep when I breathe." "It is the same thing with you," said the Hatter. And here the conversation dropped, and the party sat silent for a minute, while Alice thought over all she could remember about ravens and writing desks, which wasn't much. The Hatter was the first to break the silence. "What day of the month is it?" he asked, turning to Alice, who had taken his watch out of it, and he had taken his watch out of his pocket, and was looking at it uneasily, shaking it every now and then, and holding it to his ear. Alice considered a little, and then said, "The 4th. 2 days wrong. 2 days wrong," sighed the Hatter. "I told you butter wouldn't suit the works," he added, looking angrily at the March Hare. "It was the best butter," the March Hare meekly replied. "Yes, but you got some crumbs must have got in as well," said the Hatter, grumbling. "You shouldn't have put it in with the bread knife." The March Hare took the watch and looked at it gloomily. Then he dipped it into his cup of tea and looked at it again, but he couldn't think of anything better to say than his first remark. "It was the best butter, you know." Alice had been looking over his shoulder with some curiosity. "What a funny watch," she remarked. "It tells the day of the month and doesn't tell what o'clock it is." "Why should it?" nodded the Hatter. "Does your watch tell you what year it is?" "Of course not," Alice replied very readily. "But that's because it stays the same year for such a long time together." "Which is just the case with with mine," said the Hatter. Alice felt dreadfully puzzled. The Hatter's remark seemed to have no sort of meaning in it, and yet it was certainly English. "I don't quite understand you," she said as politely as she could. "The Dormouse is asleep again," said the Hatter, and he poured a little hot tea upon his nose. The Dormouse shook its head impatiently and said, without opening his eyes, Of course. I was just going to ask for a remark myself. Have you guessed the riddle yet? The Hatter said, turning to Alice again. No, I gave it up. What's the answer? I haven't the slightest idea, said the Hatter. Nor I, said the March Hare. Alice sighed wearily. I think you might do something better with the time, she said, than waste it in asking riddles that have no answers. If you knew time as well as I do, said the Hatter, you wouldn't talk about it. Wasting it, it's him. I don't know what you mean, said Alice. Of course you don't, the Hatter said, tossing his head tempestuously. I dare say you've never spoke to time. Perhaps not, Alice cautiously replied, but I know I have to beat time when I learn music. Ah, that accounts for it, said the Hatter. He won't stand for beating. Now, if you only kept on good terms with him, he'd do almost anything you liked with the clock. For instance, suppose it were 9 o'clock in the morning, just time to begin lessons. You'd only have to whisper to time, and round goes the clock in a twinkling. 1:30, time for dinner. I only wish it was, the March Hare said to itself in a whisper. That would be grand, certainly, said Alice thoughtfully, but then I shouldn't be hungry for it, you know. Not at first, perhaps, said the Hatter, but you could keep it to 1:30 as long as you liked. Is that the way you manage? Alice asked. The Hatter shook his head mournfully. Not I, he replied. We quarreled last month just before he went mad, you know, pointing with his teaspoon at the March Hare. It was at a great concert given by the Queen of Hearts, and I had to sing, Twinkle, twinkle, little bat, how I wonder where you're at. You know the song, perhaps. I've heard something like it, said Alice. It goes on, you know, the Hatter continued, in this way. Up above the world you fly, like a tea-tray in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle. Here the Dormouse shook itself and began singing in its sleep. Twinkle, 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 twinkle. And went on so long they had to pinch it to make it stop. Well, I'd hardly finished the first verse, said the Hatter, when the Queen jumped up and bawled, He's murdering the time, off with his head. How dreadfully savage, exclaimed Alice. And ever since that, the Hatter went on in a mournful tone, he won't do a thing I ask. It's always 6 o'clock now. A bright idea came into Alice's head. Is that the reason so many tea things are put out here? She asked. Yes, that's it, said the Hatter with a sigh. It's always tea time, and we've no time to wash the things between whiles. Then you'd just keep moving around, I suppose, said Alice. Exactly so, said the Hatter, as the things get used up. But what happens when you come to the beginning again? Alice ventured to ask. Suppose we change the subject, March Hare interrupted, yawning. I'm getting tired of this. I hope the young lady tells us a story. I'm afraid I don't know one, said Alice, rather alarmed at the proposal. Then the Dormouse shall, they both cried. Wake up, Dormouse! And they pinched it on both sides at once. The Dormouse slowly opened his eyes. I wasn't asleep, he said in a hoarse, feeble voice. I heard every word you fellows were telling. Tell us a story, said the March Hare. Yes, please do, pleaded Alice. And be quick about it, added the Hatter, or you'll be asleep again before it's done. Once upon a time, there were 3 sisters, the Dormouse began, in a great hurry, and the names were Elsie, Lacey, and Tilly, and they lived in the bottom of a well. What did they live on? Said Alice, who always took great interest in questionings of eating and drinking. They lived on treacle, said the Dormouse after thinking a minute or two. They couldn't have done that, you know, Alice remarked gently. They'd have been ill. So they were, said the Dormouse, very ill. Alice tried to fancy to herself what an extraordinary way of living would be like, but it puzzled her too much. So she went on, but why did they live at the bottom of the well? Take some more tea, the March Hare said to Alice very earnestly. I've had nothing yet, Alice replied in an offended tone, so I can't take more. You mean you can't take less, said the Hatter. It's very easy to take more than nothing. Nobody asked your opinion, said Alice. Who's making personal remarks now? Mad Hatter asked triumphantly. Alice did not quite know what to say to this, so she helped herself to some tea and butter and bread, and then turned to the Dormouse and repeated the question. Why did they live at the bottom of a well? The Dormouse again took a minute or two to think about it, and then said, "It was a treacle well." "There's no such thing." Alice was beginning very angrily, but the Hatter and the March Hare went shh, 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 and the Dormouse sulkily remarked, "If you can't be civil, you'd better finish a story for yourself." "No, please go on," said Alice very humbly. "I won't interrupt again. I dare say there may be one." "One indeed," the Dormouse said indignantly. However, he consented to go on. "And so, these three little sisters, they were learning to draw, you know." "And what did they draw?" said Alice, quite forgetting her promise. "Treacle," said the Dormouse, without considering it all this time. "I want a clean cup," interrupted the Hatter. "Let's move on to one place." He moved one as he spoke, and the Dormouse followed him. The March Hare moved into the Dormouse's place, and Alice rather unwillingly took the place of the March Hare. The Hatter was the only one who got any advantage from the change, and Alice was a good deal worse off than before, as the March Hare had just upset the milk jug onto his plate. Alice did not want to offend the Dormouse again, but she began to question very cautiously, "But I don't understand. Where do they draw the treacle from?" "You can draw water from a water well," said the Hatter. "So I should think you should draw treacle out of a treacle. Eh, stupid?" "But they were in the well," Alice remarked to the Dormouse, not choosing to notice his last remark. "Of course they were. Well in." This answer confused poor Alice so much that she let the Dormouse go on for some time without interrupting it. "They were learning to draw," the Dormouse went on, nodding and rubbing its eyes, for it was getting very sleepy. "But they drew all manner of things, everything that begins with an M." "Why with an M?" said Alice. "Why not?" said the March Hare. Alice was silent. The Dormouse had closed its eyes by this time and was going off into a doze, but on being pinched by the Hatter, it woke up again with a little shriek and went on. "The beginning of an M, such as mouse traps and the moon and memory and muchness. Do you know things say, you say things are much of a muchness. Did you ever see such a thing as a drawing of a muchness?" "Really, now you ask me," said Alice, very much confused. "I don't think—" "Then you shouldn't talk," said the Hatter. This piece of rudeness was more than Alice could bear. She got up in great disgust and walked off. The Dormouse fell asleep instantly, and neither of the others took the least notice of her going, though she looked back once or twice, half hoping that they would call after her. The last time she saw them, they were preparing to put the Dormouse into the teapot. "At any rate, I'll never go there again," said Alice as she picked her way through the woods. "It's the stupidest tea party I ever was at in my life." Just as she said that, she noticed that one of the trees had a door leading right into it. "That's very curious," she thought, "but everything's curious today. I think I might as well go in at once." And in she went. Once more, she found herself in the long hall and close to the little glass table. "Now I'll manage better this time," she said to herself, and began by taking the gold key and unlocking the door that led into the garden. Then she went on to work, nibbling at the mushroom. She had kept a piece of it in her pocket till she was about a foot high. Then she walked down the little passage, and then she found herself at last in the most beautiful garden among the bright flower beds and the cool fountain. And here we come to another chapter break, and Hinata is sitting on my lap, beating on the microphone cable. And I need another sip here. My throat is going to die. Yeah, I wasn't thinking too much on that one, huh? Chapter 8, The Queen's Croquet Ground. A large rose tree stood near the entrance of the garden. The roses growing on it were white, but there were 3 gardeners at it, busily painting them red. Alice thought this a very curious thing, and she went nearer to them, and it just came up, and just as she came up to them, she heard one of them say, "Look out now, Five, don't go splashing me paint all over me like that." "I couldn't help it," said Five in its sulky tone. "Seven jogged my elbow." On which Seven looked up and said, "That's all right, Five. Always lay the blame on others." "You'd better not talk," said Five. "I heard the Queen only say yesterday you deserve to be beheaded." "What for?" said the one who spoke first. "That's none of your business, too," said Seven. "Yes, it is his business," said Five. "And I'll tell him it was for bringing the cook tulip roots instead of onions." Seven flung down his brush and had just begun, well, if all the unjust, when his eye chanced to fall upon Alice as she stood watching them, and he checked himself suddenly. The others looked round also, and all of them bowed low. Would you mind telling me, said Alice a little timidly, why you were painting those roses? 5 and 7 said nothing, but looked at 2. 2 began in a low voice, well, the fact is, you see, miss, this here ought to have been a red rose tree, and we put a white rose in by mistake, and if the queen was to find out, we should have all our heads cut off, you know. So, you see, miss, we're doing our best before she comes to... At this moment, 5, who had been anxiously looking across the garden, called out, the queen! The queen! And the 3 gardeners instantly threw themselves flat upon their faces. There was a sound of many footsteps, and Alice looked round, eager to see the queen. First came 10 soldiers carrying clubs. These were all shaped like the 3 gardeners, oblong and flat, with their hands and feet at the corners. Next, the 10 courtiers. These were ornamented all over with diamonds, and walked 2 and 2, as the soldiers did. After these came the royal children. There were 10 of them, and the little dears came jumping merrily along hand in hand, in couples. They were all ornamented with hearts. Next came the guests, mostly kings and queens, and among them Alice recognized the white rabbit. It was talking in a hurried, nervous manner, smiling at everything that was said, and went by without noticing her. Then followed the knave of hearts, carrying the king's crown on a crimson velvet cushion, and last of all this grand procession came the king and queen of hearts. Alice was rather doubtful whether she ought to lie down on her face like the 3 gardeners, but she could not remember ever having heard of such a rule at processions. And besides, what would be the use of a procession, thought she, if people had to lie down upon their faces so that they couldn't see it? So she stood still where she was and waited. When the procession came opposite to Alice, they all stopped and looked at her, and the queen said severely, who is this? She said it to the knave of hearts, who only bowed and smiled in reply. Idiot, said the queen, tossing her head impatiently, and turning to Alice, she went on, what's your name, child? My name is Alice, so please your majesty, said Alice very politely, but then she added to herself, why, they're only a pack of cards, after all. I needn't be afraid of them. And who are these? Said the queen, pointing to the 3 gardeners who were laying around the rose tree. For you see, as they were lying on their faces, and the pattern on their backs was the same as the rest of the pack, she could not tell whether they were gardeners or soldiers or courtiers or 3 of her own children. How should I know? Said Alice, surprised at her own courage. It's no business of mine. The queen turned crimson with fury, and after glaring at her for a moment like a wild beast, screamed, off with her head, off! Nonsense, said Alice very loudly, and decidedly the queen was silent. The king laid his hand upon her arm and timidly said, consider, my dear, she is only a child. The queen turned angrily from him and said to the knave, turn them over. The knave did so very carefully with one foot. Get up, said the queen in a shrill, loud voice, and the 3 gardeners instantly jumped up and began bowing to the king, the queen, the royal children, and everybody else. Leave off that, screamed the queen. You make me giddy. And then, turning to the rose tree, she went on, what have you been doing here? May it please your majesty, said 2 in a very humble tone, going down on one knee as he spoke. We were trying... I see, said the queen, who had been meanwhile examining the roses. Off with their heads! And the procession moved on. 3 of the soldiers remaining behind to execute the unfortunate gardeners, who ran to Alice for protection. You shan't be beheaded, said Alice, and she put them into a large flower pot that stood near. The 3 soldiers wandered about for a minute or 2 looking for them, and then quietly marched off after the others. Are their heads off? Shouted the queen. Their heads are gone, if it please your majesty, said the soldiers shouted in reply. That's right, shouted the queen. Can you play croquet? The soldiers went silent and looked at Alice, as the question was evidently meant for her. Yes, shouted Alice. Come on, then, roared the queen, and Alice joined the procession, wondering very much what would happen next. It's a very fine day, said a timid voice at her side. She was walking by the white rabbit, who was peeping anxiously into her face. Very, said Alice. Where's the duchess? Hush, hush, said the rabbit in a low, hurried tone. He looked anxiously over his shoulder as he spoke. and then raised himself upon tiptoe, put his mouth close to her ear, and whispered, "She's under sentence of execution." "What for?" said Alice. "Did you say what a pity?" the rabbit asked. "No, I didn't. I don't think it's a pity at all. I said, what for?" "She boxed the queen's ears," the rabbit began. Alice gave a little scream of laughter. "Oh, hush," the rabbit whispered in a frightened tone. "The queen will hear you. You see, she came rather late, and the queen said—" "Get to your place," shouted the queen in a voice of thunder, and people began running about in all directions, tumbling up against each other. However, they got settled down in a minute or two, and the game began. Alice thought she had never seen such a curious croquet ground in all her life. It was all ridges and furrows, and the balls were live hedgehogs, and the mallets live flamingos, and the soldiers had to double up and make them up to stand on their hands and feet to make the arches. The chief difficulty Alice found at first was in managing her flamingo. She just succeeded in getting its body tucked away comfortably enough under her arm, with its legs hanging down, but generally, just as she had got its neck nicely straightened out and was going to give the hedgehog a blow with its head, it would twist itself round and look up at her face with such a puzzled expression that she could not help bursting out laughing, and when she finally got its head down and was going to begin again, it was very provoking to find that the hedgehog had unrolled itself and was in the act of crawling away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge or furrow in the way of whatever she wanted to send the hedgehog to, and as the doubled-up soldiers were always getting up and walking off to the other parts of the ground, Alice soon came to the conclusion that it was a very difficult game indeed. The players all played at once without waiting for turns, quarreling all the while and fighting for the hedgehogs, and in very short time the queen was in a furious passion and went off stamping about and shouting, "Off with his head!" or "Off with her head!" about once in a minute. Alice began to feel very uneasy, to be sure. She had not as yet had any dispute with the queen, but she knew that it might happen at any minute. And then, thought she, what would become of me? They're dreadfully fond of beheading people here. The great wonder is if there's anyone left alive. She was looking about for a way of escape and wondering whether she could get away without being seen, when she noticed a curious appearance in the air. It puzzled her very much at first, but after watching it a minute or two, she made it out to be a grin. And she said to herself, "It's the Cheshire Cat. Now I shall have someone to talk to." "How are you getting along?" said the cat, as soon as there was a mouth enough for it to speak with. Alice waited until the eyes appeared and then nodded. It's no use speaking to it, she thought, till its ears have come, or at least one of them. In another minute, the whole head appeared, and then Alice put down the flamingo and began an account of the game, feeling very glad she had someone to listen to her. The cat seemed to think there was enough of it now in sight, and no more of it appeared. "I don't think they play it all fairly," Alice began, in a rather complaining tone. "And they quarrel so dreadfully. One can't hear oneself speak, and they don't seem to have any rules in particular. At least, if there are, nobody attends to them. And you've no idea how confusing it is to have all these things being alive. For instance, there's the arch I've got to go through next, walking around about one of the other ends of the ground, and I should have croqueted the queen's hedgehog just now, only it ran away when it saw mine coming." "How do you like the queen?" said the cat in a low voice. "Not at all," said Alice. "She's so extremely—" Just then she noticed that the queen was close behind her, listening, so she went on, "Likely to win, and it's hardly worthwhile finishing the game." The queen smiled and passed on. "Who are you talking to?" said the queen, going up to Alice and looking at the cat's head with great curiosity. "It's a friend of mine, a Cheshire Cat," said Alice. "Allow me to introduce it." "I don't like the looks of it at all," said the king. "However, it may kiss my hand if it likes." I'd rather not," the cat remarked. "Don't be impertinent," said the king, "and don't look at me like that." He got behind Alice as he spoke. "A cat may look at a king," said Alice. "I've read that in some book, but I don't remember where." "Well, it must be removed," said the king very decidedly, and he called the queen, who was passing at the moment. "My dear, I wish you would have this cat removed." The queen had only one way of settling all difficulties, great or small. "Off with his head," she said, without even looking round. "I'll fetch the executioner myself," said the king eagerly, and he hurried off. Alice thought she might as well go back and see how the game was going on, as the queen's voice in the distance, screaming with passion, was heard. She had already heard her sentence 3 of the players to be executed for having missed their turns, and she did not like the looks of things at all, as the game was in such confusion that she never knew whether it was her turn or not. So she went in search of her hedgehog. The hedgehog was engaged in a fight with another hedgehog, which seemed to Alice an excellent opportunity for croqueting one of them with the other. The only difficulty was that her flamingo was gone across to the other side of the garden, where Alice could see it trying in a helpless sort of way to fly up into a tree. By the time she had caught the flamingo and brought it back, the fight was over, and both the hedgehogs were out of sight. But it doesn't matter much, thought Alice, as all the arches are gone from the side of the ground. So she tucked it under her arm that it might not escape again, and went back for a little more conversation with her friend. When she got back to the Cheshire Cat, she was surprised to find quite a large crowd had collected around it. There was a dispute going on between the executioner, the king, and the queen, who were all talking at once, while all the rest were quite silent, and all looked very uncomfortable. The moment Alice appeared, she was appealed to by all 3 to settle the question, and as they repeated their arguments to her, though they all spoke at once, she found it very hard indeed to make out exactly what they said. The executioner's argument was that you couldn't cut off a head unless there was a body to cut it off from, that he had never had to do such a thing before in his life, and he wasn't going to begin at this time of life. The king's argument was that anything that had a head could be beheaded, and you weren't supposed to talk nonsense. The queen's argument was that if something wasn't done about it in less than no time, she'd have everybody executed all around. It was this last remark that had made the whole party looking so grave and anxious. Alice could think of nothing else to say but, "It belongs to the Duchess. You'd better ask her about it." "She's in prison," the queen said to the executioner. "Fetch her here." And the executioner went off like an arrow. The cat's head had begun fading away the moment he was gone, and by the time he had come back with the Duchess, it had entirely disappeared. So the king and the executioner ran wildly up and down looking for it, while the rest of the party went back to the game. Chapter 9. The Mock Turtle Story. "You can't think of how glad I am to see you again, you old dear thing," said the Duchess as she tucked her arm affectionately into Alice's and they walked off together. Alice was very glad to find her in such a pleasant temper, and thought to herself that perhaps it was only the pepper that had made her so savage when they met in the kitchen. "When I'm a Duchess," she said to herself, not in a very hopeful tone though, "I won't have any pepper in my kitchen at all. Soup does very well without. Maybe it's always pepper that makes people hot-tempered," she went on, very much pleased at having found a new kind of rule, "and vinegar that makes them sour, and chamomile makes them bitter, and barley sugar and such makes all children sweet-tempered. I only wish people knew that. Then they wouldn't be so stingy about it, you know." She had quite forgotten the Duchess by this time, and was a little startled when she heard her voice come close to her ear. "You're thinking about something, my dear, and that makes you forget to talk. I can tell you in a bit. I can't tell you just now what the moral of that is, but I shall remember it in a bit." "Perhaps it hasn't one," Alice ventured to remark. "Tut, tut, child," said the Duchess. "Everything's got a moral if only you can find it," and she squeezed herself up closer to Alice's side as she spoke. Alice did not much like keeping so close to her. First, because the Duchess was very ugly, and secondly, because she was exactly the right height to rest her chin upon Alice's shoulder, and it was uncomfortably sharp. It was an uncomfortably sharp chin. However, she did not like to be rude, and so she bore it as well as she could. "The game's going a little better now," she said, by way of keeping the conversation a little. "'Tis so," said the Duchess, "and the moral of that is, 'Oh, 'tis love that makes the world go round.'" "Somebody said," Alice whispered, "that it's done by everybody minding their own business." "Ah, well, it means much the same thing," said the Duchess, digging her sharp little chin into Alice's shoulders as she added, "and the moral of that is, take care of the sense, and the sounds will take care of themselves." How fond she is of having morals in things, Alice thought to herself. "I dare say you're wondering why I don't put my arm round your waist," the Duchess said after a pause. "The reason is that I'm doubtful about the temper of your flamingo. Shall I try the experiment?" "He might bite," Alice replied cautiously, not feeling at all anxious about having the experiment tried. Very true, said the Duchess. Flamingos and mustard both bite, and the moral of that is, birds of a feather flock together. Only mustard isn't a bird, Alice remarked. Right as usual, said the Duchess. What a clear way you have of putting things. It's a mineral, I think, said Alice. Of course it is, said the Duchess, who seemed ready to agree on to everything that Alice had said. There's a large mustard mine near here, and the moral of that is, the more there is of mine, the less there is of yours. Oh, I know, exclaimed Alice, who had not attended to the last remark. It's a vegetable. It doesn't look like one, but it is. I quite agree with you, said the Duchess, and the moral of that is, be what you would seem to be, or if you'd like to put it more simply, never imagine yourself not to be otherwise than what it might appear to others that what you were or might have been was not otherwise than what you would have appeared to them otherwise to be. I think I should understand that better, Alice said very politely, if I had written it down, but I can't quite follow it as you say it. That's nothing to what I could say if I chose, the Duchess replied in a pleased tone. Pray don't trouble yourself to say it any longer than that, said Alice. Oh, don't talk about trouble, said the Duchess. I make you a present of everything I've said yet. A cheap sort of present, thought Alice. I'm glad they don't give birthday presents like that, but she did not venture to say that aloud. Thinking again, the Duchess said with another dig of her sharp little chin. I've a right to think, said Alice sharply, for she was beginning to feel a little worried. Just about as much as right, said the Duchess, as pigs have to fly, but to Alice's great surprise, the Duchess's voice died away, even in the middle of her favorite word, moral, and the arm that was linked into hers began to tremble. Alice looked up, and there stood the Queen in front of them, with her arms folded, frowning like a thunderstorm. A fine day, Your Majesty, the Duchess began in a low, weak voice. Now I gave you fair warning, shouted the Queen, stamping off to the ground as she spoke. Royal people apparently have low voices in my mind. Shouted the Queen, stamping the ground as she spoke. Either you or your head must be off, and that in about half no time. Take your choice. The Duchess took her choice and was gone in a minute. Let's go on with the game, the Queen said to Alice, and Alice was too much frightened to say a word, but slowly followed her back to the croquet ground. The other guests had taken advantage of the Queen's absence and were resting in the shade. However, the moment they saw her, they all hurried back to the game, the Queen merely remarking that a moment's delay would cost them their lives. All the time they were playing, the Queen never left off quarreling with the other players and shouting, off with his head or off with her head. Those whom she sentenced were taken into custody by the soldiers, who of course had to leave off being archers to do this, so that by the end of half an hour or so, there were no archers left. And all the players, except the King, the Queen, and Alice, were in custody and under sentence of execution. Then the Queen left off, quite out of breath, and said to Alice, Have you seen the mock turtle yet? No, said. Have you seen the mock turtle yet? No, said Alice. I don't even know what a mock turtle is. It's the thing mock turtle soup is made from, said the Queen. I never saw one or heard of one, said Alice. Come on then, said the Queen, and he shall tell you his history. As they walked off together, Alice heard the King say in a low voice to the company generally, You are all pardoned. Come, that's a good thing, she said to herself, for she had felt quite unhappy at the number of executions the Queen had ordered. They very soon came upon a griffin lying fast asleep in the sun. If you don't know what a griffin is, look at the picture. A plaisy thing, said the Queen, and take this young lady to see the mock turtle and to hear his story. I must go back and see after some executions I have ordered. And she walked off, leaving Alice alone with the griffin. Alice did not quite like the look of the creature, but on the whole, she thought it would be quite as safe to stay with it as to go after with that savage Queen, so she waited. The griffin sat up and rubbed his eyes, and then watched the Queen till she was out of sight, then it chuckled. What fun, said the griffin, half to itself, half to Alice. What is the fun, said Alice. Why, she, said the griffin. It's all her fancy that they never execute anybody, you know. Come on. Everybody says come on here, thought Alice, as she went slowly after it. I never was so ordered about in all my life. Never. They had not gone far before they saw the Mock Turtle in the distance, sitting sad and lonely on a little ledge of rock, and as they came nearer, Alice could hear him singing as if his heart would break. She pitied him deeply. What is his sorrow? She asked the Griffin, and the Griffin answered very nearly in the same words as before. It's all his fancy, that. He hasn't got no sorrow, you know. Come on. So they went up to the Mock Turtle, who looked at them with large eyes full of tears, but said nothing. This young lady here, said the Griffin, she wants for to know your history, she do. I'll tell it her, said the Mock Turtle in a deep, hollow tone. Sit down, both of you, and don't speak a word till I've finished. So they sat down, and nobody spoke a word for some minutes. Alice thought to herself, I don't see how he can even finish if he doesn't begin, but she waited patiently. Once, said the Mock Turtle, at last with a deep sigh, I was a real turtle. These words were followed by a very long silence, broken only by an occasional exclamation of from the Griffin and the constant heavy sobbing of the Mock Turtle. Alice was very nearly getting up and saying, Thank you, sir, for your interesting story, but she could not help thinking there must be more to come, so she sat still and said nothing. When we were little, the Mock Turtle went on at last, more calmly, though still sobbing a little now and then, we went to school in the sea. The master was an old turtle. We used to call him Tortoise. Why did you call him Tortoise if he wasn't one? Alice asked. We called him Tortoise because he taught us, said the Mock Turtle angrily. Really, you are very dull. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for asking such a simple question, added the Griffin, and then they both sat silently and looked at poor Alice, who felt ready to sink into the earth. At last the Griffin said to the Mock Turtle, Drive on, old fellow, don't be all day about it, and he went on in these words. Yes, we went to school in the sea, though you mayn't believe it. I never said I didn't, interrupted Alice. You did, said the Mock Turtle. Hold your tongue, added the Griffin before Alice could speak again. The Mock Turtle went on. We had the best of education. In fact, we went to school every day. I've been to a day school too, said Alice. You needn't be so proud as all that. With extras? Asked the Mock Turtle a little anxiously. Yes, said Alice. We learned French and music. And washing? Said the Mock Turtle. Certainly not, said Alice indignantly. Ah, then yours wasn't a really good school, said the Mock Turtle in a tone of great relief. Now at ours, they had the end of the bill, French, music, and washing. Extra. You couldn't have wanted it much, said Alice, looking at the bottom of the sea. I couldn't afford to learn it, said the Mock Turtle with such a sigh. I only took the regular course. What was that? Inquired Alice. Reeling and writhing, of course, to begin with, said the Mock Turtle replied, and then the different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision. I've never heard of uglification, Alice ventured to say. What is it? The Griffin lifted his paws in surprise. What? Never heard of uglifying, it exclaimed. You know what to beautify is, I suppose. Yes, Alice said doubtfully. It means to make anything prettier. Well then, the Griffin went on, if you don't know what uglifying it is, you are a simpleton. Alice did not feel encouraged to ask any more questions about him, so she turned to the Mock Turtle and said, What else had you to learn? Well, there was the mystery, the Mock Turtle replied, counting off the subjects on his flappers. Mystery, ancient and modern, with seography, then drolling. The drolling master was an old conger eel that used to come out once a week. He taught us drolling, stretching, and fainting in coils. What was that like? Said Alice. Well, I can't show it to you myself, the Mock Turtle said. I'm too stiff, and the Griffin never learned it. Hadn't time, said the Griffin. I went to the classics master, though. He was an old crab, he was. I never went to him, the Mock Turtle said with a sigh. He taught laughing and grief, they used to say. So he did, said the Griffin, sighing in his turn, and both creatures hid their faces in their paws. And how many hours a day did you do lessons? Said Alice in a hurry to change the subject. 10 hours the first day, said the Mock Turtle, 9 the second, and so on. What a curious plan, exclaimed Alice. That's the reasons they're called lessons, the Griffin remarked, because they lessen from day to day. This was quite a new idea to Alice, and she thought it over a little day before she made her next remark. Then the 11th day must have been a holiday? Of course it was, said the Mock Turtle. And how did you manage on the 12th? Alice went on eagerly. That's enough about the lessons, the Griffin interrupted in a very decided tone. Tell her something about the games now. And now we pause once again. Do we have anything to do before this chapter?
It's still 10 minutes until the top of the hour.
Okay. I think I should be able to get out this next chapter then. Chapter 10, The Lobster Quadrille. The Mock Turtle sighed deeply and drew back one flapper across his eyes. He looked at Alice and tried to speak, but for a minute or two sobs choked his voice. Same as if he had a bone in his throat, said the Griffin, and it set to work, shaking him and punching him in the back. At last the Mock Turtle recovered his voice, and with tears running down his cheeks, he went on again. You may not have lived much under the sea. I haven't, said Alice, and perhaps you've never been introduced to a lobster. Alice began to say, I once tasted, but checked herself hastily and said, no, never. So you can have no idea what a delightful thing a lobster quadrille is. No, indeed, said Alice. What sort of a dance is that? Why, said the Griffin, you first must form into a long line along the seashore. 2 lines, cried the Mock Turtle. Seals, turtles, salmon, and so on. Then, when you've cleared all the jellyfish out of the way, that generally takes some time, interrupted the Griffin. You advance twice, each with a lobster partner, cried the Griffin. Of course, the Mock Turtle said. Advance twice, set to partners, change the lobsters and retire in the same order, continued the Griffin. Then, the Mock Turtle went on. You throw the lobsters, shouted the Griffin with a bound into the air. As far out to sea as you can. Swim after them, screamed the Griffin. Turn a somersault in the sea, cried the Mock Turtle, capering wildly about. Change lobsters again, yelled the Griffin at the top of its voice. Back to land again, and it's all the first figure, said the Mock Turtle, suddenly dropping his voice. And the 2 creatures who had been jumping about like mad things at all this time sat down again very sadly and quietly and looked at Alice. It must be a very pretty dance, said Alice timidly. Would you like to see a little of it? Asked the Mock Turtle. Very much indeed. Come, let's try the first figure, said the Mock Turtle to the Griffin. We can do without lobsters, What shall we sing? Oh, you sing. I've forgotten the words. So they began solemnly dancing around and around Alice, every now and then treading on her toes when they passed too close and waving their forepaws to mark the time, while the Mock Turtle sang this very slowly and sadly. Will you walk a little faster, said the whiting to a snail. There's a porpoise close behind me, and he's treading on my tail. So see how eagerly the lobsters and the turtles all advance. They are waiting on the shingle. Will you come and join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? Will you, won't you, won't you join the dance? You can really have no notion how delightful it will be when they take us up and throw us with the lobsters out to sea. But the snail replied, too far, and gave a look askance. Said he thanked the whiting kindly, but he would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not, would not join the dance. Would not, could not, would not, could not join the dance. What matters it how far we go? His scaly friend replied. There is another shore, you know, upon the other side. The furthest off from England, the nearer is to France. Then turn not pale, beloved snail, but come and join the dance. Will you, won't you, will you, won't you, will you join the dance? Will you, won't you, will you, won't you join the dance? Thank you. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting dance to watch, said Alice, feeling very glad that it was over at last. And I do so like the curious song about the whiting. Oh, as to the whiting, said the Mock Turtle, you've seen them, of course. Yes, said Alice. I've seen them at She checked herself hastily. I don't know where Din may be, said the Mock Turtle, but if you've seen them so often, of course you know what they're like. I believe so, replied Alice thoughtfully. They have their tails in their mouths, and they're all over crumbs. You're wrong about the crumbs, said the Mock Turtle. Crumbs would all wash off in the sea, but they have their tails in their mouths. And the reason is, here the Mock Turtle yawned and shut his eyes. Tell her about the reason and all that, he said to the Griffin. The reason is, said the Griffin, that they would go with the lobsters to the dance. So they got thrown out to sea, so they had to fall a long way, so they got their tails fast in their mouths so they couldn't get them out again. That's all. Thank you, said Alice. It's very interesting. I never know so much about a whiting before. I can tell you more than that if you like, said the Griffin. Do you know why it's called a whiting? I never thought about it, said Alice. Why? It does the boots and shoes, the Griffin replied very solemnly. Alice was thoroughly puzzled. Does the boots and shoes? She repeated in a wondering tone. Why, what are your shoes done with? Said the Griffin. I mean, what makes them so shiny? Alice looked down at them, considering a little before she gave her answer. They're done with blacking, I believe. Boots and shoes under the sea, the Griffin went on in a deep voice, are done with a whiting. Now you know. And what are they made of? Alice asked in a tone of great curiosity. Soles and eels, of course, the Griffin replied rather impatiently. Any shrimp could have told you that. If I'd been the whiting, said Alice, whose thoughts were still running with the song, I'd have said to the porpoise, keep back, please. We don't want you with us. They were obliged to have him with them, the Mock Turtle said. No wise fish would go anywhere without a porpoise. Wouldn't it really? Said Alice in a tone of great suspicion. Of course not, said the Mock Turtle. Why, if a fish came to me and he told me he was going on a journey, I should say, with what purpose? Don't you mean purpose? Said Alice. I meant what I said, the Mock Turtle replied in an offended tone, and the Griffin added, Come, let's hear some of your adventures. I could tell you my adventures, beginning from this morning, said Alice a little bit timidly, but it's no use going back to yesterday because I was a different person then. Explain all that, said the Mock Turtle. No, the adventures first, said the Griffin in an impatient tone. Explanations take such a dreadful time. So Alice began telling them her adventures from the time when she first saw the White Rabbit. She was a little nervous about it just at first. The two creatures got so close to her, one on each side, and opened their eyes and mouths so very wide, but she gained courage as she went along. Her listeners were perfectly quiet until she got to the part about her repeating, Your old Father William, to the caterpillar, and the words all coming different, and then the Mock Turtle drew a long breath and said, That's very curious. It's about as curious as it can be, said the Griffin. It all came out different. Oh, oops. It all came different, the Mock Turtle repeated thoughtfully. I should like to hear her try and repeat something now. Tell her to begin. He looked at the Griffin as if he thought it had some sort of authority over Alice. Stand up and repeat. 'Tis the voice of the sluggard, said the Gryphon. How the creatures order one about and make one repeat lessons, thought Alice. I might as well be at school. However, she got up and began to repeat, but her head was so full of the lobster quadrille she hardly knew what she was saying, and the words came out very queer indeed. 'Tis the voice of the lobster, I heard him declare. You have baked me too brown, I must sugar my hair. As a duck with his eyelids, so he, with his nose, trims his belt and his buttons, and then turns on his toes. When the sands are all dry, he is gay as a lark, and he will talk in contemptuous tones of the shark. But when the tide rises and sharks are around, his voice is as timid and tremulous sound. That's different from what I used to say when I was a child, said the Gryphon. Well, I never heard it before, said the Mock Turtle, but it sounds uncommon nonsense. Alice said nothing. She had sat down with her face in her hands, wondering if anything would ever happen in a natural way again. I should like to have it explained, said the Mock Turtle. She can't explain it, said the Gryphon hastily. Go on with the next verse. But about his toes, the Mock Turtle persisted. How could he turn them out with his nose, you know? It's the first position in dancing, Alice said, but was dreadfully puzzled by the whole thing, and longed to change the subject. Go on with the next verse, said the Gryphon, repeating impatiently. It begins, I passed by his garden. Alice did not dare to disobey, though she felt it would all come to wrong. And she went on in a trembling voice, I passed by his garden and marked with one eye how the owl and the panther were sharing a pie. The panther took pie crust and gravy and meat, while the owl had the dish as its share of the treat. When the pie was all finished, the owl, as a boon, was kindly permitted to pocket the spoon, while the panther received knife and fork with a growl, and concluded the banquet by, What is the use of repeating all that stuff? The Mock Turtle interrupted. If you don't explain it as you go on, it's by far the most confusing thing I've ever heard. Yes, I think you'd better leave off, said the Gryphon, and Alice was only too glad to. Shall we try another figure of the lobster quadrille? The Gryphon went on, or would you like to hear the Mock Turtle sing you a song? Oh, a song, please, if the Mock Turtle would be so kind, Alice replied, so eagerly that the Gryphon said, in a rather offended tone, No accounting for taste. Sing her turtle soup, will you, old fellow? The Mock Turtle sighed deeply and began, in a voice sometimes choked with sobs, to sing this. Beautiful soup, so rich and green, waiting in a hot tureen. Who for such dainties would not stoop? Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup. Beautiful soup. Soup of the evening. Beautiful, beautiful soup. Beautiful soup, who cares for a fish, game, or any other dish? Who would not give all else for 2 pennyworth only of beautiful soup? Pennyworth only of beautiful soup. Beautiful soup. Beautiful soup. Soup of the evening. Beautiful, beautiful soup. Chorus again, cried the Gryphon, and the Mock Turtle had just begun to repeat it when a cry of, The trial's beginning, was heard in the distance. Come on, cried the Gryphon, and taking Alice by the hand, it hurried off without waiting for the end of the song. What trial is it? Panted Alice as she ran, but the Gryphon only answered, Come on, and ran the faster, while more and more faintly came, carried on the breeze that followed them, the melancholy words, Soup of the evening, beautiful, beautiful soup. And now we pause for a word from our sponsors. And we're going to do a drawing, I believe, again. aren't we?
Soup, beautiful soup of the That was making so
Soup.
We're making fun of
Love
you.
it.
Actually, we're not making fun of you in private chat. We're wondering if you practiced the soup song beforehand.
No, I actually forgot to do any of that. So all of these are being just ad-libbed as I go.
That makes it even better, and we absolutely love it, and it will live rent-free. Like random shows from now on, I'm just going to randomly start singing Beautiful Soup now. Because, So I don't think we've had any hashtag haunts since the last giveaway.
We've had one hashtag Alice.
Yeah.
We have had a hashtag Alice?
You're going to do that one at the end of the Alice thing, though, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, but I did notice the hashtag Alice. And welcome back, Jody. You're one of our winners of our limited edition all night t-shirts, which we'll get with you about a size and all that information for you here soon. Give us like a day or two after we die from the 24-hour stream, and then we'll be getting with everyone about everything. We'd also had that winner earlier on, Angel and Tudor, who is actually from Ohio within the area. So we'll absolutely be able to use those tickets. So we're going to go ahead and play that ad now as soon as my dumbass finds it. There we go.
Just got a new haunt in.
Here. Oh, who was it? I haven't even read it yet.
Tina Dean.
Tina Dean. Well, Tina, here's what you've won. Because you literally got it in right before I ran it, and you're the only one from this block. You get a pair of tickets to what you're about to see, and I'll explain in a minute, a little bit more in a second. All right, Tina, that is our event, Bleeding Hearts for Hell's Dungeon, located conveniently in Dayton, Ohio. Now, those tickets are only good for the haunt portion of the event, which starts at 8 p.m. You can message, for those of you that have won tickets to just the haunt portion, you can message the haunt Facebook, again, Hell's Dungeon, if you want to pay an add-on fee for the murder mystery dinner that happens beforehand. So, again, these are just for the attraction part starting at 8.
And Tina, as long as you're hashtagging, go ahead and throw a hashtag Alice up, because at the end of the Alice in Wonderland part, I am going to be giving away a copy of this lovely leather-bound version of the Canterbury collection, the Canterbury edition of Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, so you could get that by hashtagging Alice right now, but also for just commenting when we do our next giveaway a little bit later on for like normal, like for ebooks. It could be another T-shirt. It could be the mini Monty Mothman keychains. You still have a chance to win one of those prizes as well later on. And let all your friends and family know. Call everybody. Wake them up. We're doing this for 24 hours. We got another 18 hours from right now. 18 more hours, man. And Della's been killing it with her Soup of the Evening song in the last few minutes.
Yeah, I think I woke some people up to that. I don't know. Like, oh my God, she's singing. I gotta wake up.
No, will that count? Because she put a word and then hashtag Alice, or does it just need to? Okay, I just want to double check.
As long as it's mentioned, yeah, because people don't know. It's sometimes, but it'd be fair if it didn't count it.
Nice.
I will double check though, just to make sure. But
if not, we know, so we'll figure it out for you.
I have. It shows that I have 3 entries of Alice right now.
Okay.
So.
But that should that should be right then with Tina's. So that is awesome, guys. Thank you so much. We've given away 4 tickets already, so that's fantastic for the haunt. And not only do you get the 2 tickets for the haunt, Chainer's Field of Screams. Pyle Hazard himself, one of the co-hosts on the show, he also owns and operates Chainer's. He's going to be there at the Hell's Dungeon event with me, and you're going to get a special prize from Chainer's as well. They're flaking archery targets, but what they look like is really amazing art prints. He's got a zombie vulture, a zombie boar, and a zombie wolf. These things are amazing. So when you show up that day to get your tickets to come in, you'll also be handed one of those. So again, thank you guys, and please spread the words. We're loving this. We're loving you guys. We're loving this 24-hour thing, and we're loving our super evening.
And remember, up in the corner there, we have the QR code. We are accepting donations to help go for paying for prizes and some of the for things for future events. And you can also buy one of the shirts. Raz is wearing one. This is the stuff that will be on the shirt that you can only get during this episode. You can win some of these, but you can also buy one for $20 up there. The QR code goes to a PayPal. We are accepting donations, or you can buy a shirt. Either way, it works. Explain that a little bit better, Raz, because you're the one who got it set up.
So I think that how we're running this right now is when you go to that QR code or the link we have in the show notes, what have you, you can make a donation of any amount. We have it set up to just a one-time only. We don't want to be one of those people where like we secretly make you press a button that donates every month, because that's happened to me and it's happened to a lot of us, and it's an asshole move. So it's a one-time only donation. For any donation, $20 and above, you also get this limited time only that you can only get here, during the 24-hour stream. So it's 20 plus shipping and handling, which basically equates to about $25. If shipping ends up being more than the $5, I'll eat whatever it is. Now, the cool thing is, if you're local, and I didn't mention this earlier because it didn't dawn on me till now, if you're local, and especially if you win the haunt tickets or you just plan on going to the haunt and you just want to pick up your t-shirt there and not even pay for the shipping, you can let us know that too, because I'll have them made up and I can bring that shirt right to the haunt when you pick up your tickets or what have you. So, or I can just get it to you in general if you're local. So again, guys, thank you. I'm going to return you to our regularly scheduled program.
And before I start with the last part, I'm going to draw a little bit more attention back to one of our lovely sponsors, being zombies and staying up all night, since we mentioned that.
Everyone thinks because you're a zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong. There's only one brew that gets my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly. Use the front door! Oh, they're so disgusting.
All right. On with Alice in Wonderland, Chapter 11, Who Stole the Tarts? The King and Queen of Hearts were seated on their throne when they arrived, with a great crowd assembled about them. All sorts of little birds and beasts, as well as the whole pack of cards. The knave was standing before them in chains, with a soldier on each side to guard him. And near the king was the White Rabbit, with a trumpet in one hand and a scroll of parchment in the other. In the very middle of the court was a table, with a large dish of tarts upon it. They looked so good that it made Alice quite hungry to look at them. I wish they'd get the trial done, she thought, and hand round the refreshments. But there seemed to be no chance of this, so she began looking at everything about her to pass away the time. Alice had never been in a court of justice before, but she had read about them in books, and she was quite pleased to find that she knew the name of nearly everything there. That's the judge, she said to herself, because of his great wig. The judge, by the way, was the king, and as he wore his crown over the wig, he did not look at all comfortable, and it was certainly not becoming. And that's the jury box, thought Alice, and those 12 creatures, she's obliged to say creatures, you see, because some of them were animals and some were birds. I suppose they are the jurors. She said this last word 2 or 3 times to herself, being rather proud of it, for she thought, and rightly too, that very few little girls of her age would know the meaning of it at all. However, jurymen would have done just as well. The 12 jurors were all writing very busily on slates. What are they doing? Alice whispered to the Griffin. They can't have anything to put down yet before the trial's begun. They're putting down their names, the Griffin whispered in reply, for fear they should forget them before the end of the trial. Stupid things, Alice began in a loud, indignant voice, but she stopped hastily, for the White Rabbit cried out, "Silence in the court!" And the king put on his spectacles and looked anxiously around to make out who was talking. Alice could see as well as if she were looking over their shoulders, that all the jurors were writing down stupid things on their slates. And she could even make out that one of them didn't know how to spell stupid, and that he had to ask his neighbor to tell him. A nice muddle their slates will be in after the trial's over, thought Alice. One of the jurors had a pencil that squeaked. This, of course, Alice could not stand, and she went round the court and got behind him, and very soon found an opportunity of taking it away. She did so quickly, so the poor little juror, it was Bill the Lizard, could not make out at all what had become of it. So, after hunting all over for it, he was obliged to write with one finger for the rest of the day, and this was of very little use, as it left no mark at all on the slate. "Herald, read the accusation," said the king. On this, the White Rabbit blew out 3 blasts on the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment scroll and read as follows.
Yes.
Sorry. On this, the White Rabbit blew out 3 blasts on the trumpet, and then unrolled the parchment scroll and read as follows. "The Queen of Hearts, she made some tarts all on a summer day. The Knave of Hearts, he stole those tarts and took them quite away." "Consider your verdict," the king said to the jury. Not yet, the rabbit hastily interrupted. "There's a great deal to come before that." "Call the first witness," said the king, and the White Rabbit blew out 3 blasts on the trumpet, and he called out, "First witness!" The first witness was the Hatter. He came in with a teacup in one hand and a piece of bread and butter in the other. "I beg pardon, your majesty," he began, "for bringing these in, but I hadn't quite finished my tea when I was sent for." "You ought to have finished," said the king. "When did you begin?" The Hatter looked at the March Hare, who had followed him to the court, arm in arm with the Dormouse. 14th of March, I think it was, he said. 15th, said the March Hare. 16th, said the Dormouse. "Write that down," the king said to the jury, and the jury eagerly wrote down all 3 dates on their slates, and then added them up and reduced the answer to shillings and pence. "Take off your hat," said the king to the Hatter. "It isn't mine," said the hunter. "Stolen!" the king exclaimed, turning to the jury, who instantly made a memorandum of the fact. "I keep them to sell," the Hatter added, as an explanation. "I'm none of my own. I'm a Hatter." Here the queen put on her spectacles and began staring at the Hatter, who turned pale and fidgeted. "Give your evidence," said the king, "and don't be nervous, or I'll have you executed on the spot." This did not seem to encourage the witness at all. He kept shifting from one foot to another, looking uneasily at the queen, and in his confusion, he bit a large piece out of his teacup instead of the bread and butter. Just at this moment, Alice felt a very curious sensation, which puzzled her a good deal until she made out what it was. She was beginning to grow larger again, and she thought at first she would get up and leave the court. But on second thought, she decided she would remain where she was as long as there was room for her. "I wish you wouldn't squeeze so," said the Dormouse, who was sitting next to her. "I can hardly breathe." "I can't help it," said Alice very meekly. "I'm growing." "You've no right to grow here," said the Dormouse. "Don't talk nonsense," said Alice more boldly. "You know, you're growing too." "Yes, but I grow at a reasonable pace," said the Dormouse. "Not that ridiculous fashion." And he got up very sulkily and crossed over to the other side of the court. All this time, the queen had never left off staring at the Hatter, and just as the Dormouse crossed the court, she said to one of the officers of the court, "Bring me the list of the singers in the last concert," on which the wretched Hatter trembled so that he shook both his shoes off. "Give your evidence," the king repeated angrily, "or I'll have you executed, whether you are nervous or not." "I'm a poor man, your majesty," the Hatter began in a trembling voice, "and I hadn't begun my tea, not above a week or so, what with the bread and butter getting so thin and the twinkling of the tea." "The twinkling of the what?" said the king. "It began with the tea," the Hatter replied. "Of course twinkling begins with a tea," said the king sharply. "You take me for a dunce? Go on." "I'm a poor man," the Hatter went on, "and most things twinkled after that. Only the March Hare said—" "I didn't," the March Hare interrupted in a great hurry. "You did," said the March Hatter. "I deny it," said the March Hare. "He denies it," the king said. "Leave out that part." "Well, at any rate, the Dormouse said," the Hatter went on, looking anxiously around to see if he would deny it too, but the Dormouse denied nothing, being fast asleep. After that, continued the Hatter, I cut some more bread and butter. But what did the Dormouse say? One of the jury asked. That I can't remember, said the Hatter. You must remember, remarked the king, or I'll have you executed. The miserable Hatter dropped down his teacup and bread and butter and went down on one knee. I'm a poor man, your majesty, he began. You're a very poor speaker, said the king. Here one of the guinea pigs cheered and was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court. As that is a rather hard word, I will just explain to you how it was done. They had a large canvas bag, which tied up at the mouth with strings. Into this they slipped the guinea pig head first and then sat upon it. I'm glad I've seen that done, thought Alice. I've so often read in newspapers at the end of trials there was some attempt of applause which was immediately suppressed by the officers of the court, and I never understood what it meant until now. If that's all you know about it, you may stand down, continued the king. I can't go no lower, said the Hatter. I'm on the floor as it is. Then you may sit down, said the king. Here the other guinea pig cheered and was suppressed. Come, that's finished for the guinea pigs. Come, that finished the guinea pigs, thought Alice. Now we shall get on better. I'd rather finish my tea, said the Hatter, with an anxious look at the queen, who was reading the list of singers. You may go, said the king, and the Hatter hurriedly left the court without even waiting to put his shoes on. And just take off his head outside, the queen added to one of the officers, but the Hatter was out of sight before the officer could get to the door. Call out the next witness, said the king. The next witness was the Duchess's cook. She carried the pepper box in her hand, and Alice guessed who it was even before she got into the court by the way the people near the door began sneezing all at once. Give your evidence, said the king. Shan't, said the cook. The king looked anxiously at the White Rabbit, who said in a low voice, Your Majesty must cross-examine this witness. Well, if I must, I must, the king said with a melancholy air, and after folding his arms and frowning at the cook till his eyes were nearly out of sight, he said in a deep voice, What are tarts made of? Pepper mostly, said the cook. Treacle, said a sleepy voice behind her. Collar that dormouse, the queen shrieked out. Behead the dormouse, turn the dormouse out of court, suppress him, pinch him, off with his whiskers. For some reason, the whole court was in confusion getting the dormouse turned out, and by the time they had settled down again, the cook had disappeared. Never mind, said the king with an air of great relief. Call the next witness. And then he added in an undertone to the queen, Really, my dear, you must cross-examine the next witness. It quite makes my forehead ache. Alice watched the rabbit as he fumbled over the list, feeling very curious as to who the next witness would be like, for they haven't got much evidence yet, she said to herself. Imagine her surprise when the White Rabbit read out at the top of his shrill little voice the name Alice. Chapter 12, Alice's Evidence. Here, cried Alice, quite forgetting in the flurry of the moment how large she had grown in the last few minutes, and she jumped up in such a hurry that she tipped over the jury box with the edge of her skirt, upsetting all the jurymen onto the heads of the crowd below, and there they lay, sprawling about, reminding her very much of a globe of goldfish she had accidentally upset the week before. Oh, I beg your pardon, she had exclaimed in a tone of great dismay, and began picking them up again as quickly as she could, for the accident of the goldfish kept running in her head, and she had a vague sort of idea that they must be collected at once and put back into the jury box or they would die. The trial cannot proceed, said the king in a very grave voice, until all the jurymen are back in their proper places. All, he repeated with great emphasis, looking hard at Alice as he said so. Alice looked at the jury box and saw that, in her haste, she had put the lizard in head downwards, and the poor little thing was waving its tail about in a melancholy way, being quite unable to move. She soon got it out again and put it right. Not that it signifies much, she said to herself. I should think one would be quite as much useful in the trial. I should think it would be quite as much use in the trial one way up as the other. As soon as the jury had recovered a little from the shock of being upset, and their slates and pencils had been found and handed back to them, they set to work very diligently to write out a history of the accident, all except the lizard, who seemed too much overcome to do anything but sit with its mouth open, gazing up into the room of the court. What do you know about this business? The king said to Alice. Nothing, said Alice. Nothing whatever, persisted the king. Nothing whatever, said Alice. That's very important, the king said, turning to the jury. They were just beginning to write this down on their slates when the White Rabbit interrupted. Unimportant, Your Majesty means, of course, he said in a very respectful tone, but frowning and making faces at him as he spoke. Unimportant, of course I meant, the king hastily said, and went on to himself in an undertone, important, unimportant, important, as if he were trying which word sounded better. Some of the jury wrote down important and some unimportant. Alice could see this, and as she was near enough to look over their slates. But it doesn't matter a bit, she thought to herself. At this moment, the king, who had been for some time busy writing in his notebook, cackled out, "Silence!" and read out from his book, Rule 42, all persons more than a mile high to leave the court. Everyone looked at Alice. I'm not a mile high, said Alice. You are, said the king. Nearly 2 miles high, added the queen. Well, I shan't go at any rate, said Alice. Besides, that's not a regular rule. You've just invented it just now. It's the oldest rule in the book, said the king. Then it ought to be number 1, said Alice. The king turned pale and shut his notebook hastily. Consider your verdict, he said to the jury in a low, trembling voice. There's more evidence to come yet, please, Your Majesty, said the White Rabbit, jumping up in a great hurry. This paper has just been picked up. What's in it? Said the queen. I haven't opened it yet, said the White Rabbit, but it seems to be a letter written by the prisoner to somebody. It must have been that. Unless it was written to nobody, said the king, which isn't usual, you know. Who is it directed to? Said one of the jurymen. It isn't directed at all, the White Rabbit said. In fact, there's nothing written on the outside. He unfolded the paper as he spoke and added, It isn't a letter after all. It's a set of verses. Are they in the prisoner's handwriting? Asked another of the jurymen. No, they're not, said the White Rabbit, and that's the queerest thing about it. The jury all still looked puzzled. He must have imitated somebody else's hand, said the king. The jury all brightened again. Please, Your Majesty, said the knave, I didn't write it, and they can't prove I did. There's no name signed at the end. If you didn't sign it, said the king, that only makes the matter worse. You must have meant some mischief, or else you'd have signed your name like an honest man. There was a general clapping of hands at this. It was the first really clever thing that the king had said that day. That proves his guilt, said the queen. It proves nothing of the sort, said Alice. Why, you don't even know what they're talking about. Read them, said the king. The White Rabbit put on his spectacles. Where shall I begin, please, Your Majesty? Begin at the beginning, the king said gravely, and go on till you come to the end. Then stop. These were the verses the White Rabbit read. They told me you had been to her and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He sent the word I had not gone. We know it to be true. If she would push the matter on, what would become of you? I gave her 1, they gave him 2, you gave us 3 or more. They all returned from him to you, though they were mine before. If I or she should chance to be involved in this affair, he trusts to you to set them free exactly as we were. My notion was that you had been, before she had this fit, an obstacle that came between him, ourselves, and it. Don't let him know she liked them best, for this must ever be a secret kept from all the rest between yourself and me. That's the most important piece of evidence we've heard yet, said the king, rubbing his hands together. So now let the jury, if any one of them can explain it, said Alice. She had grown so large in the past few minutes that she wasn't a bit afraid of interrupting him. I'll give him a 6pence. I don't believe there's an atom of meaning in it. The jury all wrote down on their slates, she doesn't believe there's an atom of meaning in it, but none of them attempted to explain the paper. If there's no meaning in it, said the king, that saves a world of trouble, you know, as we needn't try to find any. And yet, I don't know, he went on, spreading out the verses on his knee and looking at them with one eye. It seems to mean something in them. I seem to see something in them. After all, said I could not swim. You cannot swim, can you? He added, turning to the knave. The knave shook his head sadly. Do I look like it? He said, which he certainly did not, being made entirely of cardboard. All right, so far, said the king, as he went on muttering over the verses to himself, we know it to be true. That's the jury, of course. I gave her 1, they gave him 2. Why, that must be what he did with the tarts, you know. But it goes on, they're all returned from him to you, said Alice. Why, there they are, said the king triumphantly, pointing to the tarts on the table. Nothing can be clearer than that. Then again, before she had this fit. You never had fits, my dear, I think, he said to the queen. Never, said the queen furiously, throwing an inkstand at the lizard as she spoke. The unfortunate little Bill had left off writing on his slate with one finger, as he found it made no mark, but now he hastily began again, using the ink that was trickling down his face, as long as it lasted. Then the words don't fit you, the king said, looking round the room with a smile. There was dead silence. It's a pun, the king added in an offended tone, and everybody laughed. Let the jury consider their verdict, the king said for about the 20th time that day. No, no, said the queen. Sentence first, verdict afterwards. Stuff and nonsense, said Alice loudly. The idea of having a sentence first. Hold your tongue, said the queen, turning purple. I won't, said Alice. Off with her head, the queen shouted at the top of her voice. Nobody moved. Who cares for you, said Alice. She had grown to her full size by this time. You're nothing but a pack of cards. At this time, the whole pack rose into the air, screaming. At this point, the whole pack rose up into the air and came flying down upon her. She gave a little scream, half of fright and half of anger, and tried to beat them off, and found herself lying on the bank with her head in the lap of her sister, who was gently brushing away some dead leaves that had fluttered down from the tree upon her face. Wake up, Alice, dear, said her sister. Why, what a long sleep you've had. Oh, I've had such a curious dream, said Alice, and she told her sister, as well as she could remember them, all these strange adventures of hers that you have just been reading about. And when she had finished, her sister kissed her head and said, It was a curious dream, dear, certainly, but now run along to your tea. It's getting late. So Alice got up and ran off, thinking while she ran, as well as she might, what a wonderful dream it had been. But her sister sat still, just where she had left her, leaning her head on her hand, watching the setting sun, and thinking of little Alice and all her wonderful adventures, till she too began dreaming after a fashion. And this was her dream. First, she dreamed of little Alice herself, and once again the tiny hands were clasped upon her knee, and the bright, eager eyes were looking up into hers, and she could hear the very tones of voice and see the queer little toss of her head to keep back the wandering hair that would always seem to get into her eyes. And still, as she listened, or seemed to listen, the whole place around her became alive, the strange creatures of her little sister's dream. The long grass rustled at her feet as the white rabbit hurried by. The frightened mouse splashed his way through the neighboring pool, and she could hear the rattle of the teacups as the March Hare and his friends shared their never-ending meal, and the shrill voice of the queen ordering off her unfortunate guests to execution. Once more the pig baby was sneezing on the Duchess's knee, while plates and dishes crashed around it. Once more the shrieks of the griffin, the squeaking of the lizard's slate pencil, and the choking of the suppressed guinea pigs filled the air, mixed up with the distant sobs of the miserable mock turtle. So she sat on, with closed eyes, and half believed herself in Wonderland, though she knew she had but to open them again, and all would change to dull reality. The grass would only be rustling in the wind, and the pool rippling to the waving of the reeds. The rattling teacups would change to tinkling sheep bells, and the queen's shrill cries to the voice of the shepherd boy, and the sneeze of the baby, the shriek of the griffin, and all the other queer noises would change, she knew, to the confused clamor of the busy farmyard, while the lowing of the cattle in the distance would take the place of the mock turtle's heavy sobs. Lastly, she pictured to herself how this same little sister of hers would, in the aftertime, be herself a grown woman, and how she would keep through all her riper years the simple and loving heart of her childhood, and how she would gather about her other little children and make their eyes bright and eager with many a strange tale, perhaps even the dream of Wonderland of long ago, and how she would feel with all their simple sorrows and find a pleasure in all their simple joys, remembering her own child life and the happy summer days. The end.
I loved it.
Yay. Oh, I wasn't expecting that to hurt my voice so much. So, I'm going to go back. Okay. Swoop. Thanks, Josh. All right. I'm going to pull up and see who we got. Anybody who wants to go last minute Allison, do it right now. Getting ready to pull that up. And we will be switching. We're going to be taking probably like about a 5 to 10 minute break in between sections of the show because we have to let Facebook reset itself. It only lets us run for 8 hours before it gets tired and stops running. So we've had to break the show up into bits, but we will have a new one up and going shortly. So, okay, I'm going to pull up the Alice giveaway. We just have the 3 people in it, so. Dun, 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 dun. So beautiful, so. Tina Dean!
Congratulations, Tina!
Yay! And Tina wins the soup. Or, no, wait, the book. What am I doing? I don't even know anymore.
Did you make some of that wonderful seafood soup to give out as well?
No, my voice is going out though. So, all right, Tina, if you can hook me up with your address, that would be awesome. You can PM Owlite, my Delphine page. They're all listed in the show notes up above or down below. I can get that sent out to you, and hopefully you should get it within a couple days.
And I will make sure she gets the info.
Okay, cool. And this should be wrapping up the first portion of our 24-hour stream. Run, go to the bathroom, get yourself some fresh drinks and everything. We are going to shut down for a short bit of time, and then we will start. There's the, wherever you're looking, it should be saying part 2, and that's where we're going to be launching in. And get ready for all things Raztopian. It's the Raz bulk of the show. It's going to be awesome. So thank you, everybody, for catching in straight for this. And don't leave just because we're stopping. Get ready to start the next one and watch it. We love you so much. This is going to be a great time. I'm having a great time. Sorry, I'm done.
Okay,
I'm going to be taking a rest. All right.
We will end here. See you tomorrow morning.
Yes, I will be here tomorrow morning to interview Grant from Australia. It shall be fun.
See you soon, everyone.
Bye.